Hello, folks. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. It took me a moment. Hi, everyone. How's everyone doing out there? Everyone doing well? Oh, my goodness, my hair. How's everyone doing out there? We good? Doing well? We're doing well. I hope so. I hope so. Hello, guys. How are you all doing? Everyone having a lovely Thursday, as best as one can have, given the state of the world right now. Okay. So let's see who we have here. Let's see who we have here. We have we have SoCal. Hello, SoCal. How are you doing, SoCal? Always glad you're here, SoCal. It is Tyrannical Thursday. All right, Tyrannical Thursday. Absolutely. Welcome to America, I guess. Hello, Dolly Boy. How are you doing, Dolly Boy? So glad you're here. As always, love having Dolly Boy here. Without Dolly Boy, nothing is the same. Nothing is the same without Dolly Boy. Hello, Dolly Boy. Hello, Elevator Lady. Same thing with Elevator Lady. Nothing is the same without Elevator Lady. We love having Elevator Lady as always. What a great. Everyone should check out the book club over on our Discord. It's linked at the top of the Twitch chat and the bottom of the YouTube chat. The link to our Discord. Elevator Lady has done a lot of effort to set up a book club over on Discord, and we're going to be starting to read a new book soon. If you're interested in joining the book club, we meet about once a week, give or take. Things can come up, but great conversation. Even if you don't read the book, you should still come to book club because we chat about things. We explain things if you haven't read them, okay? So please stop on by. Exactly. The Jakarta Method by Vincent Bevins is what we're reading now. Really good book about American foreign policy in regards to crushing communist left-wing movements or perceived left-wing movements violently, okay? So hello, Elevator Lady again. Hello, Demosthenes, also known as Vaporeous Orb 6. How are you doing, Vaporeous Orb Demosthenes? Glad to see you here. As always, Demosthenes, one of the originals. So glad you're here, Demosthenes. Sorry that you live in Indiana, as always. Hello, Jay Williams Art. Jay Williams Art. Good morning to you, Jay Williams Art. Good morning to you. Jay Williams, great artist. You should get, he takes commissions. Go to our Discord, link to the top of the Twitch and bottom of the YouTube chat. Okay, top of the Twitch chat, bottom of the YouTube chat. You can join our Discord and then find his profile, Jay Williams Art. Open it up. There's links there. You can go to it, look at his art, and then get a commission if you like. I recommend it. He's a great artist. Okay. Hello, Resident Union Thug, Twin Revolt. So glad you're here as always. Hope you're feeling well today. Hope work is going well for you, etc., etc., etc. Welcome back to hell. I'm not that you ever left. So yes, cheers to you. Let's see here. Hello, Tater Tot. How are you doing, Tater Tot? Always glad to see Tater Tot here. Always glad to see Tater Tot. Hope you're doing well, Tater Tot. Tater Tot, who's from what? Who's from Minnesota? I think it doesn't matter. You don't have to tell me. But still, very close. Not that far from me. Well, kind of far from me. But so glad you're here, Tater Tot. As always. Hello, Weird Amorphous Blob. As always, we love the Blob. We absolutely love the Blob. The Blob is the best Blob. There's no blob better, okay? Best blob. I can't think of another B. Best blob ever. Okay, there you go. Okay, BBE. Hello, who also great member of the book club. And basically does a lot of shit in the server. Okay, so hello. Who else did I miss here? Mwah. Oh, thank you, Dolly Boy, for the kiss. You're an angel. Thank you so much. You're angelic, Dolly Boy. Thank you. I needed that kiss today. Okay. Let's see here. Crawl. Hello, Crawl, another person who's very established in the community. So glad you're here, Crawl. Crawl of Xanth. Trump's let's see here. What do you say here, Crawl of Xanth? Trump's contractors water feature indeed. Of course. I'm sure there's nothing corrupt or anything to do with that. Well, I'll take a look at that here, Crawl. I'll take a look at that. Hilarious, though. I'm very excited to see that. Thank you, Crawl, for that. I hope you're doing well, Crawl, as always. I still don't know much about you, Crawl. You need to send me your social security number and credit card numbers and stuff, because I don't know much about you. Anyway, so glad you're here, Crawl. Don't do that. Please don't do that. I know you won't, but okay. Hello, I'm Resident Union Thug. I already said hello to you. Hello, Druzilla. So glad you're here, Druzilla. So glad you're here, as always. We love Druzilla. No one doesn't love Druzilla. I mean, who the fuck wouldn't love Druzilla? So glad you're here, Druzilla. Okay. Okay, looks like that's everyone. We don't got that many folks here yet. That's okay though. We let me just check something real fast. What is Okay. So we will how should we start this? How should we so we have a few things we're going to do today. First of all, I have a non-Nazi related presentation for you today. It's not terribly I'm doing okay, Resident Union. Thank you for asking. I hope you're doing well. I have a educational thing for you today. I kind of just made it on the fly, so it's not that great, but I was in the mood to talk about it. And I thought we're still going to take a break from the Nazis today. We're going to talk about something just kind of a very niche topic that I think you'll all find interesting. In regards, it kind of will be linked to Israel and sources in regards to Israel. That's okay, SoCal. It's just okay. Oh, thank you in your groove. Hope you're doing well. Hello in your groove. So glad you're here. You're on a 10-month streak. Well done. Thank you very much in your groove for the renewing your membership. Okay, so glad you're here. Hello. Hello, Mayflower Kid. How are you doing? How are you doing, Mayflower Kid? Roar to you too, Mayflower Kid. More roar to you too. Mayflower Kid did a great presentation yesterday from the writing club. She has written an enormously long story about everything that has happened in our community, and she's turned it into like a fantasy. I mean, it's other people have contributed to it, of course, but Mayflower Kid does so much work for the community. Thank you so much, Mayflower Kid. I love the presentation you did yesterday and such. Okay. And shout out to the friend you brought yesterday into the if he ends up listening to this later, Orem. I see you, Orem. I see you out there listening. Anyway, okay. So we let us. So we have a few things we're gonna do. I'd like to start. There's a couple news items. I kind of want to start with the educational segment, just because I'm in the mood to do it. So we're gonna start with the educational segment, and then we'll do some news. So we'll do the educational segment, then we'll do some news. After that, I wanted to talk about David Pakman, who put out a video bashing our side of the political spectrum. I wanted us to watch that together because it irritated me. I saw it in my feed and I'm like, oh, I haven't seen any of his stuff for a while. So then I opened it up and I was really annoyed by it. So I didn't watch the whole thing, but I thought we could watch it together and get mad together. Yeah, so and then we have some other stuff to do, some other stuff to talk about. Yeah, he is, but it like really annoyed me. And I've never liked him that much, but like I saw this and I'm like, okay. Hello, Chairman Bart. How are you doing, Chairman Bart? I hope you're doing well. Okay. So anyway, we'll do that also. We have some other stuff to watch. I'm trying to think about what else we're going to do. We have several things we're going to do. Hello, Alyssa. How are you doing, Alyssa? So glad you're here. All right. So we'll talk about some other stuff. So let's start with a presentation. Okay. We're going to go straight into the education segment because I'm in the mood for it. And I already talked about some of the news items yesterday. I was going to talk about that. I talked about one of the big news items yesterday that I was going to talk about today. I'll talk about it still, but we'll get to that. Okay. Where's my face? So one thing here, guys, you know what? Should I do the educational segment first? You know what? Yeah, we'll do the educational segment first. Okay, let's just do this first. Let's get the educational segment out of the way. So first thing here, guys, is we're going to be talking about the topic of this conversation we're about to have is called primary sources and colonialism. Well, that sounds really specialist and boring. It's not. I have noticed in reading about Israel and Israel's actions in Palestine, amongst other things, I've noticed very similar trends to what I've seen in other historical documents throughout time that are related to colonialism and colonial conquest. It is almost like it's just an interesting trend to see how you can see the same things happening with sources that come out of Israel that you do coming out of like the Spanish conquest of Mexico or the English conquest of North America. Okay. You see kind of very similar trends happening in the documents it's fascinating to me because, some things never change. So I thought what I'm going to do today is I'm going to talk a little bit about a few interesting things. Yeah, I'm doing some historian autism. Correct. It's some historian autism. I promise you it'll be interesting though. So we're going to talk about a few trends.
Uncle A, Sam's favorite fascist of the day.
Oh, that actually rhymed.
With a bell in tight. Uncle A deep layer braided high. Slide, slide, breath, butchers late to waller. Shouting, six, stack, two, four.
Whoa!
I'm calling Dewey. Come leaving you, Dewey. Give us away.
What was that?
Uncle A. Slides for cut. Step for Helen via bar. Sunroofs, they're all just coming by. Streams his over.
Does it ever end?
From the sky.
Oh my god, I fucking hate you. Okay.
Uncle A.
All right, thank you, Jay Williams. I hate you very much. Did it say something about Jews in there? That was pretty awful. Maybe it just sounded like it. I doubt you actually wrote down something about Jews, but anyway. Okay. So, all right. Anyway, moving on. It was gibberish, right? It sounded Jewish though, didn't it? I mean, as like it sounded like someone said the word Jew somewhere. I'm like, what the fuck? But anyway, Dolly Boy saw it too. Okay. Anyway, I'm not the only one. All right. Hello, John Morano. So let's now talk a little bit. I hate you, Jay Williams. Let's talk about let us talk about this. Okay. So it just sounded like I hate you, weird amorphous blob. It sounded like they used the word Jewish or Jew in there. But anyway, okay. So a few trends I have noticed that you can see in like colonial documents, okay? Documents written by colonists and the people they conquer. So you'll see what I mean. There's two big trends I want to point out that make a lot of sense, right? Okay. Black one, I don't care. I don't want you here. So you can just go bye-bye. I really don't give a shit. Anyway. All right. So first I want to talk about two documents related to Cortez's conquest of Mexico. Okay. Now, for those who don't know, um, yeah, exactly, DJ Meowser. Comes to a Twitch-centric stream, bitches about the low view count on YouTube. I know. It's whatever. It's fine. I'm not bothered by it. It's just, it's like, why would, I mean, thank you for the engagement. Okay. So anyway, Cortez, guys, for those who don't know, Mexico, the Mexican conquistador, I don't speak Spanish, so forgive me, but the Mexican conquistador Cortez was basically went to Mexico and from 1519 to 1521 and absolutely destroyed the inhabitants there, conquered a bunch of native peoples and civilizations centered around the Aztec Empire. There were a bunch of Aztec city-states in Mexico. The Aztecs were like the most predominant of them, and they had created kind of a constellation of city-states aligned to them. They had sort of an Aztec empire, and there were some independent states who were vassals to them. Regardless, Cortez comes into Mexico, conquers, kills his way through it, loots it, and then takes it for Spain. Allow me to briefly give the series of events here. So Cortez arrived in Cuba, which was already owned by the Spanish at the time, following Columbus and things like that. And he ended up deciding to head off with a bunch of troops, not that many, I think like 300 or so. I can't remember the exact number, Spanish troops on a ship to Mexico. And as he was about to leave Cuba, the governor general of Cuba, the Spanish governor general, sent him a message saying, "No, don't stop. You do not have permission to do this." Cortez went anyway. And when he got to, he violated the law. He ends up going to Mexico, landing in Mexico, and then burns the ships that he brought his troops there with. He has them burn the ships they came to Mexico on. He says he did this in order to, prevent them from fleeing so that they'd be forced to conquer Mexico. The real reason, let's think about it, folks, is likely that he didn't want one, he didn't want anyone to find him because he had illegally left Cuba. Two, he didn't want to go back because he would be arrested. So he made it seem like it was this great strategic, tactical thing to like burn the ships behind you and then your troops will be more loyal and they'll fight harder. No, it was that he didn't want to be arrested for breaking the law by going to Mexico. Anyway, weird amorphous blob. I promise you, most history teachers do, and it drives me crazy. Yep, weird amorphous blob says my history teacher just kind of took for granted that it was to stop them from turning back. Yep, most history teachers do. He did it not for that reason. Anyway, and by the way, he basically had to be successful in Mexico, otherwise he would have no excuse for violating the crown. Now, I want to point out the crown was not exactly benevolent. They likely would have allowed him to conquer Mexico anyway at some point. But they didn't want him to do it right then. So regardless, funny thing to say there, okay? Anyway, so he gets to Mexico. He lands in an area of Mexico that's occupied by indigenous Mayan people. He ends up conquering those people violently. He takes as a reward, I guess, as an offering for conquering their capital city, he takes about 20 slaves, which are given to him by the Mayans. One of them is a woman who can speak Maya and Nahuatl, which is the Aztec language. He ends up forcing this woman. Well, this is another weird thing. When they speak about this woman that he turns into his translator, they say that she was I've heard people say that she was a translator, she was a concubine, she was a lover, she was a slave. Okay. She was being raped by Cortez. This was not like she had the choice about whether to be sleeping with him and doing translations for him and things like that. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Fuck it. Who cares? I guess, okay. So anyway, he takes her and then goes up into Mexico, where the Aztecs are. He, without going into too much detail here, ends up conquering much of the Aztec lands. This isn't that hard because there are a lot of the Aztecs were pretty violent conquerors, so he was able to convince a lot of their enemies to join his side, and he was able to trick them into thinking that he would never turn on them to go against the Aztecs, which made it easier to conquer them. Also, the other big thing that weakened the Aztecs was that the Spanish brought with them horrific diseases, which ravaged through the Aztec countryside, killing millions of people. Those diseases were already there because of the Europeans, but it was already, but this made it worse. Okay, his conquest did. Ultimately, he conquered Tenochtitlan, which is the capital of the Aztec Empire, and he ended up leaving Tenochtitlan with a group of troops to go put down a rebellion. And after he left Tenochtitlan, he left some of his own troops in Tenochtitlan, led by a guy named Alvarado, in order to kind of occupy the city and to prevent any uprisings and to ensure that the Spanish maintained control of it. Okay. Um, all right. So, uh, who's SoCal? You said being really annoying. Who is really annoying? You see, okay. But anyway, so there's that. Now, this is where the story I want to tell you about starts. Something happened after Cortez leaves Tenochtitlan and leaves Alvarado in charge of Tenochtitlan. Something happens, and there's multiple sources about this thing that happened. What happened? It ended up being called the Tlaxcala massacre, also called the Tenochtitlan Temple massacre. Um, I pronounced it Tenochtitlan. That there are different. I'm not sure how to pronounce it fully, J. William, but Tenochtitlan is how I was taught to pronounce it. I could be wrong. I do not speak Nahuatl. All right. So Tenochtitlan was then. So anyway, something happens, and we have multiple accounts about what happened. And there is a trend, of course, in colonial history of distorting the reality on the ground in the documents you write about it, obviously. Okay. So what we're going to do now, guys, is we're going to read two different accounts of what happened at Tlaxcala. Okay. And let's try to see if we can figure out what actually happened on the ground in Tlaxcala. Or the Temple of Tenochtitlan. Okay, so let's see if we can figure it out. Okay, we might not be able to, but okay. So the first passage we have from the Spanish conquest is by Lopez de Gomara on the Mexica Rebellion. Okay. Uh, I was taught to pronounce it Tenochtitlan. You know what, Jay Williams, that might very well be correct. I got to be honest with you. It's been a long time since I've had to talk about it, so I might be pronouncing it wrong. Tenochtitlan. Tenochtitlan. Okay, maybe so. Okay. So let me read to you one account. Now, this is a Spanish account. This was written by Lopez de Gomara, and he wrote it. When was this written? This was written in 1552, which is about 30 years after the events described. Okay. Now, I don't want to say it was written that long ago. It was first published in 1552. It was written a bit earlier than this. Okay. So let's see what the Spanish say about what happened at this Tlaxcala massacre. All right. So let me read this to you guys. Cortez. So again, this is back in Tenochtitlan, where there is okay, where Cortez has left Alvarado. Cortez wanted to entirely understand the causes of the Indians' rebellion. Oh, here you go, J. Williams. There we go. Okay. He interrogated them all together. Some said it was caused by the message. Now, I'm not going to go into detail about a lot of the things that are being talked about here. Just keep listening, okay? Some said it was caused by the message sent by Navarrete. Others because the people wanted to toss the Spaniards out of Mexico, which had been planned as soon as the ships had arrived because they were fighting. While they were fighting, they shouted, "Get out," at them. Others said it was to liberate Montezuma, who's the emperor of the Aztecs, who the Spanish captured, by the way, and then likely killed. Others said it was to liberate Montezuma, for they fought, saying, "Free our God and king if you don't want to die." Others still said it was to steal the gold, silver, and jewels that the Spaniards had, because they heard the Indians say, "Here you shall leave the gold that you have taken." Again, some said it was to keep the Tlaxcalans and other mortal enemies out of Mexico. Finally, many believed that taking their idols as gods, they had given themselves to the devil. So this is Gomara trying to say why the Spanish thought that the massacre you're about to hear about happened. So he's claiming that, oh well, the reason the reason why there was an uprising of Mexica, which are Aztecs, is because the reason there was an uprising of Mexica is because they were greedy and they wanted the gold that the Spanish had. By the way, the Spanish had taken the gold from them. That's also assuming that there was an uprising, which you're going to see might not be the case. Okay, so again, so Cortez trying to figure out what caused the massacre I'm about to describe is thinking that, well, it's because the Spanish are mad, and that the Aztecs are mad of being conquered, which I don't blame them, because they're greedy, because they don't like the Spanish. Okay. So then he goes on to explain what happened during this quote unquote rebellion. Okay. Any of these things would have been enough to cause the rebellion, not to mention all of them together. But the principal one was that a few days after Cortez left to confront Navarrete, it became time. It became time for the Mexicas became time for a festival the Mexicas wanted to celebrate in their traditional way. They begged Pedro de Alvarado to give them his permission, so the Spaniards wouldn't think that they planned to kill them. Alvarado consented provided that there were no sacrifices, no people killed, and no one had weapons. So, according to this account, Alvarado, the Spanish general who was in charge of Tenochtitlan, was asked by the Mexica if they could hold a festival, a religious ceremony. Um, and they asked him this because they didn't want to make it be perceived as if they were gathering together to revolt. Okay. And he said, sure, you can have this religious ceremony. Just no sacrifices, no people killed, and you're not allowed to have any weapons. Okay. Next part here. More than 600 gentlemen and several lords gathered in the yard of the largest temple. Some said there were more than 1,000 there. They made a lot of noise with their drums, shells, bugles, and hendidos, which sounded like a loud whistle. Okay. Yeah, an ingester. Okay. Preparing their festival, they were naked but covered with precious stones, pearls, necklaces, belts, bracelets, many jewels of gold, silver, and mother of pearl, wearing very rich feathers on their heads. They performed a dance called the Muatzalitl, which is called that because it is a holiday from work. Okay. They laid mats in the patio of the temple and played drums on them. They danced in circles, holding hands to the music of the singers, to which they responded. The songs were sacred. They were not profane, and they were sung to praise the God honored in the festival, to induce him to provide water and grain, health and victory, or to thank him for healthy children and other things. And those who knew the language and the ceremonial rites said that when the people danced in the temples, they performed very different to those who danced the Noetzalitl. in voice, movement of body, head, arms, and feet, by which they manifested their concepts of good and evil. The Spaniards called this dance an areto, a word they brought from the islands of Cuba and Santo Domingo. All right. Last part here, guys. And I want to point out, I read the whole thing to you because notice how small this next section is. Notice how small it is. Ready for it? When the Mexica gentlemen were dancing in the temple yard of Huitzilopochtli, Pedro de Alvarado went there. Whether on the basis of his own opinion or in agreement decided by everyone, I don't know, but some say he had been warned that the Indian nobles of the city had assembled to plot a mutiny and rebellion. Okay, which they later carried out. Others believe that the Spaniards went to watch them perform this famous and praised dance, and seeing how rich they were and wanting the gold the Indians were wearing, he, Alvarado, covered each of the entrances with 10 or 12 Spaniards and went inside, content warning, okay, went inside with more than 50 Spaniards and without remorse and lacking any Christian piety, brutally stabbed and killed all the Indians and took what they were wearing. That's the end of the segment. So, that is the only description we have in the Spanish account of what became called the Tlaxcala Massacre. So, and it's a very brief mention where Gomara says, I don't really know why he did it. It might have been that he thought that there was a rebellion brewing because that's what he said. And it could also be that he wanted the gold off of them. But he decided to slaughter all 600. Remember, there were 600 Mexica inside this temple. He slaughtered all of them, killed all of them, brutally stabbed and killed the Indians, and took what they were wearing. So he literally, basically locked them inside this temple, covered all the entrances, went inside, and the Spanish slaughtered all of them and took what they were wearing. Okay. So that is the Spanish account. Now, does that does that count completely defend the Spanish? Do you notice how Gamara kind of makes it appear as though he's not sure what caused it? Okay, yeah. They not even in this account, which is partially written by the Spanish, they don't even deny. He goes, "Well, it could be that it was because they were plotting an uprising, but also some people say that it might have been because he wanted the gold." Which is almost like this writer didn't want to fully lie. Okay, or at least we don't know. We still don't know, but you guys can guess. Now let's go. So that is the Spanish account of what happened. Now I want to give you a big content warning for the next thing I'm going to read you. Okay, because there's also a Mexica account. There's also a Mexica account. And it makes me cry sometimes when I read it because it is brutal. So I'm going to warn you. Let's now look at what the Mexica said. Okay, and before we do that, let me give you a little context. So this account, the Mexica account of the same thing that happened, uh, was written between 1545 and 1590. Okay. So we're not quite sure when this was written down in that time. We just know that it was written down. It was written down in between that time. It might have even been earlier than the Spanish account when it was written down. And it was written down by a Spanish priest who went to Mexico and did actually a really good job of chronicling everything that had happened there. He spoke Nahuatl. He interviewed the Mexica. He interviewed tribal elders. He drew a bunch of images of what was described to him. He also drew images that he copied images that the Mexica drew for him of what happened. He was actually a pretty unbiased source, even though he was Spanish. He was a pretty unbiased source. Okay, he's universally considered to have been a pretty good source on this. Um, and so he wrote down what the Mexica account is of the same event. All right. So let's now look at the Mexica account. And I wanted to show you in beforehand. This is actually a copy of what's called the Florentine Codex, which is this document, which, by the way, was originally written in Nahuatl. It was originally written in Nahuatl. It was not originally written in Spanish. Okay. Um, so this is actually a copy of it. This is in Spanish, of course, But I wanted to show you, he at the beginning of his account, he drew an image of what happened at Tlaxcala. Okay. So I want to show you what image he drew here. You'll notice it's like the Spaniards coming in and and there's just a bunch of dead. There's a bunch of there's a beheaded Indian on in Mexica on the ground. There's a bunch of corpses all over the place. Okay, this is a brutal image, and he's Spanish, and he puts that at the top of his account. So he clearly is not impressed with what the Spanish did and doesn't like it. Okay, after her hearing about it from the Mexica. But anyway, so let's see what the Mexica account of the same massacre is. All right. So this is from the Florentine Codex, Book 12. All right. Chapter 20. It's a massive work, by the way. It has like over 2,000 pages in it. He also, by the way, cataloged all the plants he could find in Mexico, all the animals, all the clothing he could find. He was a really interesting guy. But anyway, so this is from Fray Bernardo de Sahagún, the Florentine Codex. Here it is told how the Spaniards killed, they murdered the Mexicas, who were celebrating the festival of Huitzilopochtli in the palace they called the Patio of the Gods. At that time, when everyone was enjoying the fiesta, when everyone was already dancing, when everyone was already singing, when song was linked to song and the songs roared like the waves. By the way, also just beautifully written, okay? So in that precise moment, the Spaniards, determined to kill people, they came into the patio armed for battle. They came to close the exits, the steps, the entrances, the gate of the eagle in the smallest palace, the gate of the cane stalk, and the gate of the snake of mirrors. And when they had closed them, no one could get out anywhere. Again, guys, content warning. I'm going to read to you the whole account, and it's not pleasant. Okay. It's much worse than the last one. So please, content warning. Okay. Once they had done this, they entered the sacred patio to kill people. They came on foot, carrying swords and wooden and metal shields. Immediately, they surrounded those who danced, then rushed into the place where the drums were played. They attacked the man who was drumming and cut off both of his arms. They cut off his head with such a force that it flew off, falling far away. At that moment, then, they attacked all the people, stabbing them, spearing them, wounding them with their swords. They struck some from behind who fell instantly to the ground with their entrails hanging out of their bodies. They cut off the heads of some and smashed the heads of others into little pieces. They struck others in the shoulders and tore their arms from their bodies. They struck some in the thighs and some in the calves. They slashed, I'm getting chills, okay? They slashed others in the abdomen, and their entrails fell to the earth. There were some who even ran in vain, but their bowels spilled as they ran. They seemed to get their feet entangled in their own entrails. Eager to flee, they found nowhere to go. Some tried to escape, but the Spaniards murdered them at the gates while they laughed. Others climbed the walls, but they could not save themselves. Others entered the communal house where they were safe for a while. Others lay down among the victims and pretended to be dead. But if they stood up against the Spaniards, they would see them and kill them. The blood of the warriors ran like water as they ran, forming pools, which widened as the smell of blood and entrails filled the air. And the Spaniards walked everywhere, searching the communal houses to kill those who were hiding. They ran everywhere. They searched every place. When the people outside of the sacred patio learned of the massacre, shouting began. Captains, Mexicas, come here quickly. Come here with all arms, spears, and shields. Our captains have been murdered. Our warriors have been slain. O Mexica captains, our warriors have been annihilated. Then a roar was heard, screams, people wailed, as they beat their palms against their lips. Quickly the captains assembled, as if planned in advance, and carried their spears and shields. Then the battle began. The Mexicas attacked them with arrows and even javelins, including small javelins used for hunting birds. They furiously hurled their javelins at the Spaniards. It was as if a layer of yellow cane spread over the Spaniards. Okay, so how does this account differ from the Spanish account? Remember what the Spanish said, that they went in there and killed people and it's unclear why. It could have been that because they, were planning to rebel or because they wanted the gold that were on the Meshika. Um, do we see some differences there, guys? One thing that is very different about the a lot more detail, right, Dolly Boy? A lot more, yeah, politics, okay? A lot more empathy in this, a lot more telling you what actually happened, what it looked like, what it felt like, versus the kind of passive they went in there and killed everyone thing where you don't hear any of the humanity of it. The Mesha account really talks about the humanity, doesn't it? Really talks about the humanity of it. And they also, and from this perspective, it appears completely genocidal, doesn't it? Like certainly appears completely genocidal. They just went in there while they were dancing and just slaughtered everyone. Um yeah. So and I will point out something though that is interesting. Even at the last part of this, do you notice how the Meshika say that the captains quickly assembled as if planned in advance? Most historians would agree, guys, that yes, the Meshika were probably somewhat planning a rebellion. Um, let me put it this way. Let me explain what I mean by that. Am I justifying the slaughter of all these Meshika? No, that's not my point, right? The Meshika probably were planning some kind of rebellion that day, but the Spanish didn't kill the soldiers. They went in there and they killed all the fucking civilians. They just slaughtered everyone. And the Mexica have full reason to want to rebel against the Spanish, don't they? Okay. So a lot of historians would say that, yeah, the Spanish thought that there might be a rebellion, but that's not why this massacre. They didn't do the massacre because of the rebellion. They did it because they wanted the gold, and then they used the planned rebellion as a justification. Okay, so they just wanted to take all the gold off these people and all the gems and slaughter everyone. And there were a lot of nobles there, so they just wanted to kill a bunch of the leaders of the Meshica so they could have tighter control. And yeah, the Meshicas had kind of planned a rebellion, but I don't blame them at all. So Weird and Morphous Blob, oh no, a conquered people planning a rebel against their rulers. Yeah, okay. So why am I telling you about this? When it comes to Israel, or it comes to other colonial ventures throughout history, you notice that in the first account, let's say that was an Israeli account, even a liberal Israeli account. Just like a liberal Israeli account might be like, yeah, there were some massacres. Yeah, this Jewish settlers did some massacres. They're unlikely to humanize the people that were massacred, even if they admit that there was a massacre. You're not going to hear the details of what happened to the Palestinians who were massacred, are you? Okay. Even if they admit that there was something wrong, and if you ever read liberal Zionist accounts of like the state of Israel, you hear this shit all the time. They'll be like, yeah, it might be that they were genocidal and hated this, it also might be they were working in self-defense. Okay. They kind of like, yeah, maybe this, maybe that. And then they do not humanize the people slaughtered at all. Okay. Um, Whereas if you listen to Palestinian accounts, there's much more humanity in them, right? Much more talking about the loss of children, mothers, the blowing up of bodies, the destruction of children and women and things like that. Okay. And the Spanish accounts, of course, guys, are the ones that Europeans were reading. It was the Spanish accounts that kind of made their way back to Europe and became the predominant propaganda that was spread around. So that's the image people up until very recently had of what Cortez did and the conquest of Mexico. So we see the exact same thing happening with Israel, with this colonial propaganda coming out of Israel, and people being propagandized to falling into that propaganda and ignoring the humanity of the Palestinian accounts of it. Do you see what I mean? You see that with colonialism everywhere. You see very similar differences in accounts. One of these days, perhaps I can share with you guys some colonial accounts of South Africa when the Dutch were settling South Africa and the differing accounts between the native peoples and the Dutch settlers. It's so similar. okay, to what you see coming out of Israel. All right. So that is one thing about colonial historiography or history is you see propagandistic accounts that don't necessarily lie outright, but will sanitize the truth and make it seem like there are multiple possible options about what happened and that it's unclear, even though it's pretty fucking clear. All right. So that's one thing. I know that's really dark, but I hope you guys learned something from that. So when you're reading stuff about Israel, remember you're reading a Spanish account. Seriously. If you're reading like a mainstream news source, in most cases, you're reading a Spanish account of what's happening. Okay. And by the way, fuck the Spanish Empire, fuck the European empires that destroyed the native peoples. Monstrous, horrific people. Okay. The next thing I wanted to talk about, guys, is images. The images you see of colonial places and peoples. So let's talk for a second about John White. John White. John White was a English settler who went over to Virginia in what was God damn it, why can't I think of it? The first not Roanoke. Oh fuck, what is it called? Jamestown. Went over to Jamestown in Virginia, and he was an artist, and he took it upon himself to um, document the native peoples. Yeah, very generic name. Now, guys, even though he wasn't a colonist. I would say he was a colonist. He didn't stay. He didn't actually stay in Virginia. He actually went back to England. So he was a visitor, I guess. This guy, he went there and he took a lot of time and actually did a really good job of drawing everything he saw and like making kind of an encyclopedia of the things he saw in Virginia, the natives he met, um, the villages he saw, the animals he saw, and I've actually seen these. I've actually been to the British Museum in London and seen John White's original drawings. They're really good. And he made all these extensive accounts of the things he witnessed when he went to Virginia for the first time, okay, especially for amongst the native peoples. So let me show you some of the images he drew, okay? And these are watercolors. Okay, here are some of his watercolors. So, for example, you guys have almost certainly seen some of these in history books, et cetera, especially if you're in the United States. So here you have an image of I'm not sure what this is. They say it says beneath it. Well, here you go. You have some native peoples dancing, okay, doing some kind of ritual dance, and I believe he even wrote underneath this one, "Ritual dance amongst the natives." Okay, they're pretty well drawn. This is not particularly idealized in any particular way. They all seem extremely happy, by the way. If you look at their faces, they're laughing, they're smiling. It's kind of hard to see. Okay. But they look great. They look happy. Here's an image of a native woman and her child. Uh, the the child is a boy. The woman, of course, looks pretty good here. Okay, it says here uh, a chief wife of Powhatan and her daughter at the age, I'm sorry, their daughter at the age of 8. Okay, so here's just an image. Um, you know that the mother is smiling, the child is smiling. You almost like you'd expect if like a person is being drawn by someone, they might kind of feel awkward and kind of be like, like, ooh, you're okay. So it kind of looks humanizing. He did a pretty good job of doing these drawings. Okay, it's very humanizing, right? And he actually he actually didn't even hide the fact. If you notice, the little girl is holding a Victorian woman doll because John White brought a bunch of toys from England in an effort so that, if you give a kid a toy, they're more likely to sit there for you to draw them. So he gave this kid a Victorian doll toy, and he actually drew the Victorian doll. Not Victorian, not like Victoria. I don't want to say Victorian, just like an English doll, okay? A doll of like an English woman. So the little girl is playing with it, all right? Here you have a man, okay. They said one of the religious men. Yeah, they're really cool. I think he did a really good job drawing these folks. All right, or here you have this is a medicine man, as he calls him, a seer, I think they call him. He's not demonized at all. He looks like a regular guy. Okay, he's kind of running around. All these folks look very healthy, by the way, because by the way, when the English got to the New World, the natives were much healthier than they were. The natives were taller than they were. They were healthier. They were more had more endurance for running and stuff. Anyway, here you have a chief who's smiling and has his arm crossed, also looks kinda nervous, kinda like he's in front of a camera, alright? You guys get the idea here, right? There's a whole bunch of these. He also drew some of their, like, the smoking in a pot, showing how they would cook food. These are really interesting photos. If you ever have a chance, I would find them and go through all of them, okay? And, now why and you notice okay, so why am I telling you about this? Because after John White drew these photos, okay, those photos were sent back. Those photos were sent back to Europe to be printed. So what would happen, guys, at this time is if someone drew, you know, drew something with watercolors, they'd be sent to a printer who would then put those prints on would basically engrave those prints on engrave those drawings on plates that would then be used to in a printing press to mass produce the image. Okay. So someone would have to copy these images as an engraving and then use that engraving in a printing press to make a lot of copies of the images to put in books. Okay. So these images were ended up in a book by a guy named Thomas Harriot, and the book was called A Brief and True Report of the Newfound Land of Virginia. And the images were created, the plates that were made for the printing press were by a Dutch printer named De Bry, who was a well-known Dutch printer at the time. So when you look at this source and you look at the original watercolors, we have to be aware of one thing. John White was drawing these images partially out of enjoyment and for the desire for knowledge. Thomas Harriot created this book as propaganda. So, A Brief and True Report of the Newfound Land of Virginia was almost like an ad to convince more people to move to Virginia because in order for this corporate colony to succeed, they needed more people to move to Virginia and like colonize Virginia. So it's well, by the way, it's kind of funny because he literally calls it a brief and true report. If someone has to call their report true, you know it's probably not fully true, right? Okay, a brief and true report of the Newfound Land of Virginia. And this is basically a work of propaganda trying to convince people that Virginia is a land is like is a land full of things to exploit and get rich off of. And everyone needs to colonize here. Okay. And he also wanted to give the image that the natives are basically English people. They're basically like Europeans. They're not that much different. So like don't be worried about them. They're just like you and me to an extent. Okay. Amongst other things. So when these watercolors that we just saw were transferred into the printing press, Debray altered them. And this has left a very fascinating thing. Okay, because we have the originals, we have the original watercolors, and we have the plates that were used in the printing press, so we can see exactly what was altered, and then we can guess why they altered them. So let's take a look at some of these alterations that DeBry did for mass production. Okay, so let's take a look here. Here we have some of the things that are being compared. So let's look at this one. We already saw this one, did we not? Can we find one of comparison of watercolor? Okay. So I know it might be kind of hard to see. Let me see if I can get closer so you all can see these better. All right. So here we have the original, right? Here we have the original. There's a native woman here with her, she's kind of smiling. Okay. She looks happy. This child looks kind of nervous and is near the mother. All right. And does have the doll. Notice that in the print, the woman is posing. She's standing like a model, kind of like a Greek model. Her face she's not smiling anymore. It looks almost pornographic. Her breasts are much more prominent. And notice that in the original, there is no background. There's no background. They added a massive background here, and in the background, they show all these fields, all these beautiful fields of like corn being grown. Like, look at how verdant and productive this land is. You can come make a fortune here. And if you notice, there's also a river behind them in this one. And you see native peoples fishing, and there's like all these fish in the water. You can see them from a distance. It's like overflowing with fish. All right. On top of that, the little girl that's right here is playing with another object that was never in the original, and that's a European toy. The girl is like looks spry and is moving around, okay, but isn't smiling anymore. Okay, looks very reserved. Okay, so we can see some propaganda going on here. Let me show you another image. Let me show you another one. Here is one of a White's images, which are um, shows a mother holding a child. Okay, and she's smiling. She looks older, by the way. If you look at this photo, she has gray hair. She has gray hair, and she's not exactly posing. It's kind of cute. It's like she's showing how she's holding her baby, and the baby's like barely holding on, and it's kind of funny. If you go into the one that they made over here, first of all, if you noticed, her ass crack is showing through her clothing on this one. You can see her ass and the separation between her legs through the clothing, which is kind of strange. And they include a frontal pose, which is not included in the original. Because why do you think they included a frontal pose, folks? Come on, you know why. You know why they included a frontal pose. Hello, 2019 Lake. How are you doing? Yeah, outer signal. Okay. There's obviously a notion here of sexualizing this woman and kind of also trying to show there are women here who you can take, who you can have, okay? We have no evidence that this woman actually would have been shirtless or would have had nothing on top because the original photo almost looks like it that she actually is covered in the front. If you look closely, it looks like that clothing is actually going up to her breasts. But in the altered photo, they show her and she's touching herself between her breasts sexually. Do you see that? She's like going like this. All right. And once again, in the background, you see all this verdant wildlife in fields, farm fields, as far as the eye can see. Thank you, Dolly Boy, for doing that. Okay. Very indicative of trying to show, look how fertile this land is. You can come exploit it. All right. Um, so let me show you another one. And to be clear, guys, these are the ones that the Europeans saw, and these are the ones that were spread around in Europe. See if I can find another good one here. Oh, here's another one that's very obvious what they're doing here. Here's the original. Here's the original, which shows native peoples fishing. Do you see how in the original there's a few fish in the water, but in the altered one, it is absolutely teeming with fish. They have added a lot more fish, including some things that weren't even included in Jaws, like some things that aren't real animals that John White never included in the original. Um, so like it's literally, and then there's a lot more natives in the background fishing and taking these things in, trying to show, look, this place is full of fish. Come and colonize it. There's plenty for everyone. Okay. So there's that. Let me give you another example. I'm trying to show you one that I think is really interesting here. This one is interesting. So here we have an image of a man. Okay, here we have an image of a man. Yep, outer signal. Now, in the original, it says something like, it says Indian in body paint, Indian in body paint. And this was a pretty good drawing that White did. Okay, and as far as we know, this was just a Native American man who was a hunter. Now, in Europe at this time, guys, hunting was not viewed the same way as Native peoples viewed it. In Europe, hunting was a sport that the nobility engaged in. Okay, it was a sport. It was something you did for fun. And early English settlers in the New World, is as that's what they called it, right? They thought that the native men were extremely lazy because they said all they do is go around hunting all day and like playing sports, which is hunting to them, okay, to the English, not realizing that that's how they fucking survive. Okay, that's what the fucking native men do. They go out and hunt because they eat food. They eat fucking food. That's what you do. You go and you hunt. Okay. So in the original, John White says, yeah, it's a native guy. He has a bow and arrow. He's probably a hunter. In the altered version, they say that these two guys, a great lord of Virginia, they claim that that guy is a lord. So it's not even a normal hunt, like a normal guy. It must be a lord because they don't want to give the English the impression that the natives are lazy. Okay. So this must be a lord who's hunting for fun. And then in the background, they show they show all these Native Americans like hunting what looks like for fun. Okay, like a sport, kind of standing around holding their bows and like chasing a stag, kind of like you would see in Europe to make it look like the native peoples are, you know, they're like Europeans. Okay, look at this. They hunt for fun, and the nobles do the same thing that European nobles do. It's not like they're eating for sustenance or anything. It's not like they're hunting for sustenance or to survive or anything like that. Okay, so why am I showing you this? Why am I showing you this? All right. Um. By the way, one other thing too is they also make it look like they also make this look like they make their bows look like English lawn bows, which is kind of funny, okay? But anyway, so why am I showing you these things, right? So obviously, this was a piece of propaganda that altered the originals to try and get people to want to colonize the New World, okay? To colonize North America. You see the same kind of shit coming out of Israel. I kid you not. It drives me crazy how similar the first media coming out of old colonies from like the 16th and 15th and 16th centuries are. It is not a leap, Maddie. It is absolutely not a leap at all. Okay. Very similar to the shit you see coming out of Israel. What do we always see coming out of Israel, guys? We see like images of like shopping malls and like developed areas and like, look, we're just like you are, Americans. Look, we're just like you are, okay, Europeans. Uh, there's nothing going on here. It's great. You can, yeah, of course, it didn't fucking change at all. Don't worry about the deep and bad, horrible poverty we have, or the fact that there's a genocide going on, right? Come to Israel. It's a great, clean, lovely place. Nothing wrong with it, right? You literally, guys, come on, you see videos all the time of that, right? There's all this propaganda coming out of Israel trying to make it seem like this great place to live. There's nothing going wrong. We're just like you. Da 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 da. Okay, it's all the same kind of shit. And it is curated shit. Like, they also do the birthright shit. Yeah, where they bring people there and they only show them certain things. And a lot of the media that comes out of Israel is literally is like handled by the IDF and altered in a way to make it look like it'll be more appealing to people to certain places. Okay, they do the exact same shit there, don't they? Don't they? All right. Now, what you do not see, the one difference here, okay, is that Matty Holmes, please explain to me why I'm wrong. Okay. If you're gonna say meh, explain to me why I'm wrong. Okay, because I would love to hear what you say here. Okay. Now I will say though, there is one big difference. Obviously, they're not portraying the natives, they're not portraying the Palestinians in a positive light. Okay. But they are trying to like change the image though, right? In order to make it more palatable to other people wanting to colonize. So now we've now seen two things here. We now have seen two different things that happen in colonial accounts and colonial sources that kind of alter the reality of the situation. One, we talked about the Spanish and the Mexica accounts of Cortez's conquest. And the Spanish account very much downplayed the massacre and kind of was like, had one little tiny bit about it and didn't talk about the humanity of it and kind of said, well, it might be that the Spanish were being assholes, but it could have also been justified. While in the Mexica account, they humanized the massacre. They talked about the real reasons behind it, and they didn't hide the fact that there might have been a rebellion about to happen. Okay. You see what I mean? So like there are differences here, but you see very similar things in colonialism and the colonial sources. And I noticed that when I was at the school I was at, because as I've shown you guys before, let me show you something else. So I've shown this to you guys before, right? I've shown this to you guys before. Look at the image on the back of this. Okay, this is Hospira. So this is Hospira propaganda from Israel. Hospira propaganda from Israel. Look at the image on the back. Do you see that? That is a Jewish boy and a Palestinian boy looking happy together. Okay, looking happy together. There's also an image of a Jewish and Muslim guy standing there looking happy together. Um, and it basically is trying to be like, look, we are living together, we're going to live together in peace here. Meanwhile, on the inside, it's massively Islamophobic, anti-Muslim, Jewish supremacist propaganda that's claiming that Israel is a victim and things like that. Or, for example, they'll do things like this. Okay, let me show you something. Small country, big ideas. Okay, small country, big ideas. And it talks about how, look, Israel invests in education. Israel is at the forefront of high-tech technology. Israel invests more in all these different things. Forefront of environmental stability. Images of the farms in Israel. Okay, literally, it's like exactly the same as like what DeBry did in the freaking like the metal etches. Okay, make it look like a great place, a great colonial enterprise, right? While also, look, the natives, we can get along with them. It's like while they're massacring them, of course. So, do you guys get my point? Do you see my point here? So, it's just an interesting trend I noticed. I'm going to kind of show you guys one more here. I thought it's kind of funny. This is another funny comparison here between the Powhatan. Um, you have here an image of what John White says is the frying of their fish over the flame of a fire, which looks delicious, by the way. I want to try some Powhatan fried fish or cooked fish here. And we don't have any idea about how big this thing is, right? We have no idea how big this fish cooker was because we have no sense of scale, right? Well, in the etching that was done by DeBry, look at this shit. Look at this. It's like massive. These are big fucking fish over a massive fire. Okay. And this guy right here is carrying in a ton more fish. And there are two men tending to the fire. Even though we're not really sure if that was the case, we don't know if men would be the one who would be tending to the fire. But isn't that funny? Like, look at how big the fish are you can get here and shit. Okay. Anyway, you get my point. So, like, colonial propaganda never fucking changes. I swear to God. I swear to fucking God, it never changes. Right? It just never fucking changes. It's always the same everywhere. That's what I've noticed. We get that? Okay. So that is my story for today, and I hope you all learned something. So when you see media that comes out of Israel, that discusses the colony of Israel and things like that, remember you are reading a Spanish account and you're looking at a DeBry etching. You understand me? Okay. And you can say same thing for a lot of other colonial projects, violent colonial projects in history. Maybe at some point I'll do a presentation on the Dutch and English in South Africa because we have extensive accounts from both sides of that colonial project as well. And it's fascinating how things are presented differently in the accounts. All right. So do we understand what I'm saying here? Isn't that interesting? Do we all feel that was worth this little niche topic was worth it? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. um, all right, you guys. Very good. By the way, one other thing that's kind of fun here. Thank you, Sir Bart. Thank you, Jonas. Okay. One other kind of funny thing here. We have accounts from explorers that went to China, that wandered around China. So we have accounts, by the way, from Europeans who were not in a dominant position. Let's put it that way. So, like, there were Europeans who traveled to China and were not in a very powerful, were not in a very powerful position, and they took a very different view of the Chinese than like colonizing peoples would. They were much more respectful. They were much less judgmental and things like that because they were not in a colonial position. They were just visiting, they weren't colonizing. So it's super interesting how, like, even just visiting a place versus colonizing it changes the perspective presented in the documents. All right? Okay. All right, guys. So there we go. There's my little story for the day. Okay, guys. So let me one second. I'm gonna sit down here for a second. Yeah, sure. So, I will, if you would like me to, Fetty, I can put those in the Discord. I'll put those resources in the Discord. If you want to, here, let me just right now. I'll put it up right now, just in case I forget. Here, I'll put it in the chat. The comparisons. Where are they? Where did I put the comparisons? Did I get out of it? I think I got out of it, didn't I? I got out of it. I'll find it. So I'll put just the images. Where'd it go? God damn it. Ah, there it is. I'll put just the images right now. I don't have the comparison part, but I'll put these for now. Okay. Okay. One sec. Ugh. All right, guys. So let's go on here. Righto, righto, righto. Okay, guys. So let's see what else we have here. So there's our little presentation for the day on colonial documents and biases you can see in them and things like that. All right. Okay. So let's go on. Next thing. Let's talk about some news, folks. How's everyone doing out there? We good? We good? Let's talk about the next. Let's talk about some other stuff. No, so Lacroix, I was gonna hold off on fascism again today because I kind of was inspired to do that. You see how quickly I made this. Um, I made this very quickly because I'm like, I really want to talk about this today. So I decided to talk about it. We could talk about fascism today, but I also wanted to give people. I'm trying to give people a little bit of a break on it. So maybe we will later. Maybe we'll talk a little bit. Actually, you know what? Let's talk about one thing in regards to fascism, okay? That I kind of wanted to mention. Now that you reminded me that I wanted to do this. Okay. So before we do go on to the news, let me just thanks to Lacroix reminding me that I wanted to do this. I even got it prepared yesterday, but I forgot to do it. Okay. So we've been talking, guys, about the rise of Nazism in Germany, have we not? And we got to the point where Hitler has now is now in jail, has been imprisoned. Do we remember why? Do we remember what happened to him when he was put on trial? Do we remember how what happened to him when he was put on trial? What was the result of that trial? I know, Lacroix, you're absolutely right in this case. You are the kid that reminded the teacher that didn't give us homework. That is true. Okay. Yeah, he wrote. Chairman Burr, I love that. Yes, unfortunately, he rolled a 20 on charisma. Okay. Yes, Jonas. Passionate speech that got him a slap on the wrist. Yeah, the judges enabled him to stand there and speak, and his voice ended up spreading all around Germany. He became a household name. Now, he was still not that popular, but he became a nationwide sensation for a small amount of time. That being said, his party still wasn't doing well, folks. It still wasn't doing that well. Okay. And it would later take the Great Depression for things to go in his favor. Now, I wanted to mention something else here. The beer hall putsch, which is where Hitler marched on marched in Munich in an attempt to do a coup. Although this was a hilarious failure on the part of the Nazis, and fuck the Nazis, and several of them got killed, the Nazis that ended up getting killed during the beer hall putsch ended up becoming martyrs that would later be used for and propaganda purposes for the Nazis. As a matter of fact, in Munich, in Munich, when the Nazis finally got to power in Germany, they set up these facilities called Ehren temples, or Ehren temples, which means honor temples. And here's an image of one on the screen. And there were two of them in Munich after Hitler took over that they built. And this housed the bodies of the martyrs, or of the Nazis that died during the Munich Putsch. Now, as you remember, guys, it was a hilarious event. Like, it was a massive failure. But the Nazis turned it into like a propaganda win. Like, here are the martyrs who died trying to change Germany and marching to do this putsch, and they were killed. Okay. So these became holy sites. The Nazis, you will see, created kind of a secular religion around their ideology, which is one of the most dark, uh, one of the weirdest parts of their religious beliefs, okay, of their belief system, is that they kind of created this secular religion. So they had these temples with these giant stone braziers with fire coming out of them to honor these martyrs. And they actually, after this became sort of a founding myth of the Nazis, they also wrote a song called the Horst Wessel Lied. The Horst Wessel Lied, that you guys have probably heard before. I'll show it to you. What do you mean, what? Oh, giants, not braziers. What are they called? Oh my God, I'm having a mind blank. Does giant, like, bowl-shaped things that fire come out of? What are they called? Not braziers. That I did not mean that, okay? Horst Wessel Lied. No. Horst Wessel Lied. All right. I was right. It is braziers. Okay. It's just I pronounced it weirdly. Okay. Thank you, Maddie Holmes. All right. So here we have, guys. Listen, oh my God, I'm going to get in trouble for playing this. You're all going to make fun of me. We're not going to listen to the whole thing, but the anthem, the Nazis ended up writing an anthem called the Horst Wessel Lied, which means the Horst Wessel song, okay, or the Horst Wessel song. And Horst Wessel was one of the Nazis that died marching in Munich, okay? And they created an anthem called the Horst Wessel Lied, and after they took over power in Germany, they made it the national anthem. So I want you guys to hear the opening of it, because you probably recognize it. You'll probably have heard it before because Nazis put it all over the internet. So if you ever hear this song, you know that and they don't tell you that it's what they're trying to do. They're Nazis, okay? Because I hear it on the internet a lot in the background of things, and I'm like, why do they have the Nazi anthem playing? So just listen. You probably have heard this before. The SA marches with silent, solid steps. Comrades, the Red Front, so the communist, and Reaction, shot our comrades, okay? So this is literally saying, like, oh, the communists and the conservatives killed our comrades. Okay. March in spirit with us in our ranks. Okay. Have anyone heard this song? We're not going to listen to the whole thing. Has anyone heard this song before? Has anyone heard this song before? I'm sure you probably have somewhere on the internet, because probably most of the people that post this online are Nazis, to be honest. Okay. So that's the Horst Wessel Lied. Okay. Maybe you haven't, Drusilla, and I'm glad. Right. Okay. You've probably heard it somewhere. I can almost guarantee it. So anyway, so that's the Horst Wessel lead. I just wanted to make that note. Now, let's go on, shall we? Some notes here. Let me show you. So after Hitler gets let out of jail after a limited amount of time, the governor general, basically the president at the time, the leader of well, I should say the head of Bavaria, and the head of Prussia, the state heads banned the Nazi party. They banned the Nazi party and they banned Hitler from speaking publicly. They also banned them from doing public marches. So, because of what Hitler had done, Hitler was banned from speaking publicly. He was banned from marching publicly in uniform, and they banned the party. They banned the party as an organization that could run for elections. Okay. Let me see if I can find here what years those were exactly. Years Nazis banned. Years not ban I'm sorry, banned. Yeah, I'm sorry. Here years Hitler banned from speaking. For 2 years. So it was started in 1925 and it was lifted in 1927, okay? So for those 2 years, guys, the Nazis struggled terribly. They, were not winning. They were, not doing well. Hitler started to become depressed, thinking that, we're not gonna be able to win. There's no way we're ever gonna take office. Their popularity started dropping. Let me find here, vote counts Nazis Weimar, since I didn't prepare this earlier. All right, images. Here we go. We'll do this one. This one looks pretty. Actually, this one looks even better. We'll do this one. Okay, so you can see here that over time. I hope you guys can't see my screen for some reason. All right. You can see here that over time, red are the National Socialists. So Hitler was released in 20 what did I say, 25, 24? I always forget I should know the exact dates of these things by now. That's right, 25. So Hitler was released in 25 because, as we know, one of the only reasons they were so popular was because Hitler was such a good speaker. Where did I put this? Am I blind? What the fuck? There it is. Okay. So you can see here that in 24, the Nazis ran as part of a okay. Well, you can see here that they didn't do very well, right? Very early on, they did terribly. After he was released, they didn't do great. And notice a big jump happened suddenly. So they were now running in national elections. Hitler had decided that they're not going to be able to win through a coup. They're going to have to become legitimate. So Hitler started to figure out a way to become legitimately elected into power. And this is where he starts reaching out to industrialists and things like that. And industrialists start reaching out to him and start forming alliances with the Nazis. And something else happened in this time. Okay. So you can see here that the Nazis were not doing well. They were doing very badly nationally. And by 1928, okay, they were doing terribly. What happened between 1928 and 1930, where you suddenly see the Nazis going from like 1 or 2 deputies in the Reichstag to 18? The Great Depression. Okay. So what ends up happening is that the Great Depression hits Germany. And suddenly a massive chunk of the population is unemployed. There is massive suffering. Some people are going hungry. And the Nazis who have had very little, if any, representation in the Reichstag are the only group in the Reichstag that have not had significant representation, and therefore are the only group that cannot be blamed for Germany's current situation. That's basically why they won. Okay. The biggest parties, which were the Social Democratic Party, some smaller like center parties and things like that, were the Social Democrats were still the most popular party, and even the communists were not perceived as helping the situation very much at all, because they had been in office, regardless of whether it was their fault or not. It was definitely partly the Democratic Socialist fault, but it was definitely not the communist fault. They people are like, we need someone outside of these mainstream parties. Okay, so people started looking more to groups that are not mainstream, who are railing against the establishment. Okay, and this got even worse because there was massive violence happening inside of Germany at the time. So I'm going to show you an interesting Wikipedia page that I looked up recently, and I made me laugh because they actually have a whole page devoted to this topic because of how much of it there was. Weimar political violence. They have a whole page devoted to it, and look at all these. These are all incidents of violent unrest in Germany at the time between the end of the war and the rise of the Nazis. All of these are revolts, rebellions, violent crackdowns on protesters. There was a ton of violence happening within the Germany. There were a bunch of political parties. Many of them had militant wings. The Nazis came around and they started after the Great Depression hit, and they were the only ones that appeared to not have contributed to the Great Depression, okay, or not have contributed to the problems. And they were able to basically say the two parties, all the other parties have failed you. We are the only ones that will do anything to help you. Now, there was another issue here. Okay. Le Quabois, Germans sound weak. I go through a Great Depression every day and don't become a Nazi. Well, okay. I get what you mean, Lacroix. So eh, another issue here. If you think about this, what might be an other party in Germany that people would turn to if they want a group that's a not establishment? What is another party that people might turn to? The communists, right? And you also, by the way, if I can find a better image here, Nazi party or um, election party totals Weimar. And this is what I want to tell you guys today, and it's gonna piss you off as lefties. Okay. And I know Weird Amorphous Blob knows what I'm about to talk about. Okay. So you can see here, guys, that here we have these groups. You'll notice that the communists also started to get more votes around the time of the Great Depression. So the communists started getting more votes as the Nazis were getting more votes. Okay? Because as always, when you have people in a country who feel that their government is not providing what they need, and seems that the people in the government are not serving their interests, you see a bifurcation of people going to either ends of the political spectrum to go against the establishment. Shocking. It's like I've talked about this a million times before. It's like I talked about it in Italy. I talked about it about America. I've talked about it every fucking place imaginable. It's kind of happening in South Africa right now. Okay? It happens like everywhere all the fucking time. It happened in Nazi Germany. So those two parties were the partially the communist and the left wing of the Democratic Socialists, okay, and the Nazi Party. Now, why was it then that the communists were struggling so much? So tell me, why am I going to say that the communists struggled to get votes compared to the Nazis? Give me now. Don't answer, Weird Amorphous Blob, because I know you know. But what was one reason you might expect, given what we normally the elites, correct, Jonas? The elites, a lot of elites, guys, as they started seeing this bifurcation happening, they started turning to the Nazis. Obviously. And that includes the conservative parties, nationalists, things like that. Even if they didn't really like the Nazis, they started moving towards the Nazis as they saw the mainstream parties losing out. There was another reason, guys. There was another reason why the communists were struggling. And it has something to do with something called Blutmai, or Blutmai. Blutmai. And again, get ready to get pissed off, folks. Okay. Blutmai. And if I can write this down, okay. Blutmai or Blood May. Okay, Blutmai. So let me take a look and see if I can find a video about it. That'd be actually great. Um all right. Blutmai, or say Bloody May. Let me see if I can find a good video about it because they might be able to give you better details about it. Bloody May, Weimar. I probably won't. You're right. Yeah, of course, no one's going to talk about it. And this isn't. I'm actually kind of glad we you guys get to see this. It's like no, it is Urdamorphous blob. It is often written out of history. So let me explain to you Blutmay. Okay, the Communist Party. I just also need to remind myself of the dates of some of this. So I'm gonna just look on Wikipedia to remind myself of the dates. That's right. So after the Great Depression happened, guys, in Berlin on May Day in 1929. Okay, in 1929, the communists and some democrats and some members of the SPD started organizing to have massive protests in Berlin and around Prussia. Okay, and oftentimes around in other places around the country, but mainly in Berlin, the Communist Party decided to have giant May Day marches and protests. Okay, and they were acting in defiance of the democratic socialists of the SPD and the authorities of Prussia, who had banned public gatherings because of all the violence I had shown you guys earlier happening in Weimar. It was thought that we need to that we're going to ban public gatherings because there's too much violence happening. There's too much political violence. So the government run by the SPD, banned public gatherings. They even banned public gatherings on May Day, which is a traditional holiday for workers to celebrate. The Communist Party's like, no, to hell with that. We're going to march on fucking May Day. That's our right to march on May Day. Okay. And so they decided to march on May Day, even though they were banned from doing so, badass, good for them. Okay. Well, they started marching on May Day. And the Social Democrats, by the way, launched into a media campaign claiming that the radical communists were, trying to cause violence and were basically, trying to cause problems and are going to get us all killed. And the SPD, the Social Democrats, not the Democratic Socialists, the Social Democrats, yeah, also said that, they're aligned with the Soviet Union and that this is a Soviet Union plot to undermine Germany. This was lefty on lefty violence. Okay. This was lefties bashing more radical lefties. Okay. And the SPD openly gave the police basically carte blanche permission to crack down on the communists. So the communists who came out protesting were met by force. The Prussian police, who were already well known for being brutes, viewed the communist marching as open warfare. And I'm not exaggerating. They started off by beating as many communists they could into a pulp. They would beat them to the ground with truncheons. They even went into some of the most working class neighborhoods of Berlin that they knew were heavy communist strongholds, and they started beating people up. And at one point, someone started shooting, and suddenly open violence broke out. It was started by the police, by the way. I'm certain it was started by the police. They started shooting into the crowd. And they started openly killing anyone they found in the streets. The police did. They started openly killing workers they found in the streets. I'm not joking. There would be people standing in these working class neighborhoods on their balconies to see what was happening, and the police would kill them as they were standing on their balconies. The police brought in armored cars and would drive up and down these working class neighborhood streets with guns, murdering people in the streets, just outright shooting them, trying to put down what they viewed as a communist uprising. Okay, I'll take a drink here, J Mac. And this was sponsored, guys, by the SPD, the Social Democrats, okay? The ones who had killed Rosa Luxemburg, okay? And remember, the Social Democrats were aligned with the elites to some extent. So, um, and they heavily cracked down on the communists. They murdered, by the way, the number of people that died, uh, it is thought that around 33 civilians were killed. Every one, I'm not even joking, every one of the 33 civilians that were killed were completely unaffiliated with the Communist Party. They were just innocent workers who happened to be out that day and were killed. There were over 200 injuries and over 1,200 arrests. So once again, folks, the a portion of lefties decided to side with the fascists and side with the government and the capitalists and crack down on the left. And what is true, guys, what is true is that if the Social Democrats would not have been so cruel and so treacherous to the movement, they probably would have been able to align with the communists and form a united front against the fascists and win. Alas, because of their murder of Rosa Luxemburg and because of their inability, their desire to keep power and to kind of promote the status quo, which allowed them to be in power, they openly killed the communists and prevented any kind of reconciliation between the communists and the social democrats. And what you will all honestly hear, absolutely weird amorphous blob, what you will often hear, guys, is that the people will blame the communists for this. And they'll be like, if only the communists weren't so radical and they had sided with the social democrats. Okay, well, I mean, if the social democrats are murdering your people in the streets and preventing you from protesting and then killed your leaders and stuff, who's really to blame for causing that rift? So anyway, the communists often were begging for a united front, by the way. That is absolutely true. But the fucking SPD kept saying no because they know that they wouldn't then have the elites and the police on their side. Okay. So you have several things happening here. Now you have the Great Depression taking place. You have the Nazis who are offering bread and work and this kind of idealistic vision of the future, um, which is separate from what is being, which is basically blaming the mainstream parties for failures. You have the communists who offer an alternative and the SPD who are lefties, but they are so busy fighting each other that they don't, that the SPD especially is so busy fighting the communists because they are, you know, uh, they're because they're more scared of the communists than they are of the fascists, to be honest, that they're not able to unite, especially the SPD are not able to unite. Okay. And they kind of, while the Nazi party is rising, and so because of that conflict between the communists and the social democrats, people also didn't trust them to run the government because it's like, well, why are we going to support them? They're too busy fighting each other to help the people. Okay. I absolutely will, weird amorphous blob. So, um, that was the scenario that Germany faced. A rising Nazi party who was offering bread, offering employment, using very socialist language. When Hitler finally was granted the ability to speak again, he was granted the ability to speak again in 27, right before the Great Depression hit. His message changed, folks. He was not talking about Jewish people as much. He was going around saying we need to provide jobs for people, we need to provide homes for people. We need people to be employed. He did blame the Jews quite frequently, but most people, if you ask them later and at the time, they liked Hitler because they liked his policies. He wanted to provide bread. He wanted, and he was an outsider. They viewed him as an outsider, okay, who was not part of the establishment. Yeah, he said some wacky things about Jews sometimes, but he's giving out bread. Literally, by the way, he would give out bread. The Nazi party, the SA and stuff would go down streets with these big vehicles full of loaves of bread, and they would hand them out to true Germans. So they wouldn't give them the Jews, by the way. They would literally hand out bread to people on the streets. Okay. So they would use, do you see what I mean? You see what I mean? So they use this tactic during a time where people were disillusioned with the government. Uh, okay. So M. Mishi, I think it's important to consider that the Nazis had a voter base that was very much based on the petite bourgeois. Absolutely. Yep. 100% M. Mishi. And I've actually talked about that. To be clear, folks, the Nazis were not a working class party. Okay. They were a middle class petite bourgeois party. They were middle class people that formed it, but they did working class messaging. Okay. Yeah, I know, Lacroix, right? Now listen, guys. Listen. Um, something else here. Yeah. There were a few factions of the Nazi party at the time that competed with Hitler. One of the most important one that I'm going to tell you about now were the Strasserites. Not the Did I say that right? Is it Yeah, Strasserites. Strasserites. I don't know why my brain isn't registering some of the words I'm using today. I'm not used to saying this shit out loud, I guess. Strasserites, and I'll explain what that means, okay? Strasserites. So this guy right here is Strasser. Okay. And when Hitler was in jail, this guy kind of became more prominent in the Nazi party. He was a Gauleiter. So Gauleiter means party boss. The Nazi party divided its rule across Germany into Gauls or districts, where they would then appoint a a head, like a director, a Gauleiter, to lead that district and lead the Nazi party in that district. And he was a Gauleiter in one of these districts, and he took a different approach to Hitler. He did kind of believe in socialism. Now, let me explain here. It's not like real socialism. He believed that the Nazi party should focus on the working class and actually do things like have worker run businesses. Now, he was still a massive anti Semite and a nationalist, but he wanted to focus less on the kind of racial shit and focus more on the working class bit to try and get more working class people on the Nazi side. All right. He was not a good guy. He was a massive anti Semite. He was an exterminationist Nazi, but he had a different tactic. He was like the labor end. Exactly, Dolly Boy, the labor side of the Nazi party. He wanted to create a country kind of run by Aryan labor unions. I don't know how to frame this, where yeah, the cap that there wouldn't be you wouldn't really have capitalists in the same way. They'd be heavily weakened, and you'd have these like Aryan worker worker cooperatives and things like that running shit. He was a monster and he was a fascist, to be clear. But he wanted to focus on that part of promoting Nazism. Now, when Hitler heard about this, he about lost his mind. Just to prove to you that he really wasn't into the socialist shit, he had trouble getting rid of Strasser because Strasser was very popular, because that was a very enticing draw for a lot to get working class people on the Nazi side. And I do want to say, guys, that although the Nazi party, um, okay, are Strasser's part of why many, yes, exactly, weird amorphous blob, exactly. The Strasserites are why many syndicalists didn't mind fascism at first. Yes. And I want to point out that I am correct. Yes, I let me put it this way. It is true that the Nazi party was mainly supported by the petite bourgeois, but it would be an exaggeration to say that they won without working class support. Because if you look at numbers alone, there were far fewer working class I mean, there are far more working class people in Germany than middle class people. Unless the Nazis had won some working class people, they would not have won. So I want to be clear here. Although they did not even get the majority of working class people, they did get a sizable chunk of working class people to vote for them, because working class people did feel like they were disenchanted by mainstream politics. And there were also the Strasserites, who were much better at messaging to working class people in heavily industrial areas of Germany. So yeah, they did end up getting voted in by some number of working class people did vote for the Nazis. But the most of their support came from the petite bourgeois, middle class people, and small business owners and shit like that. I know I'm rambling at you. I'm sorry, I'm being autistic. I hope you're all okay with me not having a set presentation here. So you have that. So you have the Strasserites. Now, just to show you how little Hitler cared for the left wing messaging, Strasser was killed during the Night of Long Knives, which was after Hitler got to power. He did a purge of the Nazi Party, and Strasser was one of the people he killed, and he crushed the Strasserites and almost destroyed them almost immediately. So to be clear, he didn't like this, and he also didn't like it because the Strasserites kind of pushed away. Um, yes, yes, weird amorphous blob. Yes, the Strasserites kind of made a lot of industrialists and stuff scared of supporting the Nazis, which is also why Hitler didn't like them. Dolly Boy. Remember my history teacher telling me that around the time of World War One, it was thought that the first communist revolution would have happened in Germany. Correct. Yeah, Dolly Boy, because of the massive industry. So it was a slight surprise when it happened in Russia first. 100% Dolly Boy. It's one of those weird historical things. You would almost expect the first successful communist revolution to have happened in Germany. It was a much more industrialized country. Uh, yeah, it was kind of, if you look historically, it was kind of unusual that it happened in Russia first. But this is complicated, but yeah, a lot of historians say that. It's also kind of unusual, exactly, and it's also kind of unusual that it was Germany where there was this, yeah, weird and was blob. It was also unusual that Germany was the place where massive anti-Semitic genocidal movement took place. And this sounds weird, guys, but it is not an exaggeration to say that Germany was one of the least anti-Semitic states in Europe at the time that the Nazis took over. And if you think I'm exaggerating, I'm not. Okay. The Germany was generally considered, compared to lots of other European states, a safe haven for Jewish people. If you look at the history, France was like worse for Jewish people in a lot of ways than Germany was historically and in the present. Poland was a pretty horrific place for a lot of Jewish people. Russia had not been a great place for Jewish people. Germany, even, I mean, it wasn't perfect, mind you, but Germany at the time of but before the Nazis, what was like one of the more open places to Jewish people, which is interesting, right? Um, yeah, exactly, Lacroix. Most successful communist revolutions have happened in more peasant agrarian states. But at the time, that was not expected, right? It was thought that communist revolutions would take place in more industrialized states, right? But so it's an interesting thing that surprised a lot of people. Yeah, Jonas, right? So like, there wasn't as much anti-Semitism in Germany at the time. Um, and how do I frame this, guys? There is a lot of people say there are, some people say that the reason the Nazis were able to take over in Germany is because there was a massive well of anti-Semitism there. There are historians who disagree with that. I partially disagree with that. Yeah, there was anti-Semitism there. There was a lot, but it was not. Um, if you look at a lot of the historical records, the people that voted for the Nazis, they didn't really care about the Jews so much as they cared about food and they hated the other parties. And because they didn't know any Jewish people, they were okay with like sacrificing the Jews essentially. I don't know how to frame this. I guess that does kind of explain I guess that I mean, it does kind of that is a form of anti-Semitism, I suppose, but a lot of people didn't vote for the Nazis because they were anti-Semitic. The Nazis, yeah, does that make sense? A lot of people voted for the Nazis because they didn't like the mainstream parties. They viewed it as a protest vote. And if you look at the um the history of anti-Semitism in Germany, there had been tons of other parties in the past in Germany that had spoken in anti-Semitic ways. So a lot who didn't do genocides. So there a lot of Germans were probably like, "Oh, it's just another right-wing party who's anti-Semitic." And now I'm not excusing the anti-Semitism. I'm just saying, um, there are some historians out there who claim that like the Germans all were genocidally racist against Jewish people. Not really. The historical record doesn't really show that. Now, in the end, of course, in the end, yeah, they enabled it and they ended up being kind of okay with it, but that's an interesting correct, M. Mishi. In the end, material conditions drive history 100%. And that's my point here. Is that, I also there is a but this is complicated. This is complicated. If you look at modern day America, if you look at modern day America and why so many people voted for Trump, I do think there is a significant element of racism there. And do I think that the racism that drove people to vote for Donald Trump was actually worse here than was the anti-Semitism that made people vote for Hitler. I think that in America, there's been a long tradition of the right wing linking minorities to economic deprivation. So that hasn't been as common, by the way. That wasn't as prominent in many people's minds in Germany at the time. So what do I mean by that? In America, around the time of when Donald Trump was elected, a lot of people voted for Trump for economic reasons and for not like trusting the two parties. But inherent to that was a notion that their economic problems are linked to minority groups, like immigrants and things like that. So this is complicated. There were some people in Germany that thought the same way, but my point is that fascism looks differently different places. Do you see what I mean? Yeah, Dolly Boy, yeah. So, but I don't have a monopoly on truth in this regard. There was still also anti-Semitism in Germany. Okay. When you really start to see the anti-Semitism in Germany, guys, is after the Nazis have taken power and started doing tons of propaganda. Then you suddenly start seeing Germans getting on board with the anti-Semitism, partially out of fear, partially out of propaganda and other things. But anyway, so Strasser was another part of the party. And what ends up happening, guys, is as you see, I'm trying to speed through this last part here. The Nazis, uh, there it was one interesting thing that did happen here to kind of prove my point about how the Nazis got to power. You notice that in 32, they got 37% of the vote and 37% of the representation in the Reichstag. But in 32, they lost that. They lost a chunk of those votes. They started losing votes. Why do you think that was? Let me explain to you something. So why would they get 33% of the vote here, 37%, and then lose votes? The reason is, yeah, disillusionment, Dolly Boy. When the Nazis were in office, they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything. They weren't able to actually fix things for the better because they, first of all, didn't have a majority. Second of all, they just were there to cause chaos. Like they didn't actually, they're Nazis. They didn't really want to do anything. They just wanted to kill Jewish people. So they didn't do anything. And so a lot of people started being like, wait a minute, they're just like the other establishment parties. So they started losing votes. Okay. What ends up happening is that in 33, the current the president of the time at the time was a neoliberal. Was a neoliberal who ended up trying to cut welfare benefits and cut a bunch of shit. And okay, the point is that the other main parties got very unpopular again. Okay, and they ended up getting 43% of the vote. Now then, at this real fast here, let me show you something. In a last ditch effort to stop the Nazis during this 33 election, let me show you what happens. So, I'm trying to see if I can find a date when it started. I can't remember. Okay. To be clear, there was a movement. What is it called here? What is it called? God damn it. What is it? I'm having a mind blank. United Front. Uh, what was that called? I'm having a mind blank. Anti-Nazi Coalition. Weimar. What is this called? I can't. Why am I having? There is anti-fascist action, not them. Why am I? Why can't I think of this? Does anyone remember the name of the? You guys know it. The Three Arrows. Three Arrows movement. I know. I'm having a mind blank here. I should know what it's called. There's that. What it is? There it is. Okay. Um, the Iron Front. That's what it is. All right. The Iron Front. So here you have an image of the Iron Front. That's right. Weird Amorphous Blob. I know. I just couldn't remember the name. I had a mind blank. Okay. So during the 33 election, okay, during the elections in 33, did I just get out of it? Where did I put the election thing? God, this is why I needed to be organized beforehand. Okay. So during the election in 33, okay, there were a bunch of parties who decided to try and unite together to resist the Nazis. It was too late. Okay. They had gotten 43% of the vote and, well, not 33%, but they had 33% of the vote. And so they finally decided we need to unite together to stop the Nazis after much infighting and shit. So they formed something called the Iron Front to stop the Nazis. And they literally, it was the Democratic Socialists, the Center Party, and like the Liberals. It was basically like these three, kind of all these parties, these liberal and social democratic parties uniting together in an iron front against the Nazis to stop them. But not only against the Nazis, by the way. This is another issue here, all right? Because here it is. This is a political ad they used to show we need to stop against Papen, Hitler, and Thaumann. Okay? They also were uniting together against the communists. So, in a last ditch effort, these central liberal parties united together to stop the fascists, but they also lumped in the fucking communists and said that and refused to allow the communists to join their coalition. Okay. So it's literally saying here against Papen, who was the head of the conservatives, against Hitler, and against Thaumann, who was the head of the communists. And it's called the Iron Front, and their symbol, they tried to copy. Notice the colors of this sign here. Of course, yes, I am Philly cheese. I am. Um, the color of this sign is white, black, and red, like the Nazi flag, because they decided to try and use the Nazis' tactics. So they tried to create an image that was similar to the Nazi swastika that would be just as inspiring. And they came up with this thing. It's the three arrows, the liberal parties uniting together against the Nazis and the communists. And it's a really dumb image. This is a really stupid looking image. I hate this symbol. Okay, it's not that great. It's not as powerful as a swastika. And it's kind of like a Nancy Pelosi level thing. So let's have a three arrow symbol. It can be like our version of the swastika. And we'll make our signs the same colors as the Nazi signs. Okay? And like it yeah, it's like not fortunately, the swastika sign is much better than that, okay? And you notice it was an anti-fascist union, but they completely ignored the communists. And as a result, guys, and by the way, they refused to be more radical, which might have inspired more people. Um, yeah, if we rally all the unpopular parties together against both sides, it's terrible. Okay. Like, so again, very dumb. Very dumb. And of course, because the Social Democrats were essentially pro capitalism at this point, they refused to accept the communists. Okay. So there's that too. And admittedly, the communists also refused to join with the Social Democrats somewhat. There was a chunk of them, but you don't blame them because uh, they were also being constantly demonized and murdered by the Social Democrats. Yes, weird amorphous blob. The communists, by the way, guys, there was a group. If you want to know who was really fighting the Nazis on the ground, it was the Roter Kampfverbände. I'll show you what that is. Roter Kampfverbände. Okay. The Roter Kampfverbände, or the Roter Kopfverbänderbund were basically um was the militant wing of the Communist Party. They were like the communist version of the Sturmabteilung or the SA. They were groups of communists who were trained in street fighting, and they would go out and get in scuffles with Nazis and literally beat them into a pulp and sometimes murder and kill the Nazis. Good for them. And so they were the ones literally fighting the Nazis on the ground in the cities. One of the reasons why the Weimar government banned public meetings was to stop the Roter Kampfverbände from fighting in the streets against the Nazis, okay? So the real group that had been fighting the Nazis this whole time was the Communist Party. They had been literally beating up Nazis in the streets. But no, the Social Democrats couldn't have that because that's too radical. That's too radical. It is different from the Iron Front, Jonas. The Iron Front were three liberal political parties that united together in an effort to, in a last-ditch and late effort to stop the Nazis. The Roter Kopfverband was the militant wing of the Communist Party, who for the whole time had been fighting the Nazis on the ground everywhere, and was like the number one enemy of the Nazis everywhere. So, but of course, you know, we can't have nice things. So the liberal government was more literally, guys, it's not an exaggeration. The liberal government was cracking down more on the communists than they were on the Nazis, like all the time. So there you go. Okay, we got that. So anyway, in the end, this led to the Nazis rising to power. Yeah, okay, you see that here too. Now, let me go to this last part here. I'm trying to get through the rise of the Nazis today. Um, so the Nazis have been going around, you know, been doing all these campaigning and stuff. In the end, guys, what do you think happens? There was a chancellor named, I'm sorry, President Papin. No, not President Papin. Chance Papin. Okay. So at this time, guys, the president of Germany was a guy named, here, let me write this down. In 1933, the president of Germany was Hindenburg, who was an old, rather conservative guy. And to be clear, in an effort to stop the violence that was happening across Germany, Hindenburg had utilized Article 48 multiple times. So the presidents of Germany had already been utilizing Article 48 of the Constitution, which allows them to basically have unfettered control over the government, dictatorial control at will. It became so common to use this thing that it basically wasn't a democracy anymore by the time the Nazis took over. And a lot of people seem to think that the Nazis are the one that destroyed Weimar democracy. Not really. It was already destroyed. The Nazis were just able to take advantage of the fact that it was already destroyed. Let me see if I can find the number of times this article was used. 48 was used. Now, they definitely made it worse. Okay. Okay, there you go. Friedrich Ebert, who was the first president of Weimar, used the article 136 times. Paul von Hindenburg invoked it 109 times. Okay. So it had been used, what? 245 times throughout the Weimar Republic. That's not really a democracy if the president can just override the parliament and do whatever the fuck he wants. Okay. And to be clear, those were liberal and social democratic and like centrist parties that basically made it a non-democratic state before the Nazis came to power, and then Hitler made it worse by just making it official. So what do we see happening in America? Come on, guys, we already don't have we didn't have a democracy when Trump took over. Trump, the fascist, just made it a lot worse, right? He just is really trying to hide any pretense of democracy and is like completely consolidating power, etc. Okay, and is not keeping many laws in place. You see what I mean? Yeah, like the SAVE Act. But there have been a problem in this country for a long time. The executive has been taking more and more and more power, ruling by executive order, violating civil liberties, the Patriot Act, the corporate takeover of our elections. You enable fascists to take over by doing these things. Okay, he's just completing what came before. All right, same thing with Hitler. So anyway, by the time in 1933, the president of Weimar Republic was Paul von Hindenburg. One second here. Is there a good left-wing symbol that isn't a hammer and sickle? Yes, there is, Lacroix. Let me show you one that I like. Papin. Okay, Franz von Papen, okay? He was the chancellor of Germany till 32. And he decided that he when the Nazis won a majority of the votes, it came down to they would have to choose someone to be the chancellor. Okay. They would have to choose someone to be the chancellor. And they thought that, well, Papen and Hindenburg did not like Hitler. Hindenburg thought that, yeah, Dolly Boy. Okay. I forgot to mention that. But yes, Hindenburg was elected president. Hitler actually lost to Hindenburg in that election. People were still wanting to vote for Hindenburg over Hitler. So Hitler lost the presidential election, but Hitler's party ended up winning most of the seats in the Reichstag, or a large chunk of the seats in the Reichstag. So traditionally, the party that has the most seats is the one that gets to appoint a chancellor. So the Nazis now have 40 some percent of the seats. It is now up to Paul von Hindenburg and Papen to decide what person from the Reichstag will be the chancellor. They wanted Papen was the first one that Hindenburg chose, but the government had basically become ungovernable because the Nazis weren't cooperating. Unless they said you have to make Hitler chancellor or we're not going to cooperate. And since we're 40 some percent of the vote, what are you going to do about it? And then Papen and Hindenburg, even though they didn't like Hitler, got together and they're like, you know what? We'll control him. We'll control Hitler. It's okay if we put him into power. He might be a raging anti-Semite. We don't really care about that. But he won't be in office long. He's as Hindenburg called Hitler, he's the Bavarian corporal. He's just this dumb guy who speaks really well and is kind of a white trash. And there've been so many governments, and I have Article 48. I'll just use Article 48 at will to stop Hitler from doing anything bad. So we might as well appoint him chancellor. So it was in 1933 that Hitler was officially appointed chancellor of Germany. Okay. And unfortunately, right after that happened, Paul von Hindenburg died, which left the presidency vacant. Okay. Left the presidency vacant. And Hitler links presidency and chancellorship. Okay. Oops. Yes. So after Paul von Hindenburg died I'm trying to remember the date here, August 2nd, 1934. All right. Hitler merged the two offices together, thus giving himself the presidency. So now he was both the chancellor and the president. And since the president can rule by fiat, Article 48, he legally had the ability to rule as a dictator. So he started doing things that were pretty authoritarian using Article 48. And that's how you get the Nazi dictatorship, by passing that law that merged those two things together. Now, I will say, I'm actually missing some steps here. In January of 30th, 1933, Hitler was appointed chancellor, and then in March 1933, there was the Reichstag fire, Reichstag fire. Okay, I forgot to. I went out of order here. My mistake. So the Reichstag was caught on fire, and they apparently the Nazis and government officials claimed to catch a communist called van der Loeb, who had apparently started the fire. Historians are disagreed on this point. I suspect the Nazis started it. There's a lot of evidence that suggests this was literally orchestrated by the Nazis because they had talked about things like it in advance. And we're still not sure to this day, but it's likely that it was started by the Nazis and blamed on a communist. And after the starting of this Reichstag fire, Hitler went to Hindenburg while Hindenburg was still president and basically browbeat him into allowing Hitler to pass something called the Enabling Act. Okay. And the Enabling Act gave Hitler the ability to ban, where did I put this? The Reichstag fire, the Enabling Act. All right. Allowed Hitler Oh, Enabling Act, Enabling Act. I just want to find the date that this happened. The Enabling Act of 1933. Okay. Which allowed the government, so Hitler, to issue laws without the consent of Parliament for a brief amount of time so that he could go after enemies of the Reich. Okay. And this base, he called it, by the way, the law to remedy the distress of the people and the Reich. And the first thing he did was he prevented all the communists from going into the Reichstag. Then he started rounding up communists and known leftists and throwing them into the first concentration camps. The first concentration camp was a place called Dachau, where he took communists and lefties and imprisoned them there to prevent them from doing political agitation. He also uh, arrested 26 of the 120 democratic social democrats and imprisoned them in concentration camps, thus ending any kind of and so now the Nazis had a significant majority because the groups that would resist them were no longer in the Reichstag, and now he could basically pass whatever he wanted. And that is why when Hindenburg ended up dying in 34, he was able to easily pass through the Reichstag a law that would give him both the chancellorship and the presidency, which would then override the Reichstag altogether, and he could rule as a dictator. Another thing that happened, after he'd passed the Enabling Act, he decided to there was pushback, okay? There was pushback from the German people. So he decided to have a referendum where he said, let's take it to the people of Germany. Let's take it. So Jonas, Papen was kept around by Hitler in kind of a subservient role in order to keep the conservatives in line because the conservatives were still in the Reichstag. But over time, their authority was massively diminished, and he eventually dismissed all of them too. So the conservatives were still there, but they had practically no power. Okay. Yep, Dolly Boy. So he kept them around, but they had no power. And he eventually got rid of them completely. He actually kept Papen in his inner circle for a while. So he decided to hold a referendum. Referendum on Enabling Act. There you go. I'm sorry, not on the Enabling Act. So on the German head of state, so he asked the German people in a referendum, "Are you okay with me putting the office of Reichschancellor and Reichspräsident underneath myself?" Okay? And there were two options here, yes or no, and 90% of the population apparently voted yes. Of course, Hitler had complete control at this point, so he basically put SA outside of every voting station and intimidated anyone who tried to vote otherwise, and had imprisoned most of the people who were agitating against this. So it was a rigged election. It was a Save Act type thing. He had already rigged the election, and then he held the vote, knowing that it would come out in his way. And thus showing that the people, look, the people of Germany support this when we don't know if they did because he had rigged the election. Okay. And then after that, during the next elections, there were Save Act plus ICE put together. He then, and let me show you guys the referendum. Let me show you what these look like. They all like the voting sheets. Referendum, Hitler. The voting sheets are hilarious for this. Here they are. They literally look like this, okay? Oh God. And by the way, these weren't secret ballots. They'd be kind of out in the open. And there'd be an SA person standing nearby you while you did this. So, I'm sorry. I'll go back. What did I just do wrong here? Okay, 1 second. Nazi referendum voting sheets. Here you go. So look at this shit. So these were the sheets they used to vote. Okay, these are the sheets they used to vote. Notice it says, do you agree with the change? Oh, I'm sorry. This is a different one. This is 1938. Never mind. This is for voting for Hitler. Okay, but even that, it's funny because this is a voting sheet for when they had presidential elections in 1938. Do you support Hitler remaining the president and chancellor of Germany? Yeah, 9. And there's no other options. So no matter how many people vote yeah, it's still going to be Hitler anyway. But they did something similar with the referendum. Okay, they did something similar with the referendum where they basically had like, do you agree with this or not? So no, but Dolly Boy, it's similar. Okay, all right. So then Hitler basically had ultimate power over the Reich. Okay, and we're gonna stop there for now because I'm going to talk to you perhaps tomorrow or next week about what the Nazis did when they were finally in power. But do we have a general understanding now of how they rose to power? Before we go on to the next thing, do we? I know I went fast through that last part, but I felt like I was doing too much on the Nazis. Why did the Nazis come to power? So give me some words here that can, overall, from what we've learned, why were they able to come to power in Germany? Let's write them down. Because it's more than just one reason. Disillusionment. There we go. Disillusionment with the establishment. Disillusionment with the establishment. Okay. Yes, economic material conditions, or I would say economic conditions. Economic conditions. An already undemocratic democracy, okay? A weak democracy. Weak democracy. Okay, what else? Yeah, you're going, you know it, J-Mac. Lack of meaningful resistance. Or at least, let's put it this way. Let's put it, lack of meaningful resistance. There was meaningful resistance. How do we put this way? Suppression of meaningful resistance. Let's put it that way. Suppression of meaningful resistance. Okay? Because there was resistance, but it was being suppressed, right? There you go, Dolly Boy. The Treaty of Versailles. We do have to understand that the Treaty of Versailles was a significant contributor to this. Treaty of Versailles. That made a lot of people very angry. Okay, the Treaty of Versailles. Nationalism. There you go. Okay. I'm going to put folkish nationalism. So folkish nationalism, which, was sort of the ideological basis of the Nazi movement. Yeah, Hindenburg's short-sightedness. So I would say, I don't know what's the term here. I get moderate. I guess political compromising. I guess you could say political compromising. As in like the Papen and Hindenburg were willing to compromise. And Hindenburg was weak, by the way, because he was getting old and he kind of was letting Hitler browbeat him. The commies fighting the Nazis too hard. No. Okay. The Red Scare. You know what, Jonas? Yeah. Red Scare. That is actually, I didn't talk about that. It is true, guys, that there was a lot of fear in Germany about communism. This was partially pushed by, of course, the corporate interests. But there is some. Let me put it this way: I'm not demonizing the Soviet Union. There was some like info coming out of the Soviet Union about like collectivization and mass death and things like that. That was exaggerated, but a lot of farmers, especially in Germany, were scared by that. They were worried that the communists were going to collectivize their farms and that they're all going to starve to death and things like that. And there was some of that happening in the Soviet Union in terms of some things happened where a lot of people died. But it was obviously it's a different situation. Let's put it that way. And those things that happened in the Soviet Union were massively exaggerated inside of Germany, and Germany's a completely different place than Russia. It's likely those things would not have happened in Germany. This is complicated, but um, stab in the back, and there's also exactly weird amorphous blob. That there's a big reason why it was the industrial working class who was mainly on the Soviet Union's, the communist side, and not the farmers and things like that. Farmers are oftentimes kind of conservative. Um, Dolly Boy, the stab in the back myth. Yeah. So I'm gonna phrase that, Dolly Boy, as conspiratorial thinking. Conspiratorial thinking. The Weimar Republic was awash in conspiracy and misinformation. Okay, and one of the big ones of those is the stab in the back myth. Okay, the stab in the back myth. Okay, no, it is Völkisch. I don't know why I put an F. It is a V. Um, but I would guess I was pronouncing it literally. But it is Völkisch, and there's actually two dots over the O. But Völkisch nationalism. Um, Also, maybe a lot of progress happening quickly. That's fair, Dolly Boy. We could put this as, you know, um, cultural discomfort. Okay, cultural discomfort. I'm not sure how to frame this because of the progressiveness of the Weimar Republic. A lot of people felt kind of adverse to that. The mass media sanitizing Hitler. Yes, it depends. I suppose it's I'm not gonna write that necessarily, Jonas, because not all of it was but actually, yes. Sanitizing of Hitler, I would say, yeah. A lot of people didn't take him seriously. Sanitizing of Hitler. It depends on who you were. Um, Sanitizing of Hitler. Um, yeah, Jonas. Unfortunately, very effective Nazi propaganda. The Nazis were very good at political propaganda. That's just a fact, unfortunately. Effective propaganda. Okay. So there's probably more we can think of. Okay. There's more we can think of. But so if I were to, we can also talk about, yeah, I know, right? There's so much. And this is what I'm trying to show, guys. There's a lot of reasons that contributed to the Nazis. Now, if we were to choose which of these were the main reasons that the Nazis took over, let's go back to the election results. Okay, let's go back to the election results here. The numbers that the Nazis got in the elections, if I can find that thing again. Okay. Uh Nazi elections. Um Nazi elections, Weimar elections, Weimar elections. Okay. Weimar elections images. Yeah, okay, exactly, Jonas. What were the two main factors here, guys? Because they were not doing well. They were massively unpopular. Even after Hitler was in jail, they were massively unpopular. That's another reason, by the way, guys, the Nazis took over was an inefficient, a biased judiciary, right? Like he could have been in prison or executed, but they didn't because there was a biased judiciary. Um, so the two main things, guys, that caused the rise of the Nazis, as Jonas said, material conditions, the Great Depression, mixed with a failing of parliamentary democracy and the mainstream parties. So that's when they started winning votes. Right? Do we agree that if you look at just vote numbers and reasons people voted, the Nazis won because of massive economic struggling of people mixed with the inability of the state to address that suffering? Dolly Boy, it's also didn't help that the hyperinflation new currency was based off the dollar. Yes, it made it much harder, Dolly Boy. Um, so yeah, it is. Most historians, guys, would say that like the Nazis' rise was not inevitable. They probably wouldn't have come to power if the Great Depression hadn't happened. They were not doing well. They were kind of these outsiders and demonized and stuff. So the two main reasons the Nazis came to power, economic struggling and the failure of the government to address the concerns of the people. Now, why? So then we can go deeper. Why was the government failing to address people's concerns? Why? Why did the government fail to address the people's concerns? Or like, why did the other parties have a this democratic system have trouble, this quote unquote democratic system have trouble addressing people's concerns? That's one Dolly. That's a good point. The Treaty of Versailles limited them. They didn't want to change the status quo. Correct, Sir Bart. They were limited by the Treaty of Versailles, but they were in bed with the elites, folks. It was the liberals and the democratic socialists. They didn't want to change things too much because they wanted to keep the elites happy. They wanted to keep the industrialists happy. They didn't want to make too major of a change. What and come on. This is a problem with capitalism because if you have a state run by capitalist interests, which almost always happens in a capitalist state, if not always, because of the nature of the economic uh because of the nature of the economic incentives in that system, when it comes if you need to make changes to save a democracy in quotes, okay, you're not going to be able to because what matters the most is the economic interest, not the democracy, not the form of government. So the capitalists are much more willing to sacrifice the democracy than they are to sacrifice their material and capitalist interests. Do we understand this now? And what do we think happened in America, guys? Remember, the same shit happened in Italy, right? The same shit happened in Italy. Remember, all the industrialists and stuff started siding with the fascists because they didn't want to see the communists take over. They wanted to prevent major change. Okay. So, are we starting to see the core of fascism? Fascism tends to come to power in a particular constellation of events almost every single time. And to me, that is what is fascism. Fascism are movements that grow in response to a failed to an economic problem that the government doesn't resolve because of capital interests. Okay. It's a right wing solution to the failures of industrial capitalism that protects the power of capitalists. And we could talk there. That's not like the exact definition I would give it. It's there. It's always ultra nationalist. It's always uses scapegoating. It always has this sort of mythical sense of a magical past. But that core, you will see, is largely at the core of almost every fascist movement. Okay, fucking hell, proletariat, just greedy fuckers that never have enough. Right? Okay. Um, you see what I mean? So okay, exactly, Jonas. So guys, remember, so the Nazi movement, right? Their sense of like palingenetic ultranationalism was a sense of race that they wanted to unite each other about around this racial sense of the nation. Not the Italians. Their sense of like ultranationalism was about literally the Italian nation and the state. The Nazis were more a racial notion of nation. These are different kinds of ultranationalism. The Nazis' ultranationalism had much more social Darwinist and folkish elements in it than the Italians, but that is linked up with national histories, national different kinds of nationalisms. That is where the big difference in fascism is like the form and myths associated with their nationalism and who they're targeting as scapegoats. All right. But the core is generally the same. Okay. The core, oh, thank you, Oxbecker. The core is generally the same, right? Even someone asked me, I think it was Jonas, how is Japanese fascism the same or different? It is the same. Here's the thing, guys. One bit that a lot of academics say about fascism, okay? One bit that academics say about fascism that I disagree with, but a lot of academics say this, is that fascism has to have a single leader. It has to be like a dictatorship where you have one leader there's kind of like a cult of personality around that leader. I disagree. I think you can have a centralized authoritarian state that uses nationalism as a solution to protect capital interests from a capitalist crisis. Okay, that is not a single person. You can look at Japan during World War II. They were not a dictatorship. They were sort of a military junta. So there wasn't like Yeah, it definitely helps weird amorphous blob. So, like, Japan had kind of a military junta in charge. There was an emperor, but he was kind of limited in his power somewhat, and yet they were still fascist, in my opinion. A lot of historians would say that the Japanese Empire wasn't fascist because they didn't have a populist leader. I don't necessarily know if that's you could say that. Yeah, they were still, though, kind of fascist. They had this idea of a mythic past. They were doing this scapegoating and ultranationalism as a way to distract from internal capital problems with capitalism and things like that. They just didn't have a single leader. Um, but this is a debatable part, and I could be wrong about that. So, because most fascist movements absolutely are have a dictator. What about Israel? What about Israel? Like, this is another one that people debate, um, and I don't know the answer to it. I will often say Israel is fascist, but at the same time, it has a lot of traits that aren't fascist. I'm not sure. There's a notion in Israel of like a palingenetic ultranationalism. There's a lot of poverty inside of Israel that is problematic. Um, they do have still democratic forms. They're not a democracy, mind you, but there's not like necessarily a single leader. I mean, Netanyahu has a lot of power, but there's definitely a lot of similarities there. Right, Laquan, well, the world's most moral democracy. Hilarious. I don't know. So it depends. And again, in the end, it's just as horrific of a state as any fascist state. All right. So Weird Amorphous Blob. Netanyahu has been consolidating power for a few years. Yeah, that is fair, Weird Amorphous Blob. And to be clear, guys, you can have a fascist state that isn't autocratic yet. Like Nazi Germany was Nazi Germany in 1933. It wasn't when Hitler finally consolidated power that it became Nazi Germany. He basically there were still some like checks on his power, but before he became autocrat, but it was still a government run by the Nazis. You see what I mean? So like even though Trump might not necessarily have autocratic control yet, it's still a fascist government. Yeah, there you go, Jonas. But Herzog and Bibi are in lockstep. But isn't Herzog also more of a figurehead? So I don't know. This is just that's a debate. I haven't thought much about it. I'd argue even labor Zionism is pretty similar to fascism. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Um, so DJ Mauser, I think fascism can be defined by the results rather than specific traits. Can you give me an example there, DG Mauser? So that's okay. So I will tell you guys what the Nazis ended up doing when they're in office. Tomorrow, Saturday, or next week. But please tell me in chat. I want to make sure you guys have learned stuff. You know, I like feedback. Are we starting to feel fascism and understand it? Are you starting to understand this core I'm talking about in both Italy and Germany? How there's kind of a core there that is kind of amorphous, but you can start to see the core of fascism, right? This sort of reaction to economic problems that focuses on scapegoating and removing the individual for the sake of by the way, USS Liberty, Iran-Contra affair, Europa, the last battle. I studied fascism, USS Liberty, Iran-Contra affair. Are you a Yakiite? Are you a Yakiite fascist? What do you mean Europa, the last battle? Are you don't no one ban this person yet. I want to make sure that I'm getting this right. Are you a neo-fascist? Because that's very neo-fascist language anyway. Okay. Um, Yes, so weird amorphous blob, I'll go into that. I'm not gonna answer that now, but I'll go into that. That's a good question about the right-wing Latin American dictatorships, yeah. You feel fat good, I'm glad, Lacroix. Yeah, well, JMac, exactly. That's why so many JMac says, "I feel like you're talking about America the whole time." Yeah, that's why so many historians say America is fascist, because it has that core. It absolutely does. Dolly Boy, what about Franco when it comes to ultranationalism? Is it just the Spanish Empire? Feels like he gets away or left out more than others. Dolly Boy, I think Franco was a fascist. A lot of historians say no because he destroyed the fascist party. There was an official fascist party in Spain that he kind of got rid of, but he stole their tactics. So he's basically a fascist too. I don't know why. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why so many. Israel doesn't really have a populist, charismatic leader. But do you hear what I say, DJ Mauser? Do fascists always have to have a popular, charismatic leader? I don't know. Okay. I know Lacroix. So not all. Let me point out Lacroix. There are some historians who say that Franco isn't fascist. And I think it's nitpicking. They'll be like, no, he's just an authoritarian leader. I'm like, no. And admittedly, though, the nature of his rule changed over time. There you go, weird amorphous blob. He started off much more fascist, and then over time he kind of just devolved into being a standard authoritarian because he didn't need to use the fascism more to gain power. Okay, but some will say he was never, which bothers me. Most historians would say he was fascist. Um, okay, so anyway. Yeah, no, oxpecker. You're right. Oxpecker, that is a great way of putting it. Japanese fascism is when a motherfucker stares into every abyss, and when it stares back, that person was like, "Bro, you got to see this. Hey, y'all, come look at this shit. God damn, I can't stop catcalling this morbid, gory, desensitizing abyss to void." Yes. Okay. Um, DJ Meowsor, I disagree with you a large extent. I think that fascism is much more about materialism than aesthetics. Aesthetics, fascism uses aesthetics to hide the material reality. But at the core of fascism, there is a material reality that tends to be the case. It is where there is economic suffering and a liberal democracy that fails to address it. Okay. And then fascist movements, the tactics they use in order to um, secure capital typically involve aesthetics and trying to get the populace to focus on aesthetics and this like non-material look at society to ignore material reality. It's sort of like a distraction. I got you. It uses aesthetics as its vehicle. Yes. Okay, that's fair. Okay, it is. All right. Anyway, so all right, you guys, you get the idea here. So we will talk more about. So, Jonas, I'm wondering why they turn out militaristic. Is it the need to prove supremacy of your state? Both, Jonas, and to unite people. So, Jonas, in both, let me give you an example here. In both the cases of Germany and Italy, Hitler and Mussolini viewed war as a unifying thing that was very good for the Italian people. Both of them had experienced something called the spirit uh, the spirit of 1914. When their countries went to war in World War One, there was an outbreak of like patriotic nationalism that they witnessed, that they felt united their countries more than ever, and they longed to return to that sort of uniting sense of being under attack and being at war, kind of like what happened in the United States during 9/11. If anyone remembers, everyone was like, "Oh my God, we're Americans and we're together, we're under attack." It was a way. It was a way of uniting people. That they like that sense of unity. So Mussolini, for example, specifically went to war in Ethiopia at the time he did as a distraction to unify people against an external enemy. But there is also a material component to this in that they like conquering stuff to gain more resources so that the people back home can be wealthier and then less prone to rising up and things like that. Okay. It's sort of also a way of preserving capitalism to get more markets and to get more raw resources so that your capitalists can continue growing and you have more stuff in your home country. Um, and it is also reinforces a bunch of fascist ideological notions. Like they like the idea of men being soldiers because they think it makes them stronger and, yeah, weird amorphous blob. It's not just aesthetics, it's also to try to fix some other issues. Okay, DJ Meowser, if fascist, would you say Big Brother is a charismatic leader? Uh that's a really hard question. We don't know. And Orwell doesn't make it clear if Big Brother is a is a charismatic leader. their propaganda we're shown about Big Brother makes him seem like he is, but it's propaganda. I can give you an example here. Now, Stalin. If we look at Stalin, he honestly was not that charismatic. Okay, listen. There are a lot of people who claim that, like, Stalin was like a Hitler type figure. No, he wasn't. Stalin was not very charismatic. If you ever hear him speak, he has a voice that kind of sounds like this. A national threats. It's kind of like a whiny. I'm not bashing Stalin for that. Like, he can't help that voice. He was not a charismatic leader. But a lot of propaganda from the party and stuff at the time did show him to be this very charismatic guy. But like, if you ever heard him speak, he wasn't that charismatic. But my point is like, if Orwell, so is Big Brother really charismatic, or is he not, or is it just an image that the group in that book is trying to present? I don't know. I'm not sure what your point is, but even then, the Nazi Germany was not fascist. I mean, I'm sorry. Oh my God. The Soviet Union was not fascist. Okay. Do we see how there was not a material condition that was being righted by fascism in the Soviet Union? Okay. There was not a capital class that was sort of trying to preserve, you know, capitalism and private ownership. Do you see what I mean? So, like, at the core there, I don't know, LaQuois. I'm not sure what's being said. I'm just trying to emphasize that the Soviet Union was not fascist. Okay. And by the way, another thing here, yeah, the Great Depression barely dented the Soviets. Can I also point out something else? And I know I've used this word, I shouldn't. Does anyone know where the word totalitarian comes from? Do you know who invented the word totalitarian? Mussolini. You did call it. Okay. Mussolini was the one who created, oh, thank you, Dolly Boy, forgive me. You get a super boot, oxpecker, boop, and so do you, Jay Williams, boop. So do you, Dolly Boy, boop. Thank you very much, Dolly Boy, for the 400 bits. Dolly Boy says, here's some money. Appreciate the lessons always, Jester. So, thank you, Dolly Boy. Mussolini invented the word totalitarian, literally. I gotta tell you guys, I don't like the word totalitarian. I think it is a bit of smoke and mirrors. It's an authoritarian government. In practice, every authoritarian government has totalitarian control. They might choose to let certain parts of the country not be directly micromanaged by them, but they allow those parts of the economy to exist. There isn't really, it's a distinction without a difference. Okay. So, yeah, you see what I mean? Um, okay. It does, weird amorphous blob. So, like, there are people out there who, like, will try to differentiate Stalin and say Stalin was a totalitarian, while, I don't know, Francisco Franco was just a authoritarian. Okay, listen, they're both, okay, yes, they're both authoritarians, but they're like, you make it sound like totalitarian is worse. No, I mean, they're okay. One is a fascist authoritarian, the other one is sort of a different kind of authoritarian. But like, there's not, totalitarian isn't really different from authoritarian. But we tend to use the word totalitarian to make certain authoritarians sound worse. If you know what I mean, but they're not really. It's not much of a different. Exactly, it ignores the political content of the power structure. Um. Anyway, just a note there. Uh. All right. Okay. 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 So we'll stop there for now. Yeah, it does, Jonas. Yeah, it does. That this is a totalitarian government. Okay. There are absolutely authoritarian governments in the Islamic world. But like anyway, there you go, Fox Emblem. Yeah, exactly, DJ. It's like totalitarian is basically what the libs say to use to say communist. Correct. And guys, when libs use the word totalitarian, it's worse because to them that means taking over the private enterprises. Well, and so okay, in like Chile, for example, in Chile, the dictatorship there, They basically they used the authoritarian government to promote private industry. That's also pretty totalitarian. It's a total control over the economy, but where you're forcing private ownership. But, anyway, this is complicated. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Yes. No. Da, 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 da. All right, we get it. We get it. Okay. Anyway, we get the idea. We'll talk more about the rise of the Nazis, or not the rise. Now we have an understanding of how Nazis rise to power, how fascists rise to power. We're going to talk about what the Nazis did when they were in power, and we're going to talk about the Holocaust and stuff. Um, because even if, guys, there is a core to fascism that goes back to material interest, the people who get to power in these cases are often batshit crazy conspiracy theory lunatics who actually believe what they say, but they're allowed to come to power by capital, and then they end up doing lunatic stuff. Okay, all right, you see what I mean? Yeah, a weird amorphous blob, right? Oh, DJ Meow. Oh, I didn't know that was you. You're just on YouTube, too lazy to open Twitch. I got you, DJ Meow. All right, we got that. Okay, we're done with that. Whew, I'm gonna put my face up for a second. Oh my god, I was not really thinking I was gonna go into a whole lesson. Um, yeah, Jonas, exactly. Okay, I didn't know we were gonna be doing a whole lesson on fucking authoritarianism, on the finishing up the rise of the Nazis today. I hope I ad libbed that in a way that was coherent. I just went on my autistic rant. Mm, 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 mm. All right, you guys. I'm not gonna show you my giant swastika again. Um, okay. Very interesting, though. Your passion is obvious. Outer Signal, I hate you so much. Don't you dare say that to me. Okay. Okay. Um, so good. It was coherent. Very good. So whatever. Let's go on here. Okay. Let's go on. So same as I hate all of you. I hate all of you. Okay. Yes, I think it's super interesting. Yes, I think it's super interesting. Trying to figure out what fascism is and what it like how it works and shit like that. Because it's honestly, you guys want me to be honest with you. One of the reasons why I uh yeah, of course, weird amorphous blob, doesn't it? Like fixate on it. One of the reasons why I'm so interested in fascism. Hello, Matt Saiga. How are you doing? Is that it is such a foreign concept to me. When I was in school and stuff, reading about all these different ideologies, like socialism, communism, Marxism made perfect sense to me. It's kind of like obvious. Like, if you think about it and read into it, it's like, of course, the world is based off material interests. Ideologies grow out of those interests. All this shit makes kind of sense to me. Like, I totally agree with that. And then you get to, and you read about like liberal theories of democracy and like theories of capitalism. And like, it makes sense. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm saying it makes sense. I can kind of intuitively understand how that way of thinking works. But then when I started reading about fascism, I'm like, what the fuck is this? It was like so bizarre. It was like a fucking mystery to me because it was not a way I was used to thinking when trying to figure out this intuitively. I could not understand fascism. So that's kind of then what got me to really start digging down into it. And it became like this mystery that I had to solve. Like, what the fuck is this? I don't get this at all. Has anyone felt that way when trying to learn about this shit? Like, it's it's so against our regular way of thinking about the world, how fascists think, that it becomes like this mystery to solve. That a lot of historians have fallen into because it's full of contradictions and it's full of ways of thinking that we're not used to. Okay. Um, Okay, as an American, no, but Remember, fascism is much more complicated than just racism. Okay, I honestly, if you read into racism, it makes sense in terms of like where it comes from. It doesn't make sense as like it's not rational or logical. But fascism is much more complicated than just racism. Okay, there's an aspect of racism in fascism, but not every kind, not racism isn't always used. I mean, is used in different ways. It is integrated into is used by fascism, but it's separate from it. Jonas, the tool of society had me rubbing my head, right, Jonas? Okay. No, right, though, invalid axiom, it makes your brain shortcut. Um, I think that's why I got into learning about fascism for a while, okay, yeah, exactly, okay. Nope, and Remember, that is not. I get what you're saying, Remember. But fascism is much more complicated than just racism and brute force. Okay, there has been brute force and racism in American society from the beginning, but it has not always been a fascist state. Okay, do you see what I mean? It's been close to it. There have been parts of it, but okay. It's been a horrible colonial state, a slave state. But fascism, I think, has a particular alignment of things that makes it kind of unique, but it's not. That doesn't mean it's worse than these other things. As I've said before, we can almost say that like colonial states are often worse in terms of mass death than other things. But okay. I mean, fascism is also colonial, but whatever. It doesn't matter. Uh, yeah, Reverend but that's what I'm saying, Reverend is that fascism as a whole is kind of mysterious, is to me is confusing and hard to process. But anyway, let's go on here. So, all right, guys, I gotta pee. Give me a second. I'll be right back, and then we'll do the news and we'll do some other things. And then I'll yell and then I'll complain about David Pakman. Okay. I agree, Lacroix. I think there is an underlying fascistic tendency. And guys, have you guys ever heard of this group? Well, I'm gonna go pee first, and then I'll tell you about one last thing very shortly, okay? I'll be right back.
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you, where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how. You lost the fire in your eyes, 'cause I can't change it. What you're wasting now that your gaze is polarized. Now that your gaze is polarized. Now that your gaze is polarized. When the haze clears all of your fears, now we have nothing left to lose. Fill the spaces, we can erase this, and not the feeling that you choose. You're tired of running, 'cause I lost the feeling. We're disconnected in our touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how. You lost the fire in your eyes, 'cause I can't change it. What you're wasting now that your gaze is polarized. You lost the fire in your eyes. It's all on.
All right, folks. Hello, we're back. We're back. Let me move. I need to move a little bit forward here. Ugh, I got some food because I'm a pig. You all know it. You all know I'm a fucking pig. All right. All right. All right. All right. Democracy is freedom. Communism is death. I hate you, Sir Bart. Okay. So let me. Sir Bart loves talking about Nazis. That's like the big thing Sir Bart likes. Sir Bart always loves me rambling about Nazis for hours on end. Okay. All right. So guys, it's not hard to get that leap when there's an actual overarching threat. Let's see here. I'm sorry, I'm trying to see here. Oink, oink, piggy, piggy. I think so, LaQuas. Okay, guys, let me do some boops here. Let's hand out some boops. You shut up, Matt Saigai. Let's hand out some boops. First of all, Matt Saigai, you get a boop. Boop. Ninjester gets a boop. Boop. Resident Union Thug gets a boop. Boop. Resident Union Thug, why did you say squeal like a piggy? What is this? You disgust me. Deliverance is terrifying. You get a bonk. Bonk. Bonk on you, Resident Union Thug. Okay, bonk on you. Anyway, so Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. Invalid Axiom gets a boop. Boop. JMac gets a boop. I guess. Boop. Paleontology Dog gets a boop. Boop. I'll hit you again, Jay Williams, and you'll like it. I'm sorry. Jonas gets a boop from a distance. Boop. Okay. Matt Saigai gets a boop. I already said that, though. Boop. Pain. What is wrong with you, Twin Revolt? You say pain is the only form of love I recognize. Oh my God. Okay. Fox Emblem gets a boop. Boop. Okay. Chairman Bart gets a boop. Boop. Communist. Oh my God, Chairman Bart, you're so funny. Okay, did I miss anyone? Elevator Lady, are you there? You get a boop. Boop. Are you there, Louise? You get a boop. Boop. Dolly Boy, you get a boop. Boop. Redmond Berry, you get a boop. Boop. Mellow Munchies, you get a boop. Boop. Am I doing it like twice for a lot of people? Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Did I miss anyone? DJ Meow gets a boop. Boop. Weird Amorphous Blob gets a beep. Beep. All right. Mission: the destruction of. Oh my God. Okay. Anyone else want a boop? Did I miss anyone that deserves a boop? Anyone else get a boop? Anyone else get a boop? I am curious. I'm sending you a message, Resident Union Thug. For those who don't know, Resident Union Thug is my twin sister. So I'm sending her a message. Give me a second. Okay. All right. It's a twin thing. Just ignore me. All right. So let's see here. Let me see if I missed anything. Did I miss anyone? Did I miss anyone? I don't think I did. Okay. So guys, what we're gonna do now is speaking about liberals betraying the left and then destroying democracy. I didn't miss you, Jay Williams. I gave you a fucking boop. Okay, liar. All right. So I just to talk about liberals who destroy democracy or whatever. Let's do this. You're a liberal, Matt Sci guy. Okay. Anyway, let me go find this real fast. Get through all this shit. Doop 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 boo.
Lunatic fringe. We all know you're out there. 'Cause you gotta blame someone for your own confusion. Can you feel the resistance? Can you feel the thunder? You're not gonna win this time.
Ooh.
Oh no.
This is actually kind of nice. Who sent that? I had trouble seeing it on the screen. I couldn't see who sent it. Who sent it? Thank you. That was cute. That was cute. I know there's a lot of AI music in this stream. Okay, it's cute though. Thank you for whoever sent that. I have no idea. What was you, Peck on Bad? Was it you, Peck on Bad? I bet it was. It was definitely you, Peck on Bad. Thank you. Whoever sent that, thank you. That was nice. That was a cute little song. The Lunatic Fringe. That was fun. Or was it Dolly Boy? I don't fucking know. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Outer Signal. Oh, you're the best. Thank you for the kiss, Outer Signal. I give you a kiss back. I mean, in a consensual way. It's a consensual kiss back, Outerson. No, anyway, I hope so. I mean, I don't know.
CRTM will forever enable the Dally Boy cult to win, even if he thinks he will win. He is a member too.
You will lose, Dolly Boy. You will lose. Okay. I am the jester. I have all the fucking power. Try your best. Anyway, thank you, Dolly Boy. That was cute. Thank you, whoever sent that. Yeah, it was Peck on Bad. Thank you, Peck on Bad. I'm glad you're here. Okay. That was good. Okay. So let's watch now. I wanted to watch with you guys. Listen, I'm in the mood to beef. I'm in the mood to beef. Okay. So let's start a beef. It's not like a real beef because I'm a very tiny creator, so it won't mean anything. But it'll be cute. I'm just in a mood to be mad. Okay. So let's get mad for a second. As I'm want to do in every fucking stream. Normally it's mad at you guys though, so I'm gonna take out my rage on David Pakman. Okay. Okay. All right. So how dare you, Jay Williams? Don't you speak to me that way. Okay, I'm kidding. So, guys, what we're going to do is let's talk about David Pakman. Now, listen, guys, listen. How dare you speak kindly to me, Jay Williams? Listen. Thank you, Mellow Munchies. By the way, how are you doing, Mellow Munchies? I hope you're doing well, okay? Mad Jester time. Yes, Matt's like, I hate you, and I hope you burn in hell. And you probably will, because you're a heathen. Okay, my favorite DNC show. So, yeah, of course he is. So, guys, I am not a fan of David Pakman. Sir Bart, don't start with me. I am not a fan of David Pakman. I never have been. He's always annoyed me. He's also never speaks badly about Israel and then complains when people do and say, why are you focusing on Israel? Like, what's wrong? Like, implying that you're anti-Semitic if you do. Good job, Jonas. And you made it look like he has shit in his mouth, which is kind of true in reality. So, David Pakman, real annoying guy, extremely condescending. Like, one of the reasons I hate him is he speaks. Great job, Peck on Bad. He speaks in such a fucking condescending way. It makes me want to, like, tear my eyes out. And he's always like, you all are stupid. And I am smart. And anyone who disagrees with me is stupid. And he, like, infantilizes everyone. And he really annoys me. But anyway, he also was found to be taking money from like the DNC or like some organization linked to the DNC in exchange for not talking about Israel. So that's cute. Anyway, he is unpleasant. And he claims to be a progressive, but he always goes after the left and like, so let's see what he has to say. Now, I haven't seen the whole thing. I started watching it and I'm like, oh God, no. I'm going to have to watch this on stream with everyone else because I'm getting mad. So let's see what this very popular lib is saying about us. Okay, it'll be cute. Everyone ready for it? Ready?
Listen to the whole segment before you send me
already
hate
the condescension coming in.
Watch the whole video. Listen to the whole segment before you send me hate mail. You know when it starts that way, it's going to be good. Listen, the Democratic...
Such a condescending... Now listen to the whole thing before you send me hate mail. Okay.
Party is showing the early signs of the same disease that destroyed the Republican Party. I've got so many...
Interesting. The disease. That's very fascist language when speaking about the left.
Friends on the left texting me and saying, David, we're not going to allow the same thing to happen on the left that Trump did to MAGA, that Trump and MAGA did to Republicans, are we? Republicans, back in 2010, their leaders laughed at the Tea Party. Conspiracy theorists, they're far-right internet trolls, they're not going to do anything.
By the way, that's really funny to me. He's literally, so I know I'm already going hard here, saying that he doesn't want the same thing to happen to the Democrats that happened to the Republicans. The Republicans won. MAGA won. Trump won. You see what I mean? Like, I don't support them. Obviously, I don't support their ideas. But it's like, I don't want us to have a movement that wins elections. Okay. And now I know that that's not what the MAGA believe and things like that. They're not like progressive or anything, but you get my point there.
And then the Tea Party took over local organizations, threatened primaries, built their own media universe, and eventually were part of a process that...
Okay, what the fuck is this? Peck on bad, I swear to God. You just send me Samara from The Ring. That is rude, and I'm offended. Thank you, Peck on bad. Though David Pac-Man is scarier than Samara.
Gave us Donald Trump.
Mhm.
The left and Democrats can't make the same mistake.
I do,
There is
Dolly
a
Boy.
small group of far left extremists gaining influence inside
Extremists.
youth groups and party organizations
Ooh, one might say they're like an infection. They're like, that needs to be rooted out, okay?
because they spend all day online organizing and enforcing ideological purity and attacking anyone who disagrees. Now,
Don't you guys wish that that was true? Don't you wish that us lefties had like a massive, powerful online movement that had like infiltrated everywhere and like had significant say over the direction of the Democratic Party and shit? Wouldn't that be cute? Okay. You do know that, like, I'm not sure what he's defining as lefty, but most lefties, quote unquote, are Democrats or social Democrats or like DSA types, which are not nearly aren't that left wing, to be honest. They're somewhat left. They're much more left than anyone else. You know what? Whatever. It's fine. Okay.
now let me be very clear. I am not talking about people who want Medicare for all and affordable housing. I want all that stuff. I'm with all that stuff. I'm a social democrat in the style of Northern Europe. Of course, I want those things. These are folks who
Right.
treat
Outer signal.
political
Oh, I'll dance, Mad Sci Guy.
warfare like a full-time job.
Wait
And
a
when
minute.
they can't
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. These are people who treat politics like a political warfare like a full-time job. What?
affordable housing, I want all that stuff. I'm with all that stuff. I'm a social democrat in the style of Northern Europe. Of course, I want those things. These are folks who treat political warfare like a full-time job. And when they can't build their own coalition,
does
they
that
attach
mean?
themselves to popular causes.
Like a
They
parasite.
take
No, honestly though, like the language he's using is so reminiscent of Nazis. They're like attach themselves to the body, the host, and they suck it dry. Okay, well, I know he didn't say that, but that's the implication. They attach it, and so they're infecting the mainstream party. Okay,
real concerns about healthcare, housing, police misconduct, and use them to sell what is actually an authoritarian worldview.
what?
Now, there are things
I guess so, Jonas. He'd rather American lefties not respond in kind. Look at how extreme the right has become. Right. Listen, does he think that the American government is democratic at this point, for one thing? Second of all, are we trying to sell an authoritarian mindset? As far as I can tell, although a lot of us have some disagreements with like parliamentary democracy ideas, most of us aren't out there going like we need an authoritarian government run by one person. Okay, like we do wish that there was a leader who used the bully pulpit. Most of us do, right? I think right, right. Like the DSA is famously authoritarian, hilarious. Okay. Oh, that's true. Valid action, I guess, against you. All right. Well, let's just keep watching, right?
in DSA, for example,
There we
Democratic
go.
Socialists of America, that are good and that I agree with. But there's also some stuff in there that I think doesn't make any sense. I saw their new platform promises a country where you have no debt, you pay no rent, no mortgage, you receive publicly funded housing, publicly funded retirement, food, education, energy, medicine, transportation. And it sounds incredible because it is incredible. How would they create it? Government.
Oh no! Oh my God! How horrific! They want By the way, funny side note here. Okay, did I hear him say he was like a Northern European social democrat or whatever? Don't a lot of those societies have things like public housing? I'm pretty sure. Drusilla, does Norway have public housing? I'm pretty sure they have public housing. They literally have some of the things he mentioned. They have a lot of public transportation. They have public housing. They have public medicine. They have nationalized some of their industries. So what is it that he does want? Like what does, because aren't a lot of those things that do exist in social democracy? Is that true, Weird Marvel's Blob? You say it's, yes, almost everything he attacks here is just the norm in social democracies. Ah, I thought so. See, like, all right, does he even know what social democracy is then? I'm very confused. All right.
ownership of the largest corporations and of entire industries, universal rent control, abolishing police and prisons, and abolishing the Senate and replacing our political system.
Okay. Now, admittedly, I don't like the framing of abolishing the police or abolishing prisons because we know that we're not just going to snap our fingers and abolish those. And some people do use that language without giving clarification and nuance. That being said, what is so bad about abolishing the Senate? Why does he think that that is like they want to abolish the Senate? That would actually make America more democratic. What the fuck is the problem with abolishing the Senate? Okay, anyway, like, all right.
Some of these ideas are reasonable to a degree. For
Yeah,
example,
is the Constitution like a sacred religious document? I would much rather have a unicameral just House of Reps. That would be much more amenable to the people.
I support universal health care, and I've talked about 4 or 5 ways that we could get to it. I want affordable housing.
Yeah, peck
and
on
I've done
them.
a dozen interviews with housing experts on what would and wouldn't work to get us there. I support progressive taxation. We need to collect more
Yeah, Jay
taxes from the
Williams.
very rich. Voting rights have been hurt in this country. We need police reform.
Yeah.
So there's elements
Yeah.
of this that are great, and any social democrat like me will tell you we got to do that. But you bundle it together.
But you don't want social democratic things. You just said that you like that's what happens in Norway and Finland and Sweden is you have some nationalized industries, you have public housing. Like what the fuck is he talking about?
And this fantasy in which capitalism, private industry, and major parts of the government simply disappear, most Americans don't want that. Most Americans understand that there is no way that you could impose that without extraordinary authoritarianism. My one hesitation
Shut up.
about confronting this now and why I went back and forth is the midterms. Publicly exposing the rot could make moderate voters think the entire Democratic Party has been infected.
Yeah, we're
But
Muslim.
I don't think silence is really going to hide it. I saw a crazy thing from the weekend where there was a college Democrats convention.
So you think this is about Hassan? People keep mentioning Hassan. Does he talk? Because I've only seen I've seen like the first 3 minutes, so I haven't seen this part. People keep mentioning Hassan. Is this about a beef with Hassan? Someone was saying. People keep saying, "Oh, is it? Okay." People keep mentioning Hassan. Is there something going on with this? Okay, I'll look into it.
Which I was actually invited to participate in, and I couldn't make it. Hassan Piker was dressed like Mao.
Oh, there it is. Oh my fucking God. That was funny. That was well timed. Hassan Piker was dressed like Mao. What the fuck is he talking? Wait, was he really? What?
And
what does it mean to be dressed like Mao? I'm seriously wondering. What does that mean? I'm going to look this up. Hassan Piker dressed like Mao. Oh, right here. Is this it? Like that? Is that what he means? Like this? Okay. Well, listen, a few things here. One, I wouldn't choose that outfit because I would try to get away from the image. Second of all, this is a very popular style in Asia. Okay, I want to be very clear. Like, this is a very popular style in Asia. I think especially in China. I'd have to look into it. What is this called? Isn't this called like a if this is racist, isn't it called isn't it called like a Chinese suit? I don't like how it looks. I got to tell you, I don't like the style. That's why I would not choose it. But like, it's also, isn't it literally called a Chinese suit? I'm pretty sure it's a common style. Yes, it is. It's a Chinese suit. I was right. Chinese traditional suit. It is a common thing across Asia. It's literally called a Chinese suit. Okay, so it's like not just a Mao thing. It is a traditional look. It is a traditional look across the region. Anyway, regardless, who the fuck cares? I don't care how Hassan wants to dress. Okay, I don't care how Hassan wants to dress. Let's go on.
I guess Destiny tried to show up and he was banned from entering allegedly because the Mao.
No, I think it looks terrible. Listen, guys, I know I'm not a fan of Chinese suits. Let's put it that way. I just don't like how they look. Forgive me. Like they look claustrophobic to me. They look claustrophobic to me. Like I feel very as a fashion, I'm not into them. That doesn't mean they look bad. I just don't like them. Okay. I know you all hate me. You're all like, you're a racist. No, I just don't like the Chinese suits. Okay. I just don't. It has nothing to do with the culture or where it comes from. Okay. I do not prefer Eurocentric suits. I know you're all going to yell at me. I'm just being honest. Not a fan of Chinese suits. Okay. I know. No, 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 no. Okay. I hate all of you. All right.
Dressed piker didn't want him there. Republicans are going to put these clips everywhere. Like people seem
I hate
crazy
you,
when
Peck
they
on
see
that.
this stuff, and they are going to abolish the police and abolish borders and abolish prisons and play them on a loop for 6 months. If I were an
No, Philly
average
Chiefs.
voter with no knowledge of these online personalities, which most of these people are, most people don't follow
Thank you,
this
Promethean
sort of
Rebel.
thing.
I don't like any suits, to be honest with you. The vast majority of suits I think look bad and boring.
They're busy living their lives and working and doing all this stuff. If I were an average voter with no knowledge of these online personalities, I would find these images and a lot of this stuff very alarming.
Yeah, in your groove.
So as I said last week, and so many of you agreed with me, Democrats must act now and intelligently. The centrist,
I hate all of you so fucking much. I hate all of you so fucking much. Jonas says you prefer to dress in armor like a Spanish conquistador. Jonas, I swear to God. And then Peck Gone Bad said you'd prefer to dress like a white colonial. Fuck you, Peck Gone Bad. Okay. Fuck you, Matt Sai guy, who says, yeah, sure, you would love it if men were naked, Sam. Don't put your dirty laundry out. I mean, yeah, Matt Sai guy. I'm not going to say that publicly, though. Okay, Jesus Christ. So rude. Jonas, don't you tell me to calm down. Don't you tell me to calm down. Invalid axiom, I hate you too. Anyway, so going on here. Why the fuck are we doing? Yeah, this is like bullshit.
don't really do anything, make very milquetoast fringe suggestions that you don't even really push for. Not working. Okay. This other thing of like end everything, it's a sort of destructive accelerationism. That's also not going to work. So I think that what we need,
I'm sorry. Who the fuck is saying end everything? They make it sound like the left is Sephiroth or the left is like Kefka. If any, did you just throw a fucking coconut at me, Peck Gone Bad? Did you just throw a fucking coconut in my face, Peck Gone Bad? That is rude as fuck. Okay. Anyway, they're not like. Isn't that funny though? They're gonna end everything. What do you mean? You think they're literally gonna end existence? Okay. Matt Saigai, would you love to wear the? I hate you so much, Matt Saigai. Okay.
here are no apologetics for
Yeah.
dictatorship.
Thank you for laughing at that outer signal. No one else got it. And how dare you, Dolly Boy? Don't you throw an egg at me. Jonas. Throwing a watermelon at my face? I swear to God. No matter, okay. All right, whatever. I
No
hate all of you.
apologetics for authoritarianism, no harassment, no anti Semitism, no allowing online factions to decide which liberals may enter the room.
Kind of,
You know,
Jonas.
what would I even have been allowed at that college Democrats thing? They invited me months ago. I don't know. I mean, I couldn't go, so we didn't find out. So
What the fuck kind of critique is that? I was invited, but I didn't go. So we won't find out. Maybe I wouldn't have been allowed. What the fuck do you mean? They invited you, but they might not have let you go. So how do you know? What the fuck?
we just need normal people to participate, join local committees, attend
Oh, Philly cheese. I can convert any man. Don't you worry.
conventions, get involved with state parties, and let's turn the DNC into something that works.
Of course, we're the Mormon
Many
blog.
reasonable people doing a little can defeat both the centrist do-nothings and the hardcore extremists who would get nothing done.
Oh, shut
Repub-
up. Listen, guy. Like, this is just bullshit. Do we think that the people running for office are promoting these things? The DSA has a national body that does put out a plan, okay, but or like a set of goals. The DSA candidates that run don't follow that by to the T, for one thing. Like, AOC was a DSA candidate. Mamdani was a DSA candidate. Is Mamdani abolishing the police and stuff? No. And it's the same thing with the fucking Democratic Party. The DNC has a national platform, and then their candidates don't always stick to that platform. It's hilarious to me. Like, and these folks know that. They know that a national platform does not equal what people are actually running for on the ground or the organizing taking place on the ground. It is just sort of a, okay, whatever. He knows that this is all just a shitty bullshit assassination job, basically.
Republicans believed they were going to control the extremists. They were
Yeah.
like, nah, we got these people under control. The extremists took over the party. Democrats can still
Oh my God, the winners took over the Republican Party and they won. And they won the whole Congress. And they won the presidency. Oh my God, guys, this is what I view this as. Oh my God, the Democrats are going to make us win. The DSA is going to make us win. We can't have that. We can't be like the Republicans.
prevent that outcome, but we've got to get them to get
Yeah,
things
outer
under
signal.
control right now. I've said before, I've never been a Democrat. I don't care about the Democratic Party beyond who offers the better candidates, and usually it's Democrats over Republicans. But
Usually, I'm sorry, listen. Is he really doing the whole, like, you have to see which party is better, the Democrats or the Republicans? Okay, in some cases, the Republicans are better. Now, listen, I'm not a fan of either party, but I don't know of any fucking case where the fucking Democrats are just as bad as the Republicans, okay? They're both horrible, but the Republicans are always worse. I don't like, what the fuck is he talking about? Apparently, right? Isn't that weird, Mellow Munchies? He's like, I'm not actually a Democrat, but you're always promoting the corporate Dems platform. You're always fighting against people they view as enemies. Okay.
we've got to make sure that we don't allow that
Yeah,
party,
Jay
if
Williams.
it is the vessel, at least for now, to something better than what Republicans are offering, to be hijacked. This is
Oh my fucking God. Okay. Do you, okay. By behind, what is he, does he think that Real life cat DJ, I swear to God. What is this one?
Oh, Pac-Man, my Pac-Man, I hope you get tapped into the sun.
Ooh.
Oh, Pac-Man, my Pac-Man, your words mean none. Oh, Pac-Man, my Pac-Man, run into a blue ghost. Oh, Pinky, oh, Blinky, I will accept Clyde and Rose.
Thank you, Pet Gone Bad. That was a very good song. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was cute. I liked it. I liked it very much. Okay. All right. Okay, that was very cute. We need a community album. I know we fucking do. That's pretty funny. Okay. All right. So that wasn't you, Pet Gone Bad. All right. I'm sure it wasn't Pet Gone Bad, even though it said your name up there. I love that. Thank you. All right. That was a good. I like the lyrics you guys write. Those are cute. Okay. Those are fucking cute. So, by the way, for everyone out there screaming that it's AI, you do know, guys, that it literally is like voice to chat AI. It's like basically you write it down and then they do chat to voice. So like you write down the lyrics you want and then it puts it in the song, right? Am I right when you do it? And then it tries to sing the lyrics you put up there. So like I don't know if it is AI, it might be AI, but it's not like it's your stuff that you're writing and then it just has a song that it sings to it. And it's very short. I don't see much of an issue with it. But anyway, okay. So, but I love that. Thank you. That was cute. Okay. No, this is generative AI. Sam, what do you mean it's generative AI? Like what does it mean? What do you mean? Let me look it up, okay? I don't know what this is, so let me see here. I got the impression that people were writing the lyrics to it, or are they not? Let's see here. The attack app songs. Yeah, I thought you guys wrote the lyrics, don't you? Attack app music. Attack app Twitch. Yeah, no, it generates the music, but like you're doing the lyrics. And if it is I can't find this shit. I literally can't find any information about it. I'll look into it. But honestly, like, Janet Steele, everyone claims, so I'm going to complain about it and its use anywhere in any place. I know, but you're not the only one. I'm just saying, like, the instrumentation is AI, lyrics are written by the person. Okay, that's fine. All right. So, no, I won't pick on that. I won't. Okay. Yeah, this is like very unoffensive music to me. All right, but let's go on here.
It's about let's include but not allow any extreme faction to take over. And that is what I think makes the most sense. Can it be done reasonably and without self-inflicted damage between now and the midterms? I don't know. I hope so. Thanks for watching. Check out this other video. And if you like...
Oh, fuck you, David Patman. Fuck you, David Pacman. All right. Well, what are you talking about, Weird Amorphous Blob? He's a centrist, painting himself as a progressive, literally a paid shill of the establishment, but he says he opposes their do-nothingism because it is so overwhelmingly unpopular amongst the party base. Yeah, that's true. He's like a shill for the center, the establishment, etc. Okay. All right. Sounds good to me. Okay. Righto. Yep, that's true. All right, you guys. So anyway, fucking David Pacman, I swear to God. I swear to God. All right. Oh, he's so fucking annoying. Okay. Let's see what else. Thank you, Peck on Beth, for that little screamy face. Insane. All right. Let's go on here. Let's see what else we have to react to, guys. So anyway, David Pacman annoys me. I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of all that bullshit. I just saw your... I just saw your message, Jay Williams. I will take a look at that just to let you know. All right. Oh, goodness. Oh, God. Anyway, okay. I'll definitely read that as soon as I can, Jay Williams. Forgive me if I'm not getting back to you quickly. Okay, let me see here. Let's see what we have here in reactions. 4th of July. Jesus Christ. Delta. Okay, let's watch a Jay. Speaking of Jay Williams, let's watch a Jay Williams video. Why do you keep talking about fucking David? I hate all of you. Okay, so everyone, calm the fuck down. Everyone, calm the fuck down. Okay, everyone, calm the fuck down about Jay Williams' video. Okay, I'm gonna hate this. I'm gonna hate every single moment. Del Taco training videos. Yay. Okay, Del Taco training videos. So this is gonna be horrific, I'm sure. All right.
What's your first impression when you see our restaurant? Well, inside it's cool, clean, but there's only one thing missing to make it a perfect first impression. Someone terrific to greet you.
Guys, is it bad that I was half expecting to have, like, for someone to come out in a sombrero? Like some racist shit? Because it's a Del Taco. I was, like, waiting for this to be a super racist ad where, like, some, like, person that is, like, a stereotypical Mexican comes out. Like, I'm like, they're gonna really do something horrifically stereotypical. Okay, I'm glad at least that they didn't do that. I'm glad at least they didn't do that.
This is the walk position. The walk is the very first person that the customer comes in contact with. So who's ever working the station, taking the orders or handling the cash transactions, sets the tone for the customer's dining experience.
No, yes, it did. Excuse you, Philly cheese and everyone out there. Of all the shit that Jay Williams sends me, do you blame me for expecting some sort of bizarre racial stereotype to appear on the screen? Okay, Jesus Christ, obviously that's what I expected.
Now, I don't claim to be an Oscar-nominated actress, but in the walk station, I have become aware of the usefulness of a little bit of theatrical talent. I mean, think about it. The restaurant business is like show business. You have to give the audience what they want, and you should always leave them smiling.
Cue the walk person. Walk person, where are you? Walk person! Cut! 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 Customer, you were beautiful. Really, don't ever change. Where's the walk person? The customer should never walk up to an empty...
Did he just sexually harass that woman? Did he just sexually harass that woman? And that's not the point of the video. He just like walks up and goes, "Hey, sweetheart, nice bod you got there," or something like that. But like they're not going to critique that in the video. That's just like a normal interaction. It's normal for a woman standing at your cash register to be sexually harassed. "Hey, toots," right? Like, God damn it. God.
Counter.
Here I am. Sorry.
Okay. Let's try it again. And action.
Hi, may I take your order?
I'll have a burrito, fries, and Coke.
Oh, a what? A burrito?
Cut! 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 Customer, you were phenomenal. Really, I mean this.
Okay, can we not do like this is so fucking weird. This isn't even like part of the commercial they're filming, like the commercial they're quote unquote filming. But he's just like, "You're phenomenal." He's like touching her and like, okay, what weird.
Don't ever change. But you.
I forgot.
Listen, Justine. It happens to all of us. I mean, even Tom Cruise forgot his lines. Once. All right, what happened here?
He's also a terrible actor.
He's the customer. Maybe it's her first time here. You're the expert. You need to help her out here. And you want her to be more specific. Well, then give her some suggestions.
Oh, I can give her suggestions.
Why? Okay, would you explain to me why all the women in this are dumb? Do you notice that? "Oh, I can give her suggestions." Like they're making it seem like okay. I'm like, I didn't expect this to become a misogynistic thing, but it's like very quickly it already is there.
Right. You got it?
Jesus.
Great. Okay.
And the condescension. Oh my fucking God, the
Everybody
condescension.
from the top.
Who wrote this fucking script? I can tell you it was probably a man.
Hey. Where's that smile? That's it. You got it, kiddo. All right. Roll film and action.
Hi, may I take your order?
I'll have a burrito, some fries, and a Coke.
Okay, will that be a combination burrito?
Sure, okay.
And a regular order of fries?
I mean,
Yeah.
Real life cat DJ says, well, I don't know what to tell you, Sammy. Quick cigarette puff. Some chicks are dumb as rocks. Jesus Christ. It's like the fucking 1950s or 40s. Oh my fucking God. Okay. Yeah, right. Outer Signal. Outer Signal says it's like watching Hegseth's internal retelling of all his interactions with women. Jesus Christ. This is horrible. Oh my God.
Okay. And a large Coke.
Right, that's it.
Will that be for here or to go?
For here.
Cut and print. Fabulous. Justine, you were terrific. Really, I mean it. You were fabulous, colossal, incredible, wonderful, awesome.
Well, I learned a lot. I learned that customers will often take my suggestions, especially when they're not sure what they want. They usually appreciate my help, so long as I do it courteously and with their interests in mind. Always give the customer a number if he or she is going to dine in. When the order is ready, the
Oh my God.
person will...
By the way, literally, has anyone ever had to sit through one of these fucking videos like when you're... I know, right, Jonas? But like, has anyone ever had to sit through one of these fucking videos to like learn how to do your job or whatever? Like when you're being trained and they sit you in front of a TV or like a computer. It's, by the way, it is the worst form of teaching imaginable. That is the worst form of teaching, is to like make you memorize something by watching it once. That's like not actually education. Like it's not going to do much. It's basically just so that they can mark off on a piece of paper that you were trained, it's like not teaching. It's like not it's like the worst form of teaching. So like but they have to have some way to like show, oh, from basically it gives them a reason to fire you if they need to. Because they can mark off on a piece of paper they went through training and they know they're still going to have to train you on the job. But if you do make enough mistakes, they can be like, "Oh, looks, we did the training, so they're just not doing their job." It's just like, it's so bad. It's so fucking bad. It's so fucking bad. Okay.
Match it to the number the customer has. The next thing you do is call out the order so that the kitchen will get started on it immediately. But don't do it like I did in my audition. One combination burrito and an order.
Oh my God, that scared me. That literally made me jump.
Cut. Customer, you were phenomenal as always. I mean that.
Stop
Really.
touching her! Oh my God, we need that video from a couple days ago about like the HR shit.
Are you okay? I'm sorry. She's new. I apologize. You all right?
Think so.
Great, don't
Give
have
her
a
her
change.
fucking space.
We're not doing the miracle worker here. The customer knows what she ordered. You don't have to yell.
Great hit, Dolly Boy. Great shot. You got him right in the hair. That'll be hard to get out. It's gonna have dingleberries all through his hair. So let's see here. Jay Williams, laughing my ass off. I knew you'd hate this shit. I know I hate this shit. Of course I hate this shit. Oh no. Here comes Pet Gone Bad. Pet Gone Bad loves these kind of videos. Pet Gone Bad, this is Pet Gone Bad's favorite content of Casual Revolt. Loves watching the old videos. It's the favorite stuff that we do here, right, Pet Gone Bad? Okay.
The order back in her face.
I'm sorry, but I was just trying to make sure that the taco bar heard the order.
You serious? The taco bar in Timbuktu heard the order. Now, look, where might the taco bar be?
Pet Gone Bad. I don't know,
Good.
Meower.
So if you were going to call an order out to the taco bar, where would be a good way to face?
Towards the taco bar?
This one has a future. I can sense these things.
Oh my fucking God, it's so condescending. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Can we treat people like human beings,
Places,
please?
everybody. Okay, from the top.
By the way, if this director had been real, he'd been gay and he would have been nicer.
All right,
to
y'all. I
her.
take no.
Okay, because all these directors are gay. That's not true. And by the way, even if you're a gay director, you can still be an asshole towards women. Okay, the Matt Sai guy. The next several hours are going to be very crucial for the protests happening in India. The main person who was on hunger strike for the past 25 days just broke his fast after getting some kind of assurance from the government. I'm curious to see if this means all the protests die down. For a second there, I thought you said to see if all the protesters die. Jesus. Okay. Protests die down or if they will continue. Okay, we'll see. We will see. We will see what happens. Okay. All right. So thank you, Jay Williams. Thank you. You're the best. Okay. You're the best. Love that. As always, Jay Williams videos are top tier, A++++ videos that teach us so much about how corporate America and Christian America do their propaganda. And it's very cute, isn't it? Very cute. Very cute. Okay. So let's continue. That was horrific. Don't be bad to women. Don't treat women badly. Okay. Don't be an asshole. Don't be a dick. All right. Okay. Now, okay, people in chat are screaming about the new InfoWars video, but like, why? What is it about? Christian corporate nationalism, right? So does anyone gonna send me a video, or should I look for it? Because everyone's screaming to me about InfoWars. So let's see what we got here. InfoWars. It's in reactions. Okay. Oxpecker, when management has the same attitude as the trainee and the whole building is like, oh, right, that stupid computer quizzer thing. Yeah, PepsiCo makes every Pizza Hut do this. Let me know if you keep forgetting the answers because holy shit, the cartoon employees are so boring. Yes, that is true, Oxpecker. Like a lot of time, like middle management, they're workers too. And they're like, this is so fucking stupid. That's for sure. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, we'll take a look here. So I'll take a look for it. What is it called again? I'm having a mind blank. Oh, InfoWars. InfoWars. Hello, Lucy Rosso. How are you doing? Rossi, excuse me. All right, what is it? What is it? It's not available yet. It says it's coming out at 8 p.m. We already watched that. We already watched that. We already watched the Trad Wives. Oh, I see. So this is why I shouldn't listen to any of you, because we already watched that. Okay. Anyway, going on here, we'll find something else. Lucia, thank you, thank you. Okay, so Lucia Rossi, thank you. Okay, I'm not gonna watch it again. We just well, then we're not watching it again. Philly cheese. Let's find someone else to watch. Okay. Oh my fucking god! I kind of want to watch. I kind of want to watch another Jay Williams one here in a second, but let me find something different first. If we have anything that is that different. Oh, this looks good. So,
political science.
By the way, guys, can I just point something out funny? I literally remember how a few days ago we were talking about black creators. A few days we were talking about black creators. I literally went. The friendos are here. Yes, okay. I literally went to. I went and looked at a lot of these black creators. They are such good creators. Their videos are like 45 minutes to 2 hours long. I could not find any, like, of all, you know how Loiso sent us a bunch of video of like different channels over on YouTube with a bunch of different black creators. All of their videos are like 45 minutes to an hour long. How the fuck can I watch those on stream? No, that's the problem, Jay Williams. They're like all very long ones. Very long ones. So I might have to do mainly shorts from them, because otherwise we won't be able to watch them. They're very long. So, okay, I'm going to try and find some shorts from them, obviously. But dear God, I didn't know that FD Signifier, his videos are like 40 minutes to over an hour long each, right? So, okay, I'm going to need to figure out a way that we can watch some of these creators. That's true. That I was going to say, there was the exception to that rule is JamPod. They had some pretty good clips. So do these other creators. They have like good short clips. I just wish that we had like videos that were like 16 to 20 minutes or so. You know what I mean? But that's okay. But we're definitely going to watch some of the clips. I just wanted to mention I was thinking about that this morning. I'm like, because I was starting to try and look for videos to show today, but then I'm like, God damn it, they're all so fucking long. Okay. Let's go.
Scientists have recently identified a specific type of person who is an important building block supporting fascist authoritarian regimes throughout world history. I'm referring, of course, to giant losers. I'm not talking about guys you wouldn't want to sit next to at a dinner party, like Stephen Miller. I'm not even talking about guys you wouldn't want to leave around your uncovered drink, like Pete Hegseth. Those guys are losers, obviously, but even if they weren't literally running the United States government, they would still be able to get jobs at Fox News or OAN. No, I'm talking about the kind of loser who barely made it through elementary school, who has developed zero important life skills, and who will always choose the easiest path to success, assuming that one is made available to them. I guess maybe Kash Patel is the best higher up example I can think of. But this
this was sent to us by LaCroix, by the way. And it's called "Scientists Find That Ice is Full of Losers."
Foot soldiers, the unnamed masked goons who carry out the low-level on-the-street thuggery required to support an authoritarian despot. ICE. I'm obviously talking about ICE. This is all based on a book titled Making a Career in Dictatorship, The Secret Logic Behind Repression and Coups, published earlier this year by Oxford University Press and reviewed in May by the New York Times, which is how I happened to learn about it. Two German researchers, Christian Glazel and Adam Scharf, I apologize, I'm probably butchering those names, were struck by how often they noticed historians refer to high-ranking officers in authoritarian secret police forces as mediocre, low-skilled, or uneducated. And so they set about trying to figure out why a regime would trust such people in these positions. They
Yes.
struck data gold when they found that
Fascinating.
Argentina has kept meticulous records of their military officers throughout the past century, including graduation ranks, promotions, and retirements. This allowed them to track officers who served during that country's dirty war from 1974 to 1983, during which time the military junta hunted down and murdered or disappeared.
By the way, thank you, United States and Milton Friedman, for that. That was the United States. Wait, was this Argentina, or did you say Chile or Argentina? Maybe she actually said Argentina. Maybe I'm going crazy. Whatever, it's fine.
What the researchers found was that officers who performed poorly were pushed into early retirement.
She said Argentina. Okay, but still, the United States was probably involved in that too. Actually, was involved in that too. So,
but were offered a last-ditch effort to save their careers. They could join Battalion 601, who performed the bulk of the secret police work, torturing and murdering dissidents. Those who joined Battalion 601 were able to eventually rejoin the regular army, where they enjoyed promotions above those who had performed better than them earlier and who had therefore stayed in the army the entire time. The political scientists found similar data in very different regimes. The biggest losers in Nazi Germany ended up staffing the mobile killing squads in Eastern
That is true. That's literally true. Okay.
Europe, and the Soviet Union deliberately recruited individuals with poor formal skills and knowledge to serve as their secret police.
Of course we did. Yeah, we also did stuff in Argentina, guys.
Stalin's Great Terror of 1937. And of course, today there's ICE, or Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
Yeah, outer signal. See, I remember our conversation about bonuses to military personnel. Having poorly educated / loser personnel that are loyal is part of the same overall pattern. 100%. Well, absolutely, 100%. Okay. So yeah, that was. By the way, most of the the Nazi higher up, I what she's saying is 100% true. I know it mainly about in the context of American police now, and the Nazis, because the Nazis, a lot of their top officers and stuff were literally just thugs, uneducated thugs. Even Hermann Hesse, who was like that Neanderthal guy that was really close to Hitler, was just kind of a thug. But because they're dumb and they're loyal and they're dumb, and that's the perfect kind of soldier to have to carry out horrific crimes and things like that.
Here in the United States. In an interview with the Hertie School in Berlin, one of the co-authors, Glazel, laid out the reasons why Americans should see ICE as a sign that American democracy is not doing so hot. The fueling of career pressure. DOJ-driven purges and budget cuts across federal agencies have created a climate of fear. ICE is actively recruiting from a pool of officers who face uncertainty, which is an incredible point that I had never even considered before. Elon Musk swooping in and laying off a whole bunch of federal workers.
Oh, absolutely, Peck on Bad. You're saying, wonder if the megacorps are looking for the same thing, loyalty? Yeah, well, in a lot of enterprises, you just want workers who keep their heads down and work. Okay, now that's hard if you have if you need skilled labor, because skilled laborers typically have more education. But there are a way that just because you have more education doesn't mean you're smarter. If you're like really educated in business, but you have no knowledge of social sciences, my point is that yes, it's the same thing can happen in corporations. Okay, same thing that can happen in corporations. In a lot of ways.
Incentivize those people to work elsewhere in the government. But when no one's hiring, except for places like the Department of Homeland Security, CBP, and ICE, there you have it. Moving on, they point to weakened oversight. The dismissal of 17 inspectors general removes key internal checks on misconduct, lowering the perceived risks of abusive behavior.
Sorry, here you applied your framing again. Our commentary for Desight, Adam and I drew on the book's findings to explain the aggressive operations of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Unit. We identified 3 converging dynamics that should concern anyone watching American democracy. The fueling of career pressure, DOJ-driven purges and budget cuts across federal agencies have created a climate of fear. ICE is actively recruiting from a pool of officers who face uncertainty. Weakened oversight. The dismissal of 17 inspectors general removes key internal checks. Yep. Which that's a very fascist thing. You literally you dismantle parts of the government that do oversight. Signs of impunity for loyalists, mass pardons, including those involved in the January 6th insurrection. Yep. These dynamics are reinforced by ICE's recruitment practices, lowered standards, short. Remember, a lot of these guys are barely trained. South Park made a joke about this. I don't know if you guys have seen this. South Park ice training. So this is Mr. Mackey going to join ICE. Okay. And honestly, this is not that much different from reality. I'm not joking. It's not that much different from I mean, it is different from reality, but like, okay, it's a lot different from reality, but it's not that different. That's their training. Anyway, that just was what it reminded me of. They don't get much training, guys. That's the joke South Park's making, okay? Okay. I'm sorry. I know that was kind of off topic, but that's kind of fucking funny, right?
Signals
and she's just murdering puppies everywhere.
Of impunity for loyalists, mass pardons, including for those involved in the January 6th insurrection, send a clear message that loyalists will be protected. These dynamics are reinforced by ICE's recruitment practices, lowered standards, shortened training, large signing bonuses, and acceptance of candidates with criminal records. The broader lesson from our research is that repression does not require extremists. It requires only individuals whose alternatives have narrowed and whose careers depend on pleasing those in power. Funny enough, I poked around for any research on why people join ICE and found that all the way back in 2020, scientists published a paper exploring why 30% of ICE recruits and 50% of Border Patrol at the time were Latino. Not lack of identification with the immigrant experience or a dissociation with ethnic identity.
Sorry, I'm reading this. Once an exclusively white enterprise, the last 45 years have witnessed the emergence of a disproportionately Latinx immigration law enforcement workforce. This article addresses the question of why Latinxs elect to work for agencies that have systematically targeted the ethnic communities to which they belong. Never mind. Okay. Where existing scholarship have often implied Latinxs may self-select into immigration law enforcement due to a lack of identification with the immigrant experience, a disassociation with ethnic identity, and generally restrictionist immigration attitudes, this article finds little empirical evidence to support such an assumption. Analysis of interviews with 61 Latinx immigrants and customs enforcement agents across in Texas reveal Latinxs elect to work in law enforcement in service of economic self-interest and survival, with money, a good job, and benefits cited as the primary motivations. Okay, well, yeah, they're humans.
Or generally restrictionist immigration attitudes, the correct answer was money.
Is Latinx a common term that people are using now? Is that like I've heard it before. Is that even a Spanish word? Okay, I'm just curious because I've seen it before. And anyway,
a good job, benefits.
Yeah, see, refocus. Listen, guys, listen. The reason I know I don't like talking about language. I really think the word Latinx is stupid. I'm sorry. Like, I've seen. Okay, I know more about this term than I'm letting on. I am curious about where it came from because from what I've seen, I've seen like surveys where they asked Latino people if they like the word. Like the majority don't want to be called Latinx. That's what I've read. Let me see if that's true. It's just, I don't know. It seems to be placing our own values or like our own, I don't know. Let me see here. Latinx use among Latinos. Okay. Yeah, only 4% of US Latinos use Latinx to describe themselves. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, and a large number of them don't even know what it is. So, thank you, Refocus. That's what my thought was. It's white people pushing it on us, like the word Hispanic. That's my point. Yeah, but see, listen, Gwen, I've heard the argument that Latinx is like non-gendered, but guys, when it comes to language, gender doesn't necessarily, like, gendered words exist everywhere, and it doesn't always match physical gender, okay? You know what I mean? Or like that not physical, but gender assignment. Like the word guys, for example, might be a male, somewhat gendered term, but it's often used to describe groups of people. My point is that like I don't know, I could be overthinking it. Um, it's a white PC term, right? Now, listen, I don't really care. Yeah, exactly. Like, you see what I mean? Like, tables are not feminine in French. I get the word that Latino means a male and Latina means like a female, but like, I don't know. There and perhaps this might get more complicated when it comes to transgender Latino and Latinas. Okay, like I don't know if there's a good third gender option there. But I don't know. It's just something I think about, and it's really not that big of a deal. But it sometimes annoys me when I see that word, and I'm like, why? Okay, I feel like this wasn't written by someone who's Latinx. I feel like this was written by a white person. Anyway, let's go on here. Maybe I don't know enough about it, though, to comment too much. I'm sorry, we already saw that. Let's go back here.
It's a good reminder that when we're talking about losers, that also includes those who have lost based on their inherent qualities, like their race. In Making a Career, the authors point out that the Nazis' losers included people of suspect racial purity. And understanding this aspect, I think, really fills in some gaps on why some of these people do what they do. That's not to excuse them, of course. Fuck those pieces of shit who are terrorizing our communities. But it is helpful to understand the many ways that someone can be a loser. On that note, in that interview with the Hertie School, Glazel pointed out a crucial finding in Making a Career that I think the New York Times article kind of glossed over.
They found I agree, Promethean Rebel. I'm just like, I'm okay. Hey, guys, I don't care about using the word Latinx. Like, if someone wants to be called Latinx, I don't give a shit. I'll call you Latinx. But I just think it's interesting how in academia, which is separate from people a lot of the times, they use that word. Anyway.
Meritocracies don't work. Well, they found that meritocratic professional bureaucracies are not an ironclad barrier against authoritarian takeovers. When I first read that, I thought, well, obviously, look at how our institutions have failed us here in the US, whether that be universities like Columbia or papers of record like the New York Times. And I just thought, well, yeah, it's because they're run by cowards. And, they are. I am correct on that. But Glazel makes what I think is a much more interesting point. The conventional wisdom holds that professional merit-based institutions serve as firewalls against authoritarianism. If promotions depend on competence rather than loyalty,
that is true.
The argument goes.
Now, of course, there is no such thing as meritocracy. But yes, it's better to promote people based off competence. And as I've said before, guys, which I've said many times, and you guys remember this, in fascism or in an authoritarian government, the people at the top are not the most competent. They're the most loyal. Okay, they're the most loyal. All that matters is loyalty. All that matters is loyalty. Okay, so it doesn't matter if you're competent. It matters if you're loyal. Okay. So Shiv, I assume the proportion of those 4% being mostly LGBTQIA plus or allies is pretty high. That's possible. I don't know much about it. Okay. A lot of people don't like it as a good argument to me. Sounds, so Shiv, my point is that I don't know who wrote that, and you could be right. It might be I don't know if it's because of trans issues or whatever it may be, but if there's a bunch of people who are not Latino or who are not Latinx who are saying that this is how the language should be, then I have a problem with that. Okay. Just like I would not go start changing Zulu words because I don't like how they do gendering in their language. So I would have to see, you see my point, but I don't know enough about it. So I will take that critique because I don't know. It's just something I have to think. I have to look more into it. Okay. Let's see here.
You'll get a bureaucracy committed to rules and procedures rather than to any particular leader. Our findings tell a different story. The Argentine army maintained a remarkably meritocratic promotion system for over a century through democracies, personalist dictatorships, and military juntas alike. Prussian military advisors established the system in the early 20th century, and it persisted regardless of who held power. Yet this same meritocratic institution produced both brutal repression and repeated coups. The reason is structural. Meritocracy by design creates losers. Any pyramid-shaped hierarchy with competitive promotions will generate a pool of officers who fall behind, who see their peers advance while they stagnate. These career-pressured individuals become a critical human resource for regimes seeking to turn a professional security organization into a repressive machine without provoking massive resistance or backlash. The underachievers do the dirty work while the top performers can stay in their regular positions, untainted by direct involvement. This division of labor allows repression to proceed without alienating the institutional core. The policy implication is sobering. Professionalization alone won't protect democracy.
Yes, true.
We need to think carefully about what happens to those who lose in competitive systems and what pathways we offer them. Much like with the study on Latinos in ICE, this made me pause and reconsider what a loser is. Obviously, we can and should mock and criticize these thugs for being the worst kinds of losers who not only lack training and education, but who have also sold out their neighbors and their own humanity for a payday. But as a weird hippie communist bleeding heart leftist, I do always want to look at the broader system that impacts our lives for better or worse. I want to live in a meritocracy. I want people to be able to advance their careers and their lives due to their talents and hard work. But even in a meritocracy like that, the fact of the matter is there are always going to be losers. How do we make a society in which those losers don't become monsters just to become winners? How do we give them the resources they need to succeed, either at their own goal, their original goal, or off-ramped to something else in a way that doesn't make them the compliant weapon?
Promethean Rebel, I totally agree. Meritocracy isn't a real thing. There aren't, because what is merit? It depends on how you define it, right? And there are different, but within organizations, there are reasons why people rise up and don't rise up. A lot of times it's based in this idea of some people work better than others, but even that has biases built into it and things like that. However, there is, I think, a difference between organizations that do try to have some people rise on the base of competence, even if it's not perfect, and ones who are just like, fuck it. The most loyal people go to the top, right? So no meritocracy is actually a meritocracy, but some meritocracies have a different set of things they view as meritocratic, which makes it worse. Does that make sense? But you're right. Generally, meritocracy doesn't work, okay? Or it's not a real thing. Unless, because you have to, it only really works if everyone starts at a baseline and everyone is the same at the baseline, and then it's like, but that's not a thing. So, okay. All right.
Of a fascist. It's a complicated question.
That's fair. So, Le Quabois, I tend to use Hispanic as a gender-neutral version of Latino. It is commonly used where I'm at. It probably varies through communities what the preferred terms are. For example, Chicano is used a lot in Denver because it specifically describes people from Mexico. That's interesting. And again, guys, I don't mean to sound like an asshole. I don't know enough about the term, okay? So I could be very wrong, and it could be that it is a better term. I don't know. But I just let's put it this way. As an anthropologist, my initial reaction is to be like, why are we fucking with someone else's language? But I might not know enough about it. Okay, I might not know enough about it. So to be clear, I could be completely wrong, but that's my instinct. All right.
I'm afraid we are nowhere near to answering.
And I don't even know if we are fucking with someone else's language. It could be that was Latinos, Latinas, Latinx people came up with that themselves.
Time soon. As of this recording, ICE has been on an actual killing spree, gunning down several innocent people in the past week, as dozens more have died in their custody this year. Unfortunately, we are going to have to deal with the losers we've got now and worry about our future losers once Republicans are out of office.
Okay. Yep. I mean, she's right. I like that. That is true. Oh, look at the puppy. That is true. That is true. It's always lets the most incompetent rise to the top. I love that shit. Love that. Great. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, guys, let me see here. Let's look up the term. Why not? Since we're talking about it, let's just look up the term. I don't know the history of it. Latinx is a K. Okay, it is supposed to be inclusive of non-binary, gender non-conforming, and gender expansive. That sounds lovely. The term emerged in the early mid 2000s, primarily with LGBTQIA uh, plus and academic spaces online. Okay, to challenge the gender binary inherent in the Spanish language. Oh, here we go. So that's interesting. Okay, I support the idea of trying to be more inclusive of gender nonconforming individuals and non-binary folks. Um, Apparently, the X though is not a thing in Spanish, so that's something that upsets some people. Is that the X isn't really a Spanish thing? That is an English imposition. I know this is Wikipedia, so I don't really know. Uh, I'm just trying to get a general idea, and then I'll look more at it. So apparently it's only used in the United States. Maybe we could do there is a word here. Apparently there is a gender neutral Spanish word that could be used instead. I don't know how to pronounce it, forgive me. Latina or Latina E, Latini. So like the apparent exactly Philly cheese. This is why I'm saying apparently there is a more Spanish sounding or Spanish derived word for this, Latini, I guess. A Latine. Okay, there you go. Latine is a gender neutral neologism developed as an alternative to the terms Latinx and Latina and Latino. The term stems from the more popular term Latinx, while Latine is broadly described as gender neutral term for Latin Americans. Oh my god. Okay, I'm sorry. So like it's just funny. So that might be a better word. Um because it's more but it's funny because in this article it's even saying that that's not a good word though because in French latine is feminine. So we can't use that because of okay. So like all right. I don't want to get involved with this argument, but yeah, it's good to have a word that is like gender neutral that includes people not, non-binary people and stuff. But I don't know. I don't know what the answer is to this. But see, that's the question, Promethean Rebel. Like, this is so complex because I support non-binary people and things like that, and they need to be represented in the language. But at the same time, like, I hope that this isn't being. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is to this. Okay, I'm not gonna talk about it more. I'm not an expert on this at all. I don't know what to say. Okay, so interesting. It's complicated. Describe people as they want to be described, but probably don't use Latinx for broader populations. Yeah, outer signal. Like that's the thing too. Like I don't know. Okay. So anyway, so let's see what else there is here. There's a whole Chicano studies major at my university. Amazing, Laquabla. Amazing. Um, yeah. Like it would be nice, for example, guys, if that article had said Latina, Latinos, and Latines, or like Latinx people, I think that'd be better instead of just blanket saying Latinx. I don't know, because that would be inclusive of everyone to be called whatever they want to be called. Okay. Because then if people want to be called Latino, they can be called Latino. If they want to be called Latina, they can be called Latina. If they want to be called Latinx, then be called Latinx. Just be as inclusive as possible. All right. All right. It's I don't really, you guys know I'm not a big fan of getting into these language battles, but it's interesting. Okay, let's go on here. Um, depraved. Oh my fucking god. Okay, what's this?
When you see a homeless encampment, what do you think?
So this was sent to us. Well, actually, let me take another. Let me 1 second. Let me find something else here. I could swear I saw something from Fox News that someone sent me that I thought would be kind of interesting to watch because God help us. I guess we need to do that now, don't we? Fox News, I guess, has some shit going on. Where'd I put that? It was way up here. Someone sent me a Fox News clip that I thought would be interesting. Where is this? Fox News. Fox News. Old man Ray. Oh, here we go. Okay, what is this? This is sent to us by LaQuabois. This is from Fox News. It says the 5 Democrats versus the all-you-can-eat socialist buffet. I don't know what the fuck this is about. Okay. I don't know what this is about. Oh, folks, are we doing lefty infighting in the chat here? Come on, folks. Let's not do. I don't know. I'm not going to get involved. I don't know what's happening. But can we not do lefty infighting in the chat, please? Thank you. Okay. Let's see here. The CBN. Oh yeah, CBN. What about Latin America? Latin American, South American is still in the Americas. Oh, I know. Dems clawing back DSA votes, probably. LaQuabois, I get confused by some of the PT terms. I've heard like 3 different terms for indigenous people. Yeah. And listen, like, I don't even like talking about this because you have to understand, guys, when we get into these massive debates about like language and stuff, people get super upset. But it's just a fact that humans learn a certain language, they get used to using that language, and it's hard for people to stop using the language they're used to using. And it can sometimes be hard to change their minds about words to use because the words you use are important with how you explain the world, how you view yourself in the world, and things like that. So I oftentimes, not always, think people get too offended by the misuse of by language that they don't like. And I know that sounds like I'm anti-woke. I'm not. I'm just saying, yeah, like exactly, Jonas, the phrase people of color is racist. But I still use it because there is no word I can think of that won't upset someone. I prefer saying Black Americans if I'm talking about African Americans because they're not African, they're Americans that happen to come from Africa. So like, there's like so many. Anyway, it is better than definitely Philly cheese, but there's like some people don't like people with color. It's all varied and things like that. Okay. Now, I will say when it comes to like pronouns, that is sort of a non-negotiable to me. Now, obviously, if you make a mistake with a pronoun, that to me is understandable. People make mistakes, okay? But like you can't if you don't care, then that's a problem because that is important using the correct pronouns. But a lot of the words that we use are like, all right, I don't know what to share. Yeah, ask. What do people want to be called? What do people want to be called? And but to be clear, guys, as a gay guy, people will oftentimes, like the word homosexual, it's not really the best word to use anymore. Like, I don't care. But people will say, so are you a homosexual? Which I know I use that word, but that's not really a word that people use. I don't care though. If you say, are you a homosexual? I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gay. It's whatever. I'm not going to get offended if you ask if I'm a homosexual. There's like, because all right, I don't know. It's just, there's like, this is complicated. All right. Philly cheese, basically ask if you're not sure, right? I can care, which is why I say, yeah, ask if you don't know. And a language and also as a historian too, guys, language is constantly evolving. Constantly. I know, refocus too much. Language is constantly evolving. Like the word that we used to use for black folks is Negro. And that was not considered a slur And that's why I'm saying it aloud. I would never say the other N word. Obviously, that was always a slur, but like that was the normal way you would describe, okay, people who are black. And like, no, seriously, you guys know what I mean, right? Like, I'm not saying that just to say a word. Like, that is not considered a slur still for a lot of people. It was like the way, anyway. You guys know what I mean, okay? But like, then that fell out of fashion, and then it became African American. That then became a word that was considered bad because it's assuming that you're not American and you're African. So then it became people of color, or I'm sorry, it became colored person, then it became people of color, and then a lot of people are moving back to Black American. Or if we talk about gay people, right? It was, you're a pansy would be one of the words that'd be used. You're a homosexual. Okay. You're the F word, which is, always been a slur. Yeah, there you go. Or like, so listen, queer was a big one, Philly cheese, okay? And we're retaking that back. I'm like, you see what I mean? Yeah, exactly, weird amorphous blob. There were black liberation fighters who used the word Negro. They would say we are fighting for the rights of Negro. Okay. My point is that like I get it. There's a lot of trauma associated with these words. There's a lot of trauma associated with these words, which is why they change so quickly. They change quickly, or even guys, words for people who have disabilities. Is that even the right word? I'm not quite sure. Okay. Like they used to, the R word used to be common. Okay. The R word used to be common to describe people with mental disabilities. Okay. And now then we briefly used differently abled or something like that. Okay, listen. I am not saying that it's not important to use the right terms, words that aren't derogatory. But intent is very important. Okay. So anyway, um, because for a lot of people, some of these terms are literally descriptors. They don't have a value judgment attached to them. But modern day, right, it's important to change words. But anyway, I know. I know Weird Immortals blah. But anyway, just a note there. And listen, I feel bad even talking about this. I sound like a conservative. I'm like, we shouldn't be so woke. No, I'm not saying that we shouldn't push for certain words to be used that are better than others. But like, we also need to understand that as a teacher, people are still learning. They might not know what word is the most appropriate word to use. Okay. All right. Uh, Promethean Rebel. I'm not even gay, and people have said I was gay like it's an accusation or something. I grew up with parents asking something. I grew up with parents always asking. Sorry, to do. I'd always respond with no, but so what if I was right? Okay, yeah, exactly. Um, yes, yeah, no, LaQual, exactly. But see, that's a problem with exactly, but that's the problem, Lacroix. The problem isn't the words, it's that the words have a social attachment to them that is oppressive, right? So being called the R word, for example, those people are looked down upon in our society and are viewed as bad and negative. So people start using that word in a negative way, and therefore the word becomes negative. So then they move on to the next word, but then they end up using that word in the same way because it's a social problem, not a problem with the word. Do you see what I mean? So if we want to stop having to change the words all the time, maybe we should get rid of the oppression, right? Maybe we should stop demonizing people with intellectual disabilities, stop demonizing people with black skin, stop demonizing women and gay people and things like that. Otherwise, these words won't be used in a derogatory way. All right. You see what I mean? Okay. I know it's easy for me to say this stuff as a white guy. It's just all right. Refocus, no more society. Got it, right? All right, you get what I mean? Yeah, conservatives don't put in any work. That's for sure. They just get mad. They just want to say the N word. That's all they want to do. They want to say the N word and the F word. They don't want to use pronouns. All right. Okay, I'll stop. I'll stop talking. All right. So I was gonna Okay. All right. I feel that there's definitely been some progress made with languages, though, simply made by an effort to make it more inclusive. But that's Shiv, you're right. It has been made more inclusive, okay? And when it comes to like pronouns and things like that, I think it has been made more inclusive. I do not think that constantly changing words, though, it makes anything more inclusive. I don't. So if we're just moving from one proper word for a minority group to another one, waiting until it gets offensive because people are racist or homophobic, that's going to be a never-ending battle. What we need to do is we need to change the culture in the society so that those aren't bad things. All right? You see what I mean? There's a reason, guys, why we never change the word for white people. You see what I mean? We never change the word for white people, do we? Does anyone know of any other words for white people? I mean, there's, cracker. The snack, obviously, okay? Because that is not an abused part of society, all right? So there's no need to change the word because it's not viewed as an insult. But yeah, we're the majority. It's not going to be used like yes, no, you're right, Jonas. Caucasian, I guess. But like Caucasian also hasn't really changed, right? It's not Caucasian isn't viewed as offensive. You know what I mean? Like we're Caucasians, we're white. I guess those are two, and like it's no one stopped using Caucasian because they thought it was offensive. It's just that more people use the word white now. You see what I mean? So like it has to do with like the words become offensive almost for a racist reason because we start associating queer people with being bad, or we start associating mentally disabled people as being bad. So we don't like the word becomes an offensive thing. Anyway, you guys see my point. Blue-eyed devil, right? Whitey. That's exactly, guys, why I said that I'm talking about the snack. Because for apparently Twitch views cracker as a slur, even though I'm talking about saltines, obviously. All right. But anyway, which it's not I don't give a fuck, okay? Anyway, let's go on here.
Well, speaking of vampires, the Democratic Socialists of America are sucking the blood out of the body politic, officially launching their new platform. And it's like an all-you-can-eat buffet of the dumbest ideas ever presented by
Mayo
the
fiends. I love that.
They want to abolish the Senate, get rid of the presidency and the Supreme Court, and replace them with an executive and judiciary chosen by and subordinate to Congress. Yeah, screw you, Constitution.
Yeah,
Plus,
Promethean
they want
rebel.
to give amnesty to all illegals and defund the Department of War, of course. Just listen to their socialist sales pitch.
Whenever people are like, oh my God, they want to get rid of the president, I was like, well, I don't know what we would call it in the future. We could call it the head honcho of whatever, We have a feminism section that is trans liberatory and also socialist feminist.
Everybody sees that that Trump is super evil. I mean, every president since the founding of the country has been super evil, but somehow we have one that is even more evil.
Good one. Wow. What a brain trust. But Nancy Pelosi, she's trying to bust up the commies by calling for a little less revolution and a little more party discipline. Watch.
I wasn't happy about people saying, let's spend a whole lot of money challenging Democrats. There are elements.
Please do refocus. I would love for you to oppress me. That sounded sexual. But refocus says amnesty. Heck yeah, I want to visit family and oppress America. Oh, you can see, that sounds bad. Yes, refocus. Please come oppress America, okay?
Exuberances in the party now that should be heard, and the rest. But when we have that vote,
Free Palestine, refocus.
The first couple of days of January, we will all, not me, because I won't be there, they will all be voting for Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker. You run anytime you want and do whatever you want to do, but don't expect that to be welcome when we've got to stay completely focused on saving the Constitution, but more importantly, helping people at the kitchen table in a way that should be universal.
Okay.
In terms of our purpose.
Oh, yes, they've got some universal ideas. They universally want to scrap the Constitution and
shut up. Oh my fucking God, I hate it.
Destroy the country. So a lot of people in your party are calling for a big tent to welcome these people inside. They really hate America.
Not those ones. Those ones aren't good. They are perfect online fodder. They have very little applicability in the real world. Of all the policies in there, the only one that I think you could have a grown-up conversation about is Medicare for all. But otherwise, it's all totally crazy. And I think that we are in a little bit of a crisis of Twitter is not real life and the online world is not real life when you look at how people are actually voting. And they're winning in these very blue seats. And then we're electing great moderate Democrats in swing seats where we need to win, like Kate Conley or Bobby Polito. And it was interesting. There was a new poll out for the Michigan Senate primary with Abdul Al-Sayed, who actually, by the way, isn't a DSA candidate. He identifies
further left.
Or a doctor. No, a physician.
Okay.
But it was interesting because, you know, everyone
I'm sorry, I'm going to go back a little bit. What'd she say? I was too busy staring at the
people are
chat.
actually voting, and they're winning in these very blue seats, and then
Yes.
we're electing great moderate Democrats in swing seats.
No, we're
where we
fucking
need to
not.
win, like Kate Conley or Bobby Polito. And it was interesting. There was a new poll out for the Michigan Senate primary with Abdul Al-Sayed, who actually, by the way, isn't a DSA candidate. He identifies
further left.
or a doctor. No, a physician. But it was interesting because, you know, everyone is dunking on Haley Stevens because of that clip that went viral, and she's up 7 in this poll. And with no college voters with no college degrees, she's up 22. With black voters, and 15% of Michigan is black people, she's up 46. And also add ahead with college educated white people.
Of course,
again. So
it's always the college
patterns.
whites.
But who is
Of course, Fox News hates the college educated, right?
going?
Say
It
it
is the
again.
college. I am the college
Can't
whites.
stand 'em.
I'm done. Anyway, Twitter is not real life.
Jesse, what they're calling for is absolutely insane. And,
Yeah.
and I don't agree that these are fringe candidates. Yeah, I see what they're doing in New York. I see Zohran Mamdani. I see what they're doing
Wait.
in LA. They've got 2 commies running for mayor of Los Angeles. They will have the 2 largest cities
This
in
is
America.
very fun.
This is not fringe. And also, this is not a Trojan horse. They are telling you exactly what they want to do. And they're so dumb, they can't even come up with
Right, some
replacement
dumbies.
terms. Your thoughts?
Yeah, like they're like, well, we want to abolish the Senate, and the Democrats in the Senate are like, yeah, they have some good ideas.
Yeah.
They just ran on saving democracy, and these people are like, you know what? We're going to take away your right to vote for president. What? I like primaries and conventions and debates and campaigning. I don't want to give my right to vote to Congress. Congress has a 9% approval rating. If we abolish everything,
Yeah, Fox is not real life. I don't even know what to say about this. I think they're clowning themselves, guys.
let's abolish Congress.
Yeah, shift
Then-
ideas to make Zionism great again.
They said they want to defend the Defense Department. So
defund.
Defund. So no Air Force, no Navy, no Marines,
no police.
no
police.
Right. I have a feeling Mexico is going to try to take some land back, Jessica. I
What?
have a feeling the Brits might want to come and take back some land. We've made some
The
enemies.
French might roll up.
French might roll. I mean, we could probably beat the Canadians without a military, but that's fine.
Okay, Sir Bart, did you hear that?
Are
wow.
you nervous about getting your testosterone shot?
Yeah, I don't think
if
I
we
need
defund
that.
the, I don't know. Pete says at your age.
Yeah, I support that. Let's make America Mexico again. Refocus. Please come free us. Free us with Claudia Scheinbaum. I want Claudia Scheinbaum to rule over me. She can be my mommy, please.
You might need a T shot.
I've never had any trouble in that department, Jessica, and you've said that in the commercial break.
Just ask HR.
That is worse than hit him in the A. I have never said that.
Also, how about no borders, no ICE, no deportations? So someone can break into the country, rape us, go to jail. Actually, no, there is no jail because there's no
social worker
police.
will talk them down.
That's right. So it
Yeah,
sounds like they
Shiv.
just want us all dead. Do I have that right, Jessica?
What the fuck is he
and
talking
Medicare
about?
for all, Green New Deal, and freezing rent. So they're going to take away your vote. They're going to take away your gas grill. They're going to take away your doctor. They're going to take away your
Yeah.
police
Oh my
and your
God.
military. But
I know he's such a disgusting human being. I don't even know what to
for
say.
a 4-day work week.
No, they're not for work.
That's
work is only if you have.
Yeah,
a-
can we, let's please. Yeah, that's what we should do. Philly cheese. First thing we're gonna do is we're gonna take away white men's right to vote. Hell, take mine away. I don't give a fuck. Okay, my vote doesn't matter anyway. So, like, take away white men's right to vote. That's what we need to do first. Okay, I know I'm joking, but all right.
Few little bills. Unfortunately, I had to sit through
He's a fucking
most
monster.
of this. I remember when spinsters just had a book club. You know, like the lonely ladies who can't get a date, they just got together with their cats and they talked about cool books. Now they want to take over the world.
Right.
I mean,
Shut up. They're like the...
And here's the deal. It's not very, I'm going to agree with Jessica on this. This is not very popular. Did you see the amount of likes and hearts they were getting during the thing? It was like they were hitting it for each other. It was like 2 or 3. There was no love in that thing. But you do have to take it seriously. But at some point, the Democrats have to say, hey, you're not with us. You're communists. Form your own thing. Get out of our tent. Because they are going to... If I'm voting and I'm like, I'm an independent and I'm going to vote for the Conservative Party or a Democratic Party, and that's the speech I hear? Like, if you're a Republican, you start funding them. Help them get better backgrounds. Like, jazz up that depressing backdrop that they were all in. One of them didn't even have the lights on, and we're seeing the reflection of her lonely life in their glasses. And they just went on, and they even said, I think Bernie Sanders is the most popular one because he ran for president. Like, that's who we have to work. Like, if I'm a Republican strategist,
Oh my God.
like, that's it. Like, get them on the debate stand.
Right.
Please, I like that. Please, yes. I love how the Republicans think it'll actually benefit them to have these people running. I'm like, please, yes, help them out. Casual Revolt, humble petition for you to add La Matanza in Texas to the list of future history levels. Sure, I can do that.
So who put this out? Was it Democrats? I mean, it almost seems like it benefits them more
the DSA, and I'm actually a little surprised because it was so ham-handed, and they've been a little bit more politically sophisticated. It's sort of like when Mamdani did the 4th of July speech, and I thought, like,
Yes.
than that. And
So that'd be a very dark lesson, by the way, Outer Signal, La Matanza. There's actually a couple, I wasn't sure if you meant like, you mean the event where there was basically an ethnic cleansing. Yeah, when there was basically an ethnic cleansing of, it was the La Matanza, an area of Texas where they basically ethnically cleansed, yes. That definitely happened. Also, there was a mass, during World War II, Roosevelt forcibly deported millions of Mexican Americans. I mean, millions of Mexicans from America, including citizens, by the way, very much like Donald Trump did. Okay, so we can also talk about that. America actually violently conquered a huge chunk of Mexico and took it from Mexico. And one of the reasons why Texas got independence was because they didn't want Santa Anna and the Mexican government to end slavery in Texas. That's fun. So, yeah.
so maybe they have...
Oh, yeah, LaQual. Oh, yeah, that's another one of the dark things that FDR did. He did a mass deportation.
I don't know, lost a step. But I do think it's worth taking very seriously. And the Democrats should thank Fox for talking about this story. Because if they don't, it'll just continue to eat away. And if we make fun of them, then that protects them from having to do so.
Yes.
And if we point out the trade-offs, then the Democrats can be like, yeah, what they said. And they don't have to do it. Like Chuck Schumer is like, I'm not going to weigh in on the Maine race. I'm just going to sit here and not do that. The other thing is they say it's for the workers. Jessica just pointed out, 40%.
By the way, it's kind of funny, though. They currently sound... I know, LaQual, they don't ever teach us about this stuff. I would teach my students about it, the Great Deportation of FDR. I forget what it's called here. FDR deportations. The Mexican repatriation. That's what it was called. And yeah, there was the repatriation between 300,000 and 2 million Mexicans and Mexican Americans from the United States during the Great Depression. Yep. By the way, 40 to 60% of them were American citizens. That's almost a form of ethnic cleansing, by the way, if not is. And no one ever learns about it. A lot of times they would literally grab people off the streets and throw them onto cars and deport them. Of course, they called it a repatriation. Oh, no, Jonas. This is why we say that FDR was a horrific human being like the other presidents. He did a lot of really good things for the country, but But that's a bad sign. The fact that he is up there in terms of being the best presidents, and yet that's why Abraham Lincoln is my first favorite. Yeah, FDR did some pretty bad things. Okay, he did a massive repatriation of Mexicans, partially because of the Great Depression, in an effort to open up jobs, kind of like what Trump did. Uh, so most people don't know about this. All right. All right. We still have FDR for the exact. Yep. Exactly. Outer signal. Speaking of, let's talk. Speaking since I'm trying to get better at mentioning black creators. FD Signifier a while back did a video that I really liked. FD Signifier, and this is sometimes I watch his videos and I don't agree with him, but he did a video a while back that I really liked. I'm gonna see if I can find it. We're not gonna watch it's like over an hour long, so we're not gonna watch it, but I wanted to see if I can find it here. Because he makes a point about this that is really interesting. Where is it? White progressives. Where is it? White progressives, white progressives, white progressives. White progressives, white progressives. FD signifier, white progressives. Oh, really? Okay. Here it is. Why I left the white left. Okay. So this one is, this one's only 33 minutes. Maybe we'll watch it tomorrow or something. So he makes a really good argument about how, like, there is an issue on the left of kind of like being willing to excuse the racism and shit of candidates for the sake of lefty values. I can give you some examples. He uses the example of Graham Plattner. Okay, that's one example he uses. I don't know if that, yeah, exactly, Philly cheese, okay. Um but one of the other things he does is he does talk about FDR. And guys, when it comes to FDR, and that's not, guys, I still say, despite knowing all of this, I still say FDR was the second best president we've had. Even though I'm telling you I know what he did, I'm still saying that because even though he was horrible, right? Like, he was horrible, he's better than a lot of the other presidents, which is a really bad sign, okay? But anyway, he but think about that. It is much easier for me to acknowledge that and then kind of ignore it and say he was a good president than maybe that's a flaw of mine, right? Because if I were black, by the way, during the FDR still supported segregation and all this other stuff. FDR also, a lot of his programs, that's true, Philly cheese. FDR also supported a lot of reform programs and things like that that really were helpful to the working class, not the black working class. The programs he did were mainly good for white people. Okay. Now, at the time, that was significant because at this time, basically no one got anything nice. Okay, that's an exaggeration. But like it was less there, even working class white folks wouldn't get much now. Obviously black working class folks would never get anything, but still, like, he ignored black folks, and a lot of lefties don't, and I know, like, Laquan knows this. I know a lot of lefties do know this now, but there are a lot of people out there, liberals, who love FDR and don't even care that he left out black people. He did a massive Mexican repatriation. He put Japanese people in concentration camps. All right. So he did it on purpose, Jonas, kind of. Well, let's put it this way. He's complicated. I say that because he also did some other efforts that did help black people in some ways, but his programs really left out a lot of black people in a lot of ways, Jonas. Sometimes they were on purpose. Sometimes it was because of how they were implemented by states. The states would implement them in ways that left out black people. Okay. So it wasn't totally just him, but he had definitely had an impact on this. Okay. The same thing is true with the suffragette movement, women. the first women's right to vote, the first women's feminist movement, which was to give women the right to vote, okay, was extremely racist. This was white women that did this, and they completely left out black women. They didn't give a shit about black women. As a matter of fact, they often suppressed the voice of black women because they thought that it would hurt the movement if they let the black women in to speak about the rights that they were losing. So women were, white women were given the right. White women were given the right to vote. Black women were basically still incapable of doing it because of local oppression and things like that. So my point here is an FD signifier makes a really good point here. He talked about how he's going to leave. He's leaving the white left because a lot of times the white left leaves this shit out, and that is a problem, okay? And it's something I have to grapple with a lot because a lot of the models I have in my head are from people who left out people of color. And that's a big fucking problem. So you have to kind of like understand that if we take the context of if we want to use things that were from the past, we also have to acknowledge that we don't want to do the same thing again, right? Like, we should take the parts of FDR that were good and then expand that for everyone. Make sure that that applies to everyone, right? You see what I mean? Right? Okay. So, like, there's like, just be careful about this. And make sure that we're not excusing things because it doesn't affect us if you're white, okay? I'm serious. You see what I mean? Okay, exactly. You're right, Jonas. You're right, Jonas. You say it's not exactly like you're spoiled for choice. Most of your country's history is steeped in. That's the problem, Jonas, is that literally, guys, that is white supremacy. It is a structural issue. It is a structural issue. How am I going to, there's not many figures in history that I can look to find out what to do right that are not racist. Okay? I'm like literally. And so we just have to remember, though, that doesn't mean that parts of what they were thinking weren't good. We just need to remember that we need to take those parts and then abandon the parts that were horrible and make sure that when we do things in the present, that we do apply it to all people and we don't overlook the racism, right? All right. So you outer signal. I'm sorry, guys. You said, Jonas, it's not exactly right. Jay Williams, Malcolm X talked about that with his analogy, the wolf and the fox. You need black people to build abroad. To be clear, also, Jay Williams, it is also true that black people are often the ones that are the best at doing this, building coalitions and resisting because they have had to do it more than a lot of white folks have. I am generalizing, guys. Obviously, I'm not doing class analysis. I'm doing racial analysis right now. But like, think about the Black Panthers, the civil rights movement. These were amazing acts of organization and political action that people have trouble replicating. So there is a lot of history and knowledge in the black community about how to organize that is being left on the table. You see what I mean? Of course, Jay Williams, right? Yeah. So we have to remember that as well, and that maybe we need to, look more into that. Okay, and not forget about that. Exactly, Jay Williams. Okay, anyway, so just mentioning that. I acknowledge, and by the way, you guys, as I always say, I am not perfect. And I hope you all know that I am not perfect and that I am not, yeah, you're right. MLK and Malcolm X were murdered for that reason. Yes, Philly cheese co-opting of Asian Americans into lib culture has been devastating for, yes, Philly cheese, yes, okay. Yeah. Yeah, very true. So anyway, so I am not perfect, guys, and I want you all, and I hope you all know, I always want you to, push back when I'm not perfect, because I'm not perfect, as you guys know, and I hope you know that, and I do like pushback if I am not being perfect, which is all the time. So, okay, Laquaba, I'd say that USSR was more vital to ending the war, while FDR wanted to join the war much earlier than we did, and the U.S. was a vital part of Western Front once it joined. The Soviet Union did the bulk of the lifting. Yes, they did. They did a massive, they did definitely did a bulk of the lifting. What did 1729 say? Yeah, 1729. So it is an exaggeration to say that FDR is save the world. No, I mean, let's put it this way. FDR may have helped, was definitely instrumental in ending the Japanese Empire. The Japanese Empire was ended itself. Any president that would have been around when the Japanese Empire attacked America would have crushed the Japanese Empire, likely. That being said, when it comes to Europe and the Nazis, that was mainly the Soviets. And really, any president probably would have done the same thing. I want to say that FDR was not particularly. I don't know if any president would have done something different than FDR did during World War II. Okay, let's put it that way. Right? We got that? Okay, just a note there. By the way, I'm not saying I don't support FDR's declaration, going into Europe or pushing back against the Nazis. I support that 100%. I don't give a fuck. Okay, I'm just saying. Okay. Yeah, he also died before the end of the war, right? Anyway, guys, so just a note there. It's just something that we have a lot of. We are all raised differently, whether and my education. I've said this to you guys before, was biased. I rarely do streams about things from the continent of Africa, okay? I don't know as much about Africa because throughout all my educational experience, I only ever took one class on African history, and it left me wanting, okay? And I have not done the work to improve that part. I mean, I've been doing the work, but like my point is like we all, and I also don't want people to fully blame themselves for that because we grow up in systems that produce these mindsets. Okay. What matters is that you identify it and then you work to change that and you keep open-minded and you're willing to critique yourself and take criticism and things like that. You understand me? All right. Okay. So, because racism is a system, systemic racism is a system. Okay. You can be not, you can have no internalized racism. In theory, you can have no internalized personal racism and still being raised in a racist belief, in a racist structure that teaches you things that reinforce the racist structure. Do you see what I mean? Okay. I hate you, Matt Side Guy. Okay. So 1729, Lacroix. So forgive me, Lacroix. I know this is your debate, but I'm gonna interject. 1729, Lacroix. I'd respectfully, the USSR did a lot of the heavy lifting, but the raw logistics of fighting would not have been possible wwithout U.S. support. The Soviets did a lot of fighting. Their sacrifice should never be forgotten, but saying there were more important to ending the war. So 1729, you're right in that America supplied a great deal of supplies to the Soviet Union. Okay, a great deal of supplies to the Soviet Union. That definitely assisted the Soviet Union. I'm not going to deny that. The United States supplied a great number of trains and railroads. A better way of framing this would be that the war was won by American supplies, British intelligence, and Soviet blood. If you want to talk about outright fighting, the Soviets above and beyond were the reasons the Nazis lost. The Nazis, by the way, by invading the Soviet Union, basically spelled their death sentence. Because whether or not America had supplied a lot of arms and stuff to them, it's very unlikely that the Nazis would have been able to have the logistical capabilities to conquer the Soviet Union anyway. So the Soviets' massive sacrifices were what occurred on the ground to end the Nazis. Yes, they got a great amount of support from America, which may have helped slow them down, okay? But like the overwhelming amount was the Soviets. Okay, let's put it that way. And yeah, India too. There was a lot of sacrifices made by Indians against Japan, by the way, and the Nazis, etc. There was China, by the way, also made massive sacrifices. This is okay. Let me put it this way, guys. It is oversimplified to say. Obviously, it's oversimplified to say that it was only the Soviet Union or that it was only America. Everyone contributed in some extent. But the Soviets and the Chinese especially contributed a great deal. Let's put it that way. All right. Okay. Yep. Jonas, correct. Okay. So there's a lot that's going up here. We got that. All right, all right, all right. Oh, God, look at this. I just start jumping around on topics, don't I? I'm talking about how I'm a racist. I'm talking about, like, using different words. I'm talking about fucking World War II. Jesus Christ, I need to calm the fuck down. All right, Lacroix Ball, I would point to the fact that most of Europe thought the Soviet Union was the most vital part of the war. Absolutely, Lacroix. That opinion shifted to the USA. Yeah, absolutely, because of the fear of communism. Okay, the fear of communism. I hate you, Jonas, and I hate you, Matt Saigai. All right. Fetty says, calm down, Jester. I'm calm, Fetty. All right, we got that. All right, all right, all right. So maybe we'll watch this video sometime. It's pretty good. He hates POV. That sounded disgusting, Jay Williams. God. We will watch this channel. It's true. You're Eurocentric, Sam. Deal with it. I said that, didn't I, Matt? Well, admittedly, I will say, partially in my defense, but not completely. I did specialize in European fascism, okay? So for academic reasons, I had to know a lot about Europe, but it is true that overall, I got a Eurocentric education. Absolutely. 100%. Can't deny that. Even if I didn't specialize in it. I had a very Eurocentric education, a very American Eurocentric education, which is 100% the case. All right. Shiv says, we will all watch this channel for the blatant racism. Shiv, I hate you so much. Okay. Jay Williams, I hate you so fucking much. Okay. You said our black issues not important to you. I hate you so much, Jay Williams. Okay. I hate you too, Invalid Axiom. I hate all of you. You all know that I'm sensitive about this, and you keep oppressing me because I'm white. I feel this is white oppression. You are being racist against me. Why are all of you people always oppressing me as a white man? Jonas, I swear to God. Okay, anyway. All right, we'll stop with that. All right, I'm stopping my rant here. I think I need to go on. Philly Cheese, I hate you so much. I fucking hate you. Jesus Christ. Okay. You know I have a fixation, Invalid Axiom. It's fine. Okay, get over it. Oh my goodness. Let's find one last, maybe a couple other things here to watch. This was sent to us by
Republicans who've said.
Okay, apparently this is just a clip about. This is just a clip about. This was sent to us by Gwen, I think. This is a clip about MAGA imploding as Trump war backfires. We'll see what it's about. I'm not sure what it is.
They want you to take over the Iran negotiations. They trust you. They think that you will prioritize Israel's interests, and they're attacking Vice President Vance.
Their policy is an eye for an eye. The president's policy is a head for an eye.
Heck on that, I hate you.
The ICC. We never signed that treaty. We never joined it. And they somehow claim that they have a right, nonetheless, to go after non-treaty members and put heads of state and others in jail.
I want to hop into a couple clips of MAGA Marco speaking with reporters, defending the Iran catastrophe, Trump's war crime threats, and more. So leave us a like on the video. It helps us out a ton. Let's aim for 100 likes by the end of the day. Be sure to subscribe and comment for the algorithm as well. And we can get straight down to the break.
Listen, folks, let me take a moment here. I know some of you are defending me in chat. You don't need to. It's okay. I'm obviously not going to... I'm not going to cater to one person who might be upset. Okay, you see what I mean? So don't worry, it's fine. I'm really okay with it. I do what you guys know how I operate. I'm trying to educate people. Sometimes I will repeat myself because sometimes people in chat don't know what I'm talking about. And so I need to take a step back and re-educate people and things like that. By the way, one of the key ways of educating is repetition to begin with. So, you know, if I have to repeat something I've said before, if the people who have already seen it will just be reactivating those neurons. It'll also help. It'll help you remember it. Okay. So if anything, it's okay to repeat some things sometimes. But anyway.
Rule out striking civilian infrastructure.
I think I saw, guys, I saw Arachi, their foreign minister, who the other day say or something about their policies, an eye for an eye. The president's policy is a head for an eye. I mean, honestly, that's what it's going to be. I mean, they will pay a very heavy price for the things they're doing. They're already paying a very heavy price. You guys don't know it because you don't cover it. You're not in Iran. You're not in the street. They don't have a free media. But they're going to continue to pay a very heavy price. Their industrial base has been
I hate
decimated.
all of you.
Their defense industrial base has been decimated. They're losing launchers. They're losing radars every single night.
I'm so Christian refocused, the most Christian.
Suffering billions of dollars in damage, and their economy is...
Matt Saigai, I fucking hate you, Matt Saigai. Matt Saigai says, "Can I send you a KKK flag, Sam?" Can I point something out? Have we noticed how it's like when... See, you're all going to yell at me when I say this. I'm not going to say it. Never mind. I'm not going to say it.
Disaster. But despite all that, okay, these people who are calling us every day, begging, let's do a deal, they send us messages through other countries, third countries. I mean, they're running out of countries to send. Even I had countries here coming up to me, oh, I just spoke to the Iranians, they want to do a deal. The problem is, every time these people do a deal, they either break it or after they make it, they want to...
I hate you, Refocus. You're becoming an enemy of mine, too.
Change the deal. So they're probably not ready to do a deal yet, but they will be soon because the price they're paying is very high.
Shiv, don't you cry, Shiv. Don't you cry.
Despite their tough talk and their flowery language and their stupid Lego videos they put out, I've never seen them, but they put these things out on social media. Despite all that bravado, they are suffering tremendously, and they're going to suffer more.
Come on, little Marco.
Until they come to their senses. They're not there yet, unfortunately.
I mean, how cool and sick is it? We're so tough, threatening war crimes against civilians.
I just like you crying, Dolly Boy. That's it.
In their infrastructure. Like, I'm sure this hits so hard if you love war, but remember, these were the people who campaigned to win their power by saying they were against war, against foreign intervention.
Of course.
Now they subvert that with this concept made up of like peace through strength, where, you know, Democrats not starting a war by sending aid to Ukraine to prevent it from expanding and breaking out.
You guys you're turning Refocus against me. How dare you?
That's warmongering. But then of course Trump actually started.
You've also already probably I don't think Bobito has turned against me. That's good, at least. Thank you, Bobito, for being a loyal viewer.
A war or going as far to whisk away a country's leader in the night, well, that's just doing what you have to for peace. It's really insane, the delusions and hoops they have to jump through, and insane to see top officials in this administration outright defending comments and the possibilities of striking civilian infrastructure, which is, of course, a war crime.
Republicans who have said they want you to take over the Iran negotiations. They trust you. They think that you will prioritize Israel's interests, and they're attacking Vice President Vance.
Who are these prominent Republicans?
Senator Sheehy, the Wall Street Journal.
Bobito, yes. Bobito has kindly requested a boop. Bobito, you get a boop. Boop. Well done, Bobito.
Well, that's not Republican. That's a newspaper.
Well,
you're a troublemaker with these questions. No,
you're a troublemaker.
No, look, guys, listen. Here's the bottom line. You know who the lead negotiator is? His name is Donald J. Trump, the President of the United States. That's who dictates our policy. He has
then no wonder everything's going terribly, all right?
A team of people that work together on this. We all have a role to play.
Outer Signal, you know I'm trying my best, Outer Signal, okay?
Depending on what the topic is. We have very good negotiators in Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. We have the Vice President of the United States, which is the second highest ranking official, which tells you how the importance we've given this file. Obviously, I have a role to play. The Department of War has had a role to play. That's how we approach it. This doesn't, I mean, it's a combined effort, and it always should be.
I mean, how cute he doesn't want to throw anyone under the bus in the administration. Yeah. But, like, I think it's pretty clear the negotiations are going horribly from our side. And really, there's two ways to look at this, right? Let's take Trump at his word. We've devastated the Iranian military, and we have them on their last leg. Well, okay, then this is a cat.
And agrees with racists. So be careful about being friends with him. Sponsored by the Dallaboy Cult.
I swear to God, you know what's going to happen? Someone's going to clip today's stream, and then it's going to be out on the internet. Probably will be Jay Williams, be posting all over YouTube. Look at this racist streamer. Okay, like that's what's going to happen. I know that's going to fucking happen. Okay, whatever. I hate all of you so much. Whatever, it's fine.
Catastrophic failure of the negotiation team that they've been getting rickrolled so.
Fucking Jay Williams basically has a blackmail collection on me at this point.
So hard.
Though it's not really blackmail because everyone knows about it because he always fucking posts it. All right. I don't know if I want to say that anymore, Jay Williams. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Yes, Black lives do matter, of course. Okay.
After such a devastating military victory that they can't bring a deal.
I'm just kidding.
The other way
I'm
is
just
to
kidding.
acknowledge,
I'm
of
sorry.
course, they've lied
I'm sorry. It was a joke. I'm sorry. That was evil. I apologize.
about
Don't
the
hate
successes
me.
on the military front. But even then, it's a bad deal because we just saw Obama and Democrats accomplish so much more with no bloodshed, no threats, no war. And still, despite a military campaign, threats of genocide from Trump and more, they failed to secure anything. Actually, they managed to pay Iran just to talk to
Philly cheese, you have a black male I swear to God, Philly cheese.
us for a minimal amount of days before that fell apart as well.
We're not members of the ICC. We never signed that treaty. We never joined it. And they somehow claim that they have a right, nonetheless, to go after non-treaty members and put heads of state and others in jail. We've long had quarrels with them. And we have lunatics and crazies involved in the ICC that are talking about charging members of the U.S. military, maybe even the president or a future president. With crimes. I mean, it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen.
Pet Combat, I hate you so much.
We are not members of that court. We never signed on to that treaty. They need to understand that. If people want to sign on and be a part of that stupid organization, they can. But we're not going to be a part of it, and they're not going to apply their jurisdiction to Americans. That's just not going to happen.
I'm having trouble focusing on this. We're going to stop watching it. It's just him saying some bullshit. Blah, 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 blah. I'm not in the mood. Not in the fucking mood, right? It was a perfect pause. Look at that face. That's the face of a policymaker. All right. We're all not focusing. I know no one is focusing on this bullshit. Let's go on. I feel like it's getting to that time where people are kind of no longer focusing. Mainly me is not longer focusing. You know, we'll watch Oxpeckers here pretty soon. We'll watch Oxpeckers here eventually. Let's watch something else, though. Oh, no. No.
Well, Muslim candidate.
Okay. Oh my fucking God. Okay, this was sent to us by Jay Williams. Oh my fucking God. Listen, what is happening with all these bigots that have been coming in here recently? Oh my fucking God. Jesus Christ. I'm glad that one. Okay, I don't think anyone can see that one except for the I know you are, sweetheart. I know you're racist, okay? I know you are, okay? And you can be also homophobic if you want to be. Let me see if I can figure out how to fucking ban this person. Can someone else ban? How do I do this? I need to go. There it is. Ban. Bye. Oh, that was nice. That was easy. Okay, I figured it out. Oh, thank you. You got it first, LaQuabwa. Well done. Jesus Christ. Okay, goddamn. That was cute. All right. Let's go on. So this was sent to us by Jay Williams. Jay Williams. This was apparently I wasn't being racist enough according to this person. But anyway, you know, okay. Let's go on here. This is Islamic vote, whatever this bullshit is. This is from CBN. Okay, so this is another Christian broadcast news network clip called America's Islamic Earthquake. Wave of Muslims hope to ride Mamdani effect into Congress. That's exciting. All right.
Candidates are winning U.S. primary elections and political offices in record numbers. Some Americans fear this growing political influence could lead to a greater anti-Semitism and possibly Sharia law in Islamic communities. Gary Lane has the story.
A political earthquake threatens to reshape America.
What the fuck? I hate you so much, Dolly Boy. We're trying to watch a video. Just doing propaganda. He's just doing propaganda for the cult. Who is it? Who is it? Jonas! Jonas is doing propaganda for the Dolly Boy cult. Dolly Boy cult's the only way, encompassing a divine love. Oh my God, I hate you so much. I swear to God. Okay, I can't even. I know. I'm sorry. I didn't even know what was happening. Whatever. I hate you all. We're going to watch this bullshit. Okay. No more propaganda for the fucking Dolly Boy cult. You hear me? No more of that. Let's go on here. So this is whatever. Let's watch it.
Well, Muslim candidates.
By the way,
are winning.
hello, someone who just joined. Someone just joined. Hello, precursor Jan 6. I don't know what that means, but hello. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Okay, let's go
U.S.
on.
primary elections and political offices in record
awful.
Numbers. Some Americans fear this growing political
Guys, to be clear,
influence.
CBN is like the Christian Broadcasting Network, and they're crazy Christian Zionist, basically Nazis. Look at the flag and the Islamic symbol. Oh my fucking God, they're going to be like America's being taken over by Muslims and shit. Oh my fucking God. This is going to be horrific. Okay, let's see what happens.
This could lead to a greater anti-Semitism
Hello, precursor.
and possibly Sharia law in Islamic communities. Gary Lane has the story.
A political earthquake threatens to reshape America.
Wait a minute. Are you serious, Fetty? It's the Betsy Ross flag? Oh my. Is it? Oh, I guess it could be, which is very fascist, hearkening back to a historic past. All right.
Threatens to reshape America. Last November, a
literally threatens to reshape America. That's cute. Threatens to reshape it.
record 42 Muslim Americans swept into public office. An unprecedented shift. Leading the pack, Zohran Mamdani, becoming New York City's mayor. His win sent shockwaves through the political establishment. With midterm elections just months away, analysts foresee a Mamdani effect, and its influence is only growing. Sam Westrup, Middle East Forum Islamist Watch director, says these Muslim...
Islamic Watch? Okay. Islamic Watch. It's some racist organization. Islamic Watch. That sounds funny. Oops, not Islamic Watches, Jesus. But those are cool looking. But anyway, Islamic Watch. What is it? What is it? Islamic Watch organization. Some right-wing nonsense group. Or Islamist Watch. Oh, he even pronounced it wrong. Project of the Middle East Forum. We work to combat the ideas and institution of lawful Islamism in the United States, arguing that radical Islam is the problem, moderate Islam is the solution. Okay, that's okay. You know what? I don't know whatever. Let's just finish watching this. That sounds, it's racist. I don't know what it is, but I don't fucking care. Okay, let's go back to the video then. They're,
electoral gains are no accident.
It's just bullshit. I don't even
calling them the result of a decades-long...
There isn't lawful. There's no whatever. I don't want to deal with this. Okay, let's just keep watching this.
Sam Westrup, Middle East Forum Islamist Watch director.
Yeah, I don't even know. What is the Middle East Forum? I'm sorry. I do want to figure this out. Middle East Forum. It's conservative. Of course it is. It's a conservative web thing, okay? Yep, so it's a conservative promoting American interests. Oh, the Southern Poverty Law Center marks it as a hate group. Okay, as an anti-Islamic hate group. Well, there you go. There it is. There it is. There it is. Okay, well, that makes sense now. Of course, CBN is referring to an anti-Islamic hate group.
Says these Muslim electoral gains are no accident, calling them the result of a decades-long strategy of lobbying and candidate training first implemented in late 2000.
Oh, my fucking God.
What's happening now in New York, in New Jersey, indeed in Michigan and across the country, is we're seeing the fruits of those efforts. Decades of development by Islamist radicals into building the...
I live really close to a CARE organization, okay? That is the Council of American Islamic Relations. They're really great people. They try to build understanding between Christian Americans and Muslim Americans, and they look out for the rights and interests of Muslims in the United States. They're a pretty good organization. Anyway, and they're saying that they're radicals. No, they're fucking not, okay?
Infrastructure that is now allowing dangerous radicals to run for office.
8 years ago, Muslim American voters made history by propelling Rashida Tlaib of Michigan and Ilhan Omar of Minnesota into Congress.
Look at all these scary brown people. That's what the message is here.
The first Muslim women to serve on Capitol Hill. Today, a new wave is poised for even bigger breakthroughs, especially in deep blue states, where energized Muslim communities can carry outsized influence in low turnout primaries. Behind the headlines, however, a more complicated story is unfolding. While some candidates, like New Jersey's Adam Hamawi, have impressive public service records, critics say there's more beneath the surface.
Hamawi has a history of involvement with Islamist causes.
Recent
allegations of service regarding his role as a witness in a terrorism.
Okay, like, this is they're just trying to use he's just trying to use scary words.
Trial many years ago.
In 1995, Hamoui testified in...
We have no idea, was he like a terrorism trial? Was he working for the prosecution, for the defense? Was he a doctor that was commenting? Like, you see what I mean? He just wanted to use the word terrorism when talking about a Muslim person. That's the whole point of what he said.
In defense of Omar Abdel Rahman, known as the Blind Sheikh, accused of masterminding the 1993 World Trade Center bombing.
Of course.
Though Hamoui has...
No, of course it doesn't matter, Jonas. To them, it doesn't matter. He's brown, so it doesn't fucking matter. He's Muslim, so it doesn't matter. They're trying to promote this image.
Since distanced himself, critics argue his testimony minimized the Sheikh's extremism, raising new questions about his judgment. In 2024 and again in 2025, Hamoui volunteered as a doctor in Gaza. His work at a hospital in Khan Yunis, praised by some and questioned by others.
Wait a minute. They're saying that, like, him working at a hospital in Gaza means he's a horrible person. Isn't that a good thing? He went to Gaza to help, like, people who were being injured, and, like, oh my God, how scary is that, guys? He must be Hamas, working, helping people who are getting injured and shit. Jesus. Yeah, what a monster he is.
His trip sponsored by the Palestinian American Medical Association.
Oh, wow.
A group dogged by accusations of Hamas ties. Allegations.
Oh my fucking God. Okay.
Firmly denied by the group.
Is this like literally the more I watch about of course they do. Of course they think that, right? Okay. They like do they think that is this broadcast network run by Israel? Because like everything we watch here is like Israeli propaganda. Right, Jay Williams? It certainly seems like it is. It's all pro-Zionist shit.
So there are concerns about Hamoui, and the best thing that he could do is to explain his relationship with some of these radical organizations in the United States. The silence on his part is concerning to me, and he's not the only candidate that happily looks the other way.
Publicly, Hamoui condemns anti-Semitism and the October 7th Hamas attacks on Israeli civilians.
Okay.
At the same time, he criticizes Israel.
He criticizes Israel, so he must be horrible. Like, so wait, if I were to be like, I don't like Israel, it's a bit too humid, I don't want to live there. Uh-oh, I criticized Israel. I must be a horrible monster that wants to kill Israelis or something, right? Like, what the fuck does...
Calling it an apartheid state.
Oh, it is an apartheid state.
Labeling its Gaza campaign as genocide.
As every major organization in the world does? Okay.
And demanding Washington cut military aid.
Oh, my God.
Other prominent Muslim...
This is a great advertisement for him.
Candidates sharing those views include New York primary winners, Dominican Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, and Palestinian Abra Kawas, as well as Egyptian-born Michigan senatorial candidate Abdul El Sayed.
There's no doubt about his Islamist affiliations. He is heavily and openly backed by some pretty dangerous groups. He has a long-standing history of involvement with Islamist organizations in Michigan. So we should be concerned, deeply concerned about him.
Of course they do, Jonas. They make a point to mention their ethnic background, of course. Laquabwa, I can't believe this man is that right about things. I know. Oh, my God. I'm so mad. I'm so mad about it. Anyway.
Westrop and others believe all Americans should be concerned.
Philly cheese. Islamist is more. I'm sorry. Laquabwa said, I wonder why they use that word specifically. People are scared of the word Muslim. Yeah, so Philly cheese is right. I'm sorry. I didn't see that before, Laqua. Islamist typically implies for them is like someone who wants to mix legal. Okay, then Philly cheese answered it.
Because if Islamists gain enough seats in state legislatures and Congress, radical agendas could become law. Primary winners Chevalier and Kawas are closely affiliated with the Democratic Socialists of America, the DSA. Some of their critics fear the strengthening of a red-green alliance, Muslims working with leftists to impose a radical agenda.
A red-green alliance. That's based, by the way.
Expansive government control.
Is this the Mamdani Sharia?
Jewish Americans say anti-Israel rhetoric from the left and Islamist
No, there isn't. There are no actual Islamists running for office, to be clear, guys. They're using Islamists to scare people.
Holders could also fuel a surge in anti-Semitic hate crimes. Others warn that Sharia law could spread in segregated Muslim enclaves, such as East Plano, Texas, That concern has led to the Sharia Free America Caucus. Are their fears overblown, unwarranted?
Yes.
I remember British Islamists 10, 20 years ago doing exactly this in Northern England. And it led to deeply segregated societies.
shut
and it was
the fuck up.
these Islamist communities in Northern England from where radicals emerged who would radicalize to join foreign terror groups or commit acts of terror at home. Those radicalization recruits came from these deeply segregated, isolated communities.
On his YouTube channel, former Muslim Danny Bermawi, founder and head of the Ideological Defense Institute, predicts efforts.
Yeah, guys, can we be clear that like ISIS actually fought against lefties? Listen, I'm trying to, I guess he is a Brit precursor, Jen. To be clear here, literally, so if we want to talk about people who were real Islamists, yeah, ISIS were real Islamists. They were pretty lunatic fringe Islamists, okay? They actually fought against lefties. They killed tons of lefties, and they killed tons of lefty Muslims, okay? Like, there were the Kurds, there were groups of Kurds who were extremely left-wing. They were basically anarchists / communists, and they slaughtered tons of them. So this idea that, like, Islamists are hooking up with lefties is wrong. Maybe the people they're talking about aren't actual Islamists. They're just lefties, okay? You see what I mean? All right. So, okay. And by the way, I don't mean to make it sound like there's a big problem with Islamists. No, there fucking isn't, okay? By the way, do we know who helped support ISIS and bring it to power? Israel and the United States. Oopsie. All right. So maybe that's the problem. God. Yep, ISIS. By the way, guys, we do know that historical Islamists, I hate even using this phrase, terrorist groups that are Islamist in a way, they kill far more Muslims than anyone else, right? No one ever complains about that, though. No one ever complains about how Al-Qaeda killed far more Muslims during its existence than Westerners, okay? No one talks about that. Interesting, right? Anyway.
To ban Sharia law in the U.S. will fail.
When the founding fathers wrote the Constitution, they were not thinking about Islam. You cannot ban Sharia.
True.
It will always be
that true. We trained and armed Al-Qaeda too. So
protected under the First Amendment as part of religious freedom.
Wester believes enough Islamist victories in state assemblies and Congress pose a threat to American foreign policy and U.S.
Okay. Oh my goodness. MNZWSZF. You're wrong. And I don't know what the fuck your media source is, but please learn to read something. I know I'm being condescending. But first of all, that is not how that's spelled. Sharia is not spelled S-H-I-A, okay? If you're going to say don't say never, in England, you have Shia law suddenly out of nowhere, and it's against English law, but it has been tolerated. No, it hasn't. No, it fucking hasn't. Okay, that is not true. There is no, there's no legally operatable, there's no legal Sharia in fucking, I don't even need to deal with this. I don't need to deal with this. Okay.
Taxpayers.
I think we should be particularly worried about the direction of public money to radicals. Both the left and right have given huge amounts of money, public money, federal state money, to Islamists over the past few decades. I worry that...
Okay, listen, MM. Thank you for at least listening to what I'm saying, okay? Just because something is quote-unquote in the news doesn't mean it's a thing, okay? It depends on, is it a good source in the news? What is the bias that is in the news? Is this a right-wing source? Is this a trustworthy source? I can guarantee you, practically certainly, that there is no Sharia in the UK. Sharia means that it's something that the state enforces. Is there any Sharia being enforced by the UK government? No, none.
These Islamist candidates will increase that flow.
To prevent this, Bermawi insists the solution.
How are you doing?
Starts with recognizing Islam as a political system, not just a religion.
recognize that large parts of its function as a political ideology, similar to communism or fascism. Islam is not just a religion. Islam has a religion. Islam is a political ideology that seeks to acquire power and impose its system on society.
What is he talking about? He's a lunatic. It's not true.
That is not a religion, and do not separate that political component by calling it Islamism, as if it has nothing to do with Islam.
Is he really saying that Islam isn't a religion? What the fuck is he talking about?
It is
Islam. I'm
Islam.
doing okay. Thank you for asking, Splendinavia.
Gary Lane, CBN News.
There was a French study last year on the rise of Islam within France and just the number of mosques that seemed to be multiplying. 100 years ago, there weren't any mosques in France, and now there are thousands.
That's cool.
And it was all because they were a colonial power. They ran Algeria, they ran Lebanon, they ran Syria.
Yeah, great replacement.
They wanted to receive people into their culture in this multicultural paradise. But the government has now concluded that the Muslim Brotherhood is trying to influence vast areas of French culture and society, not just the politics, but everything. And they've coined this phrase, entryism, that it's a precursor to Sharia law taking over, but they want to do it very sort of gradually over time. That's why
oh my fucking God. Okay.
They're calling it entryism. So look at these things and realize the Muslim Brotherhood is very...
By the way, guys, we do literally, you know what's funny about this? You do know that's what Christians do. That's literally what Christians do all the time. They do entryism, which is a made-up word that they made up. That's literally what evangelicals do. They try to spread Christianity everywhere they go. They fucking go into Africa. They go into Asia. They go wherever, and then they try to get into the society and spread Christianity, and like, you see what I mean? It is just really funny to me, and I'm not saying that that's not what these Muslim folks are doing, by the way. Yeah, some of them might proselytize. They might try to spread Islam because that's part of the religious beliefs, but it's really fucking funny to for this Christian news network to be like, how dare they spread their religious beliefs, which a lot of them aren't doing. I'm just saying. Do you see what I mean? Yeah, exactly, Jonas. Forced conversion is a massive sin in Islam. So, like, anyway, it's just really fucking weird. Because, like, this, it's almost like a it's like a confession, because that's what Christians do.
Very organized and very robust. They're the reason Hamas exists. They're the reason the Houthis exist. They have...
Right. Islam is the reason the Houthis and Hamas exist. It isn't the political situation. It isn't the fact that they've been forced into a giant concentration camp and are being bombed all the time by Israel. That's not the reason they're radicalized. It's just, it's just what Muslims do, I guess. Okay, that's how that works, I'm sure.
Apparently vast sums available to them from both Turkey and Qatar, and you look at these things and you go, this isn't some accident. Here's another stat for you.
Yeah, Hamas exists because of oppression. Yes.
I hope wakes you up.
That is true, Splendid Navy. Okay.
When the imam calls for votes, the community turns out.
Of course, Weird Moore's Blob.
And they turn out in incredible numbers. 97% vote in accordance with the direct.
Yeah, right, Jonas. You forget, CR. It's a part of the ideology to forcibly spread it. Muslims are inherently dedicated to violent conquest. Right, Jonas, right. That's how that works. I'm sure.
I've been involved in politics. That's unheard of, to see that kind of unity within a community. So when they get organized, even though they're right now a minority, what does that mean going forward? Are we going to see continual victories because they maintain a very solid voting bloc? The other issue, and this is a big one, is the
M. Mishi, you say I think what can be said is that organized religion generally does create structures that preserve hierarchies and systems of oppression. Yes, I am an atheist. I'm not a fan of any like organized religion. My issue, and Mishi, right, is that, if in my perfect world, none of these major religions would exist. Okay. But there tends to be, as you know, there's like a tendency to make Islam seem like it's a uniquely evil thing. Like this, especially in the West, like it is this evil ideology full of evil people who are going to come after your kids and come after your women and kill you and shit like that, which is complete bullshit and is massively dehumanizing to Muslims. Okay. Like there is no, yeah. So there are other beliefs amongst a lot of Muslims that I don't agree with. Of course. But like, I'm not worried they're going to be like coming here and like colonizing that. You know what I mean? It's so fucking insane. Right. Anyway,
political and PR issue. So you just saw in that story, Palestinian American Medical Association. Well, that's a made-up group. And they're getting their funding primarily to advance Palestinian narratives within the medical community of the United States. So watch out for that. When you see Palestinian American, realize what's coming on. It is a...
See, now that's just blatant racism. That's just blatant racism. You know, if you, yeah, Jonas, no one does. Like that is like just blatant racism. Oh, whenever you hear Palestinian American, be careful, be careful. We do know, guys, that the United States is run by a Christian death cult. Absolutely, M. Mishi, totally. The United States is run by a Christian death cult. I know I repeat myself, but literally we are run by a Christian death cult that is full of Christian Zionists who want to cause the end of the world. So kind of funny, kind of throwing a stone from a glass house to be like, oh my God, I'm so scared of Muslims, when you literally are in a country that is run by a Christian death cult, a fascist Christian death cult. Good point, Jay Williams. Oh my goodness.
Propaganda machine. They are trying to get people to say, well, what Israel is doing in Gaza is genocide.
Good job, Promethean Rebel.
And if you don't agree with them, then they're going to come out with these position papers against you and whatever you want to do within the medical community or the psychiatric community. Anything that requires some kind of election, they're going to have these things going on. Oh, let's awaken ourselves to this. If we remember the misinformation that came out of the Gaza Ministry of Health, just the sheer number of lies and bad stories.
You mean the Gaza Ministry of Health, which is renowned for giving pretty accurate numbers when it comes to death rates in Gaza? Like literally, it is renowned for having the most accurate counts of casualties. The Israeli government relies on the Gaza Health Ministry numbers.
That were repeated around the world. That's going to...
We watch it, Sir Bart, to dismantle it and laugh at it.
Increasingly happen. That's their playbook. We're calling it entryism right now. Yeah, but the whole point of Sharia, the whole point of the call to prayer being announced over a city, the whole point of gathering...
It's likely... Weird Amorphous Blob, as you know, they are so accurate with their numbers and careful that they actually undercount. Okay, in my opinion, they need to be less careful in some ways. Okay, maybe not, but like they actually undercount. So that's unfortunate that their numbers are actually probably really low compared to what are actually there, because they're also still uncovering people in rubble and stuff. Okay. So I know, I get it, Sir Bart. I get it. Okay. But that's what we're doing. This is called inoculation, Sir Bart. So you literally, a way to prevent people from falling for this shit is to watch it with them and then tell them how stupid it is and laugh at it, which inoculates people against misinformation, which I know you guys know this, but when I do this stuff, there's a method to my madness. I hope you all know. Okay. All right. Yes. Let's see here. Philly cheese. Crazy that he's saying they're lying when we literally have the most documentation available of any genocide. Right, Philly cheese. Okay. Exactly. Even Israel cites them, so you know the numbers are worse, right? Outer Signal?
In a city square, a city street, shutting
So
things
it's not because you love CBN. I hate you, Sir Bar.
down and having a call to prayer publicly where you bow down in the street. That's to say we are looking for political domination. We are looking to establish Sharia law here.
That, I hate you.
It's a declaration of occupation. It's not some kind of freedom of religion. It's very much a political movement. And I agree that we should consider it the same way as we consider.
I hate you, Dolly Boy.
Communism or
communism,
Marxism. It's designed to take over all the economic things of a culture, all the political. Just imagine America living under Sharia law. It's unimaginable to me, but that's their goal. And right now, they're saying death to America. That's on the Houthi flag in Yemen.
But they're not in America.
In Iran, they're calling us the great Satan. They view us as the...
Oh, shut the fuck up. We're done with this. We're done with it. I can't do it. We're only 2 seconds. We only have like a couple seconds left anyway. So fucking stupid. Yeah, it's unimaginable because it's not a fucking thing. Jonas, we all guys know when there actually was, like, I guess you could say Sharia and like some of the Islamic empires, they didn't do, there was some killing, but they actually would allow non-Muslims to live there. You would have to pay a tax. They were actually more open to diversity inside those empires than most Christian empires. Okay. Anyway, Outer Signal background on this network in case you missed it. Founded by Pat Robertson, died 2023. Televangelist with close links to the Republican Party, close ties to Gingrich and Giuliani, believe that the battle for Jerusalem is inevitable. Yeah, Christian death cultists, Christian Zionists. To be clear, 20 to 30 million Christians are Christian death cultists who believe that we need to return the Jews to the promised land to spark the apocalypse so that we can all die and go to heaven, or at least they can die and go to heaven. Everyone else can burn in hell, including the Jews. So, yeah, they're Christian death cultists. All right. All right, guys, I'm going to put my face up. All right, folks. I'm going to go. I am hungry. I am very hungry. So I'm going to go for now. I will, I'll stream. Oh, thank you, Dolly Boy. You get a kiss back. Mwah. I'll give you a kiss back, okay? With your permission, of course. So we will, what I'm going to do is I'll come back on tomorrow, as always. Tomorrow is Friday. Dolly Boy, stop it. It makes me sad. I hate it. That makes me sad. I hate it. Aw. Okay. Chairman Bart, were you fucking watching Hassan Piker? I swear to God, don't you come in here and tell that to me. I know you weren't. It's okay, Chairman Bart. Okay. So, guys, I'm going to go eat. I will, of course, no problem, Le Bois. You make me, I hate you, Dolly Boy. I will stream more tomorrow. Okay, I will stream more tomorrow, as always. Let me find someone to send you guys to. You were watching CBN. I know you were, Philly Cheese. I bet you were. I think that's not even a joke. I bet you were. Where'd my face go? Did it disappear again? There it is. All right, so let me find someone to send you guys to here over on Twitch. All right, let's do this. Let me send you guys to Vitingale. Why not fucking Vitingale? We'll send you guys to Vitingale because it sounds fun to me. All right, I'm calm. All right, raid Vitingale. No, Sir Bar, I'm never sending you to fucking whatever his fucking face is, Hassan again. Okay, because he doesn't give a shit about small creators. Doesn't give a shit about us at all. And if you think I'm making a joke, I'm not. He's too big to care about the small guy anymore, okay? So fuck him, all right? Stupid, sexy Hassan. I hate him so much. Okay, so guys, you know what I'm about to say. First of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine, free Sudan, free the Congo, free Ukraine, free Iran, free Cuba, free everywhere all at once, okay? If I miss somewhere, don't get mad at me. There's too many. Okay, there's too many. We're living in a never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. And that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, so they turn to more radical ends of the political spectrum. We need major reforms in this country or revolutionary change. You cannot stand in the center against fascism. If you do, the fascists will walk all over you. Fight back. Be like the Roter Kopfverbande. Okay, fight back. All the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It's been passed into my family for many years, and it is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today. Some of the rights we have and some of the freedoms. Please do not let their sacrifices go to waste. Please, 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 and always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, I love you all very much. I'll be on, please join our Discord. I will be on there later if you want to chat with me. Okay. Click the link that's linked in the Twitch or the YouTube. I will come back on tomorrow. I love you all very much. You're the best. Okay. I'll see you all later. Bye-bye. All right. All right, guys. I love you all very much. You have a good rest of your day. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.
It will bend. Not mine. Not mine, T. Not mine.